Section 0 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. Short Stories from Life by Various. Introduction by Thomas L. Masson, Managing Editor of Life. It was at a luncheon party that the idea of Life's short story contest was first suggested by Mr. Lincoln Stephens. He propounded this interesting query. How short can a short story be and still be a short story? It was thereupon determined to discover, if possible, a practical answer to this interesting question. The columns of Life were thrown open to contributors for many months. Prizes aggregating $1,750 were offered and 81 short stories were published. This book contains these stories, including the 4 prize winners. The contest cost in round numbers a little less than $12,000. Over 30,000 manuscripts were received. They came from all over the world, from sufferers in hospital courts, from literary toilers in the Philippines, from Europe, Asia, and Africa, and from every state in the Union. One manuscript was sent from a trench at the French battlefront where the story had been written between hand grenades. Every kind of story was represented, the war story and the love story being the leaders. Every kind of writing was represented, from the short compound of trite banalities to the terse, dramatic, carefully wrought out climax. Back of many of these efforts, the spectral forms of Guy de Maupassant and O. Henry hovered in sardonic triumph. Tragedy predominated. The light touch was few and far between, but it was still there, as the stories published show. Here, let me pay a just tribute to the readers who, with almost superhuman courage, struggled through these 30,000 manuscripts. In the beginning, they were a noble band of highly intelligent and cultivated men and women with strong constitutions, ready and willing to face literature in any form. I understand that many of them survived the contest. This speaks well for the virility of our American stock. Theirs was a noble and enduring toil, and theirs will be a noble and enduring fame. Without them, this book now might contain 29,911 poor stories instead of 81 good ones. To those among them who still live, a long life and, let us hope, an ultimate recovery. Naturally, in the method of securing the stories, there had to be some way of getting the contributors to make them as short as possible. Mr. Stephens' ingenious suggestion admirably attained this end. First, a limit of 1,500 words was placed upon all stories submitted, no story longer than this being admitted to the contest. For each story accepted, the contributor was paid not for what he wrote, but for what he did not write. That is to say, he was paid at the rate of 10 cents a word for the difference between what he wrote and 1,500 words. If his story, for example, happened to be 1,500 words in length, he got nothing. If it was 1,490 words, he got $1. If there had been a story only 10 words long, the author would have received $149. To be accurate, the longest story actually accepted for the contest was 1,495 words, for which the author received 50 cents, and the shortest was 76 words, for which the author received $142.40. The interested reader will be able to discover the identity of these two stories by examining the stories in the book. At the original luncheon party, a large number of the warm discussion that took place turned on how short a story could be made and still come within the definition of a short story. It was really a question as to when is a story not a story, but only an anecdote. When a story is a story, is it a combination of plot, character, and setting, or is it determined by only one of these 3 elements? Must it end when you have ended it, or must it suggest something beyond the reading? I shall not attempt to answer these questions. The definition of the short story should be relegated to the realm of what is humor, who is the mother of the chickens, and how old is Anne? If you really wish to vary the monotony of your intellectual life and get it away from who wrote Shakespeare or who killed Jack Robinson, start a discussion as to what a short story is. It has long been my private opinion that the best short story in the world is the story of Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves. But I have no doubt that should I venture this assertion in the company of others, there would be one to ask, what has that to do with the price of oil now? but in order that the reader may have some idea of the method adopted in judging the stories which were finally selected, it may be well to give what I may term a composite definition of what a short story is, gathered from the various opinions offered when the contest was originally under discussion by the judges. This definition is not intended to be complete or final. It's not the cohesive opinion of one individual, but only a number of rather offhand opinions which are of undoubted psychological interest as bearing upon the final decisions. A short story must contain at least two characters, for otherwise there would be no contrast or struggle. A situation must be depicted in which there are two opposing forces. A short story must be a picture out of real life which gives the reader a definite sensation, such as he gets upon looking at a masterpiece of painting. While it must be complete in itself, the art of it lies in what it suggests to the reader beyond its own limits. That is to say, it must convey an idea much larger than itself. This is the open sesame to the golden principle. This is well illustrated in the story that took the first prize. Every short story must of necessity deal with human beings either directly or indirectly. It must reveal in the briefest manner possible, as it were, like a lightning flash, a situation that carries the reader beyond it. It is therefore inevitable that the supreme test of the short story lies in its climax. The climax must gather up everything that has gone before, and perhaps by only one word epitomize the whole situation in such a way as to produce in the reader a sense of revelation, just as if he were the sole spectator of a supremely interesting human mystery now suddenly made plain. The technique of the short story should be such that no word in its vocabulary will suggest triteness or the fatal thought that the author is dependent upon others for its phrasing. When, for example, we read, "With a glad cry she threw her arms about him, a hoarse shout went up from the vast throng, he flicked the ashes," we know at once that the author is only dealing in echoes. These were some of the general considerations which governed the readers and judges, but it would be unfair to say that there were not other considerations which came up later on. In a number of instances, manuscripts which were interesting and well written, and even longer than the others that were accepted for the contest, were rejected because it was felt that they were not really stories, but more in the nature of descriptive sketches. So far as the practical method pursued was concerned, it will not be amiss to state briefly how the work was carried on. It was deemed best, on general principles, to let the authors of the stories have a hand in the matter, the editors feeling frankly that they preferred a disinterested method which would relieve them in a measure from the fullest responsibility. The conditions were therefore made to read that the editors of Life will first select out of all the stories published the 12 which are in their judgment the best. The authors of these 12 stories will then be asked to become judges of the whole contest, which will then include all the stories published. These 12 authors will decide which are the best 3 stories in the order of their merit to be awarded the prizes. In case of any reason, any one or more of these 12 authors should be unable to act as a judge, then the contest will be decided with the rest. Each of these 12 judges will, of course, if he so wishes, vote for his own story first, so that the final result may probably be determined by the combined second, third, and fourth choices of all the judges. This, however, will not affect the result. In case of a division among the judges, the editors of Life will cast the deciding vote. This method worked well and was fully justified by the final result. As the manuscripts were received, they were registered according to a careful clerical system and turned over to the readers, who were from 5 to 7 in number, including 3 women. The rule was that each story should be read independently by at least 2 readers, their verdicts separately recorded. If they were unanimous in rejecting a story, it was returned. If they were agreed upon its merits, or if they were at all doubtful, it was then passed up to the 5 members of Life's editorial staff. It was read and reread by them, and the individual comments of each editor recorded independently. By this sifting process, each story was subjected to a final process of discussion and elimination. The stories, as accepted, were paid for on the basis of 10 cents a word for all the words under 1,500 which the story did not contain, and were published in Life. From the authors of the 81 stories published, the editors selected the following 12 judges, each one of them consented to serve: Herbert Heron Carmel, California; J.X. Ransom, Houston, Texas; Ralph Henry Barber, Manchester, Massachusetts; Clarence Herbert New, Brooklyn, New York; William Johnston, New York City; Graham Clark, New York City; Mrs. L.C.D. Nicely, Everett, Washington; Mrs. Jane Dahl, San Francisco, California; Selwyn Grattan, New York City; E.L. Smith, Fort Worth, Texas; Herbert Riley Howe, Sioux Falls, South Dakota; Miss Ruth Sterry, Los Angeles, California. These judges, independently of each other, sent in their opinions, several of them not voting for their own stories as the first prize, although this was allowable under the rules. There was no difficulty on their part in awarding the first prize of $1,000 and second prize of $500. In the case of the third prize, there was such a division of opinion that the editors, under the rule of the competition that gave them the final decision, determined that it would be fair to divide the third prize between two competitors who had received the same number of judges' votes. The prize winners were as follows. First prize, Ralph Henry Barber of Manchester, Massachusetts, and George Randolph Osborne of Cambridge, Massachusetts, joint authors of Thicker Than Water. Second prize, Harry Stilwell Edwards of Macon, Georgia, author of The Answer. Third prize, Dwight M. Wiley of Princeton, Illinois, author of Her Memory, and Redfield Ignalls of New York City, author of Business and Ethics. This prize was divided. This book is now offered to the public in the confident hope and the firm belief that it will be found a valuable contribution to the literature of short fiction, in addition to the interest it also merits because of the stories themselves. One final point should be emphasized. This book is not, in the very nature of the case, a book of uniform literary style. It is not the polished expression of the highest literary art. It is the best of 30,000 attempts to write a short story by all sorts and conditions of minds, a fair proportion of them amateurs, a fair proportion writers of considerable experience, and a small proportion excellently skilled craftsmen. In their final selection of these stories, the readers and judges were governed not so much by the question, is this superfine literary art, as they were by the question, is this interesting? By this touchstone, the book certainly justifies its existence. T.L.M. End of introduction.
Section 1 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Short Stories from Life by Various. N.B. by Joseph Hall. Lieutenant Ludwig Kreusler glanced hurriedly through the mail that had accumulated during the month that the X-8 had been away from base. At the bottom of the pile he found the letter he had been seeking, and his eyes brightened. It was a fat letter, addressed in feminine handwriting, and its original postmark was Washington, D.C., USA. His Excellency will see you, sir. The orderly had entered quietly and stood at attention. With a slightly impatient shrug, the lieutenant shoved the letters into his pocket and left the room. He found Admiral von Herpitz, the Wizard of the Sea, at his desk. As the young man entered, the old admiral rose and came forward. This unusual mark of favour somewhat embarrassed the young officer, until the old man, placing both huge hands upon his shoulders, looked into his eyes. "Excellent." The one word conveyed a volume of praise, gratification. The old sea-dog was known as a silent man. Censure was more frequent from him than applause. The lieutenant could find no word. The situation was for him embarrassing in the extreme. He, like Herpitz, was a man of actions, and words confused him. "These English," the old admiral spoke grimly, "we will teach them. Have you seen the reports? They are having quite a little panic in America also over the Saronica. 200 of the passengers lost were American." A file of papers lay on the table. Kreusler ran through them hurriedly. The Berlin journals gave the sinking of the Saronica great headlines, followed by columns of sheer joy. The London and Paris and some of the New York sheets called the exploit a crime, and its perpetrators pirates. But they all gave it utter and undivided thought. The X-8 had become the horror craft of the world. Berlin figuratively carried her young commander on her shoulders. He found himself the hero of the hour. "You have done well for the fatherland," von Herpitz repeated, as the lieutenant was going out. In his own cabin, Kreusler forgot the Saronica and the X-8. The fat letter with the Washington postmark absorbed him. 2 years, ending with the outbreak of the Great War, Kreusler had been naval attaché to the German embassy at Washington. He had been popular in the society of the American capital. He was highly educated, a profound scientist, an original thinker, and an adaptable and interesting dinner guest. Dorothy Washburn, the youngest daughter of the senator from Oregon, had made her debut in Washington during the second winter of Kreusler's presence there. The two had met. They were exact opposites. He tall, severe, blonde, thoughtfully serious. She small, dark, vivacious, bubbling with the joy of life. Love was inevitable. The fat letter was engrossing. It breathed in every line and word and syllable the fine love this wonder woman gave him. One paragraph was most astounding. It read, "To be near thee, loved one, I have arranged, through the gracious kindness of our friends, to come to Berlin as a nurse. Just when is as yet uncertain, but come I will, fear not, as quickly as may be. Dost long for me to see me, dearest heart, as I for thee? Well, soon perhaps that may not be so far away. Couldst not thou arrange to be wounded, only slightly, of course, my love, so that I might attend thee?" The letter ended with tender love messages and assurances of devotion. The last sheet bore a single word, "Over," and on the reverse side a woman's most important news, a postscript. This read, "P.S. Arrangements have been completed. Everything is settled. Even my father has consented, knowing of my great love. I sail next week." And then, "N.B. The ship on which I sail is the Saronica." End of section 1.
Section 2 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. Short Stories from Life by various. The Clearest Call by Brevard Mace Connor. "Don't worry," said the great surgeon. "She will pull through. She has a fine constitution." "She will pull through because you are handling the case," the nurse murmured with an admiring glance. "She will pull through," agreed the Reverend Paul Templeton, "because I shall pray." He did not see the ironical glance which passed between nurse and doctor, materialists both. He had stooped and kissed his wife, who lay on the wheeled table that was to carry her to the operating room. She was asleep, for the narcotic had taken immediate effect. For a moment he hung over her, and then he moved aside. When the door of the operating room had closed on the wheeled table with its sheeted burden, he stepped out on the little upper balcony beneath the stars, knelt, and earnestly addressed himself to his Maker. A distant clock struck 8. The operation would take an hour. Humbly he prayed, but with superb confidence. He had lived a blameless life, and his efforts were in behalf of a life equally blameless. It was inconceivable that he, who had given all and asked nothing, should be refused this, his first request. It was even more inconceivable that his wife, who was so worthy of pardon, should be condemned. Humbly he prayed, but not without assurance of a friendly auditor. It was a sweet May night, satin-soft, blossom-scented. The south winds were whispering confidences to the elms. The stars were unutterably benign. Surely God was in his heaven, thought the Reverend Paul Templeton. Then, up from the darkness beneath the trees, came the low, thrilling laugh of a girl. He lifted his face from his hands and stared, scarce breathing, into the night, while his ears still held every note of that low, thrilling laugh which spoke of youth and love in the springtime. The black bulk of the hospital behind him faded into obscurity as swiftly as a scene struck on a darkened stage. He was no longer on a little upper porch, but in an old-fashioned summer house, hidden from the tactless moon by a mesh of honeysuckle in bloom. He was no longer on his knees before his Maker, but sitting beside the girl who had been Ellen McCartney. She was dressed in white. She was so close he could feel the warmth of her. Somehow, in that darkness, the hands met and clung, shoulder touched shoulder, the fragrance of her hair in his nostrils, the soft, womanly yielding of her body. Now her palms were resting against his cheeks, drawing his head down. Now, as lightly as a butterfly upon a flower, Her lips brushed his one closed eye and then the other. Now she laughed, a low, thrilling laugh which spoke of youth and love in the springtime. Prayer had gone dry at its source, choked by the luxuriant vegetation of memory. He remembered other kisses and thrilled in sympathy with the delight of other time. The distant clock struck 9, but he did not hear it. The shriek of a woman in pain sliced through the silence but could not penetrate the walls of his dream. The girl who had been Ellen McCartney lay in his arms, her lips to his. Then a hand fell upon his shoulder. "Come," said the nurse, and slipped back into the room. The Reverend Paul Templeton came back with a wrench to consciousness of the time and place, and horror surged through his veins like a burning poison. It was over, and he had not prayed. And worse, when his whole being should have been prostrate in humble supplication, he had allowed it to walk brazenly erect among memories that at the best were frivolous and at the worst carnal. He seemed to hear a voice saying, "I am the Lord of vengeance. Heavy is mine hand against them that slight me." Mastered by despair, he clung to the iron railing. What could he hope of science when he had failed in his duty to faith? Somehow he managed to struggle to his feet and gain the room. The sheeted figure on the bed was very still, the face paler than the pillow on which it lay. He crumpled down beside her and hid his face, too sick with shame to weep. He knew with a horrid certainty that she was dead and that he had killed her. And then, Paul! It was the merest wisp of sound, almost too impalpable to be human utterance. He lifted his head and looked into the face of the great surgeon. He was smiling. "Paul!" He looked now into the pale face of his wife, and she was smiling. "There, there," said the great surgeon. "I told you she would come back. Her constitution—" "Constitution," scoffed the nurse. "It was you." "Oh," smiled the surgeon magnanimously. "Your prayers, sir?" But the sick woman made a gesture of dissent. "No," she said. "It was none of those things. I came back when I remembered—" "Paul," she whispered, "lean down." He obeyed. Her palms fluttered against his cheeks, and as lightly as a butterfly on a flower, her lips brushed his one closed eye and then the other. And then the girl who had been Ellen McCartney laughed a low, thrilling laugh which spoke of youth and love in the springtime. The end of section 2.
Section 3 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. Short Stories from Life by Various. Section 3. Greater Love Hath No Man by Selwyn, Grattan. The empty vial, the odor of bitter almonds, and in the chair what had been a man. On the desk this note: "Farewell. From the day of our marriage I have known. I love you. I love my friend. Better that I should go and leave you two to find happiness than that I should stay and the three of us wear out wretched lives. Again, farewell, and bless you. Robert." End of section 3.
Section 4 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann. Short Stories from Life by Various. The Gretchen Plan by William Johnston. "And Solomon had 700 wives," read Pastor Brandt. Gretchen Adler sat up to listen. A new idea had come to her. A distressing state of affairs existed in the village of Eisen. There had gone to the war from the village over 300 men. From the war there had returned 51, only 51, and there in Eisen were 281 girls wanting husbands. Of the 51 returned soldiers, 20 had wives and families already. 2 had married during the war, married the nurses they had had in the hospital. Hilda Sachs, the rich widow, had captured one. That left just 28 men available for husbands, 28 to 281 girls. Yet no marriages occurred. The men wished to marry as much as the girls, but how could a man decide with so many to pick from? Thus stood matters that Sunday morning. After the service, Gretchen waited to speak to Pastor Brandt. "Everything in the Bible," she asked anxiously, "is it always right?" "Ja," the Herr Pastor affirmed. "The Bible always gives right." "About everything?" "Ja, about everything." "The Bible says that Jacob had 2 wives, and that Solomon had 700 wives. Is it right for men to have many wives?" "It was right in Bible days," affirmed the pastor guardedly. "In those days, many wives were needed to populate the land." "Many wives are needed now to populate the land," asserted Gretchen. "Why should not each man in Eisen take now 10 wives?" "It is against the law," declared the pastor. "It is not against Bible law." The pastor pondered 10 minutes. "Nein," he answered, "it is not against Bible law. It would be for the good of the fatherland." The pastor pondered 20 minutes. "Ja," he decided, "it would be for the good of the fatherland." "We will do it," announced Gretchen. 10 of us will take 1 husband. Better a 10th of a husband than never any husband. Will you marry us?" The pastor pondered 30 minutes. "Ja," he said at length, "for the good of the fatherland." Quickly, Gretchen spread her news. Quickly, the girls accepted the Gretchen plan. Quickly, they formed themselves into groups of 10 and selected a husband. Quickly, the 28 men accepted. What man wouldn't? Only Selma Kronk, the homeliest of homely old maids, was left unmated. In indignant dismay, she hastened to Frau Werner's Kaffeeklatsch and unfolded to the married women assembled there the schreckliche Gretchen plan. "Impossible," asserted Frau Stern. "Unspeakable," declared Frau Heitner. "It must not be," announced Frau Werner. In outraged wrath, they appealed to their husbands to interfere. "It is for the good of the fatherland," the husbands one and all declared. "What man would not have 10 wives if he could?" They appealed to the mayor, to the governor, even to the Kaiser himself, but in vain. To a man they welcomed the idea. So the Gretchen plan was carried out. Each war hero took 10 wives, not only in Eisen, but throughout the land. Nevertheless, Frau Werner and the other aggrieved respectable advocates of monogamy had their revenge. As invariably happens after a war, all the babies born were boy babies. "Aha!" cried Frau Werner exultantly as each new birth was announced. 20 years from now, there will not be women enough to go around. Each wife then will have to have 10 husbands. I wonder how the men will like that. End of section 4.
Section 5 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. Short Stories from Life by Various. The Glory of War by M.B. Levick. He was an orderly in the hospital and had got the job through a friend in his Grand Army post. The work was not for a fastidious man, but John was not fastidious. In his duties, he affected the bluff manner of a veteran, and peering at the interns with a wise squint would say, "Oh, this ain't nothing. An old soldier is used to such things. If you want to see the real thing, just go to war." And he would laugh at them, and they would laugh at him. He wore his GAR emblem conspicuously on all occasions. At the slightest chance, he became a bore with long tales of fighting, of how he had chased Johnny Reb, and how those were the days. The students, still near enough to the classroom to hold a lingering repugnance for the textbook's overemphasis on the Civil War, would guy him, but John never suspected. On Decoration Day, he marched and attended as many exercises as he could squeeze into the 2 short hours. He wore a committee ribbon like a decoration for valor. Once he carried a flag in a parade, and for weeks talked about Old Glory, the Stars and Stripes, and regimental colors that had changed hands in distant frays. And he had fought only to save his country, he would assert. He didn't have no eye on Uncle Sam's purse, not he. He could take care of himself, and if not, why, there was them as would. When the youths accused him of sinking his pension, he turned hotly to remind them of their lack of beard. He was ever so ready to defend himself with an ancient vigor that the students and the nurses were sorry when he fell ill. Perhaps his campaigning had taken from his vitality, they surmised. The house surgeon told them he would never get up. After that, and the afterward was not long, John told his tales to more sober auditors. He had been in bed a week, and had begun to suspect the state of affairs when he called to him one evening the youth who of all had shown him the most deference. "Sit down," he said, without looking the youngster in the eye, and for a time there were heard only noises of the day-weary ward. Presently John spoke, in an apprehensive tone of confidences. "I've been a soldier now for 45 years, he said, "and for once I want to be just myself. I kinda like you, and there ain't nobody else I can talk to, for I ain't got anyone. In '61, I was on my father's farm in Pennsylvania. I was only a kid then, 15, but when the war come, I wanted the worst way to go. But my mother, she cried and begged me not to, and my daddy said he'd lick me, so I tried to forget it. But I couldn't. Lots of other boys was going away to enlist, and they was all treated like heroes. You'd 'a' thought they'd won the war already by themselves, the way folks carried on when they left. The girls crying about 'em, and the teacher and the minister and the circuit judge speaking to 'em, and all the stay-at-homes mad because they wasn't going too. It kept getting harder and harder to work on the farm, and finally I said, well, I'll go anyway. I knew Pa and Ma wouldn't change their mind, so I didn't say nothing to them. But I went to all the other boys and told them, I'm going away to enlist, I'd say, and when they'd laugh and say, why, your ma won't let ye, I'd look wise and tell 'em to watch me, and I'd strut around and wink sly-like. They got to talking about it so much, I was scared my dad would find out, but he didn't, and I held back as long as I could, because all the other boys was looking up to me. I was a man all right, then. None of 'em that went away was the mogul I was. The girls got wind of it too, and I could see 'em out of the tail of my eye, watching me and whispering and saying girl-like all the things the boys was trying not to say. That only made the boys talk more too. So after a few days I ran away. The first night I hung round near the town, and after dark sneaked back to hear 'em talking. He'll be back soon, one feller said. Another, just to show he knew more, spoke up. No, he won't come back, less in blue or in a coffin. And the others laughed. I thought that was fine, in blue or a coffin. You bet I won't. I'm the man for that, says I to myself. It took me 3 days to walk to the city. When I told the recruiting sergeant I wanted to be high corporal, he laughed and pounded me and put me through my paces. Then he said I couldn't be a soldier. My eyes wasn't good enough. I cried at that, only a kid, you know. There was lots of 'em younger than me fighting, but I remembered the feller what said, he won't come back 'cept in blue or a coffin. So I went where the soldiers was and bummed and hobnobbed with 'em till they let me help 'em at peelin' vegetables and pot wrastlin' and such things. Then I got to be a sort of water boy. My, I was proud, but that only lasted a month, and I had to get out. I just couldn't go home without the blue, and it seemed too soon to get a coffin yet. So I went to New York and stayed all through the war, nearly starved too. After it was over, I went back home. They didn't suspicion, of course, and the first thing I knew, I'd told them I'd been in the army. Hadn't planned to, but some way it just popped out. Right away, it was hail fellow well met with them that had been at the front, and we were going round giving ourselves airs, and the girls seemed to think we was better than all the rest. Well, sometimes I was just a young fellow, you know, and kept getting in deeper and deeper and never thought it'd mean anything. When a man says, "John, you remember that clump of trees the 58th lay under at Antietam?" "Why?" you say. "Yes." And the next time you're telling about Antietam, you just throw in them trees without thinking. That's the way it was with me. And I read books to get my facts straight, and no one never caught me napping. I used to correct them. At last I got to believe it all myself. Then the GAR post was organized in our town, and so it went. Well, it's been a long time. If I'd have known in the first place, maybe it'd have been different. But it was my right anyway, wasn't it now? Say, don't you think it was coming to me? It wasn't my fault, by God. I wanted to fight. Just one chance, and so help me. They cheated me out of it, and I got even. That's all it was. I never took no pension. I've had the glory, like 'em. I've paid for it. I only took my own, and the post will bury me. End of section 5. Section 6 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. Short Stories from Life by Various. Section 6. The Aviator by Hornell, Hart. The French government declines to accept your services. The words said themselves over and over in his ears in the drone of the motor as the monoplane climbed into the velvet night sky. Was that diplomatic blunder of 2 years ago so utterly unforgivable? Was exile not enough? Would the Republic deny him even the right to fight under her colors? The French government declines to accept your services. The recruiting officer had said it, and General Joffre had reiterated the unrelenting statement in reply to his direct appeal for enlistment. And now the drone of the propeller, the hum of the motor, and the rush of the air through the braces whispered the words ceaselessly into his ears as the great wings carried him up into the darkness. Below, the ghostly searchlight fingers of the fortress reached up, groping toward him. The central searchlight of the fortress was playing on a French cruiser which had crept up recklessly close to the fort and was pouring shells in rapid salvos up into the battlements on the hill. The sparks of fire from the ship's side seemed but tiny points of light far down below. Momentarily, balls of flame appeared above and around the dim outlines of the fortifications, and the smoke of bursting shells drifted wanly across the white, searching pencils of light. Down there, France, undaunted, grappled the Turk in the darkness. From the farther shore, distant lights of Asia twinkled in the night. Behind that central searchlight, Henri said, lay the entrance to the powder magazine. That passageway was the vital spot of the fortress. An explosion there ignite the ammunition and shatter the entire center of the fortifications. A searchlight came wheeling across the sky and shot past just behind the monoplane. The flash of the guns on the hill were now just beneath him, and their roar formed a surging background of sound to the whir of the machine. He swept in a huge curve toward a position back of the fortress. The searchlight was circling the sky again. For a fraction of a second, the airplane was silhouetted in its full glare. The beam wavered and returned, zigzagging to pick him up again. This time it caught and followed him. A shell burst below him. If one fragment of shrapnel should strike the nitroglycerin which he carried, France would profit little from this last ride of his. The fortress was not far behind him. He swept about and pointed the nose of the monoplane downward straight toward the base of the central searchlight. Its beam had ceased to play on the battleship and was lifting swiftly toward him. Suddenly its glare caught him straight in the eye. He gripped the controls and steered tensely for that dazzling target. The French government declines to accept your services. He smiled grimly. They could not well decline them now. The air rushed past him so swiftly that it seemed stiff like a stream of water under high pressure. Below him, at that point of light, death stood smiling. The crash of a shell bursting behind him was lost in the gale of wind in his ears. The light grew swiftly larger, and the outlines of the battlements became distinct. The French government. The world ended in a crash of blistering whiteness. He was pointed directly at the magazine, said Abdul the gunner. If the shell from the French cruiser had not struck him, we should all by now have been with Allah. End of section 6. Section 7 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. Short Stories from Life by Various. Loyalty by Clarence, Herbert, New. They had been playing cut-in bridge until the Charltons went home at midnight. Instead of following them, Norris returned to the library with Stoiler and his wife. In the old days, Barclay Norris had asked Barbara to marry him, but Stoiler's impetuous love-making appealed to her imagination, and Norris had remained their loyal friend. In the library, Stoiler yawned without apology. Extracting a suitcase from the coat closet, he started for the stairs. You and Barbara may sit up all night, my friend, but me, I have been traveling. I cannot keep my eyes open. Good night. Norris stopped him with a slight motion of the head, nodded to a chair by the table, lighted a cigar rather deliberately, and sat down. There's a matter I want to discuss with you, Max. Now, don't go away, Bab. It concerns you rather deeply. He inspected his cigar critically during a few moments of silence. Max, you may have heard that my law practice brought me occasionally in touch with the government, but you didn't know I was officially connected with the Secret Service. When we were drawn into this war, your probable sympathies were considered, but you enlisted for the Spanish War, though you never got farther than Chattanooga. You took the oath of allegiance. We considered your loyalty had been demonstrated, so we trusted you. We've had a constant fight against treachery. However, in the most undreamed of places, you were again suspected. Is it necessary for me to say more? Lieutenant Schmidt was arrested 10 minutes after you left him this morning. I saw you receive from him specifications for the Wright multiplane, the Maxim chlorine shell, and the perfected Lake submarine. I also know you have a copy of the State Department's code book. Barbara Stoiler had remained standing at the end of the table, her eyes dilating with an expression of incredulous, outraged amazement. Barclay, are you insane? Are you accusing Max of these horrible things, my husband?" Nora spoke gently but firmly. "I'm stating facts, Bab, not accusing. Because I've been your friend and his, I'm giving him this chance to return the papers and code before it's too late. At this moment, I'm the only one who really knows. He meant to sail on Grunwald's yacht for Christiania at sunrise. There's still time for him to get aboard and escape. I'm personally answerable for the unknown man I've been following today." She whirled upon her husband, saw with horror that he was making no denial, that he was looking at their old friend with a gleam of hatred in his eyes. Presently he pulled open a drawer in the table, thrusting one hand into the back part of it. "So, you even suspect where I put the code book? Yes, it is the fortune of war, I suppose. You think I will not arrested be if I reach the yacht before morning? 9. You are the only one who knows, yet. And suppose I never come back. My wife I must leave with the man who always half loved." There was a flash, a stunning report. Nora staggered up from his chair and pitched headlong upon the floor. Max, a traitor, a murderer, my God!" He took a canvas-bound book from the drawer, thrusting it hastily into the suitcase, then fetched overcoat and hat from the closet. In his hurry he overlooked the automatic pistol which lay upon the table. So intent was he upon escaping with what he had that he seemed to have forgotten her entirely. But a low, gasping voice made him whirl about at the door. "Another step, and I'll kill you." The pistol steadily covered his heart. He'd seen her shoot. "Put that book on the table." He hesitated, meditating a spring through the doorway. "When I count 3, 1, with a muttered curse he took the code from the suitcase. "Empty your pockets." There was no mistaking the expression in her eyes. He emptied his pockets. "Now, go, without the suitcase." "Barbara, you would have me leave you like this." Her face was colorless, in her eyes a brooding horror, a dazed consciousness of that motionless body on the floor behind the table. "My people fought at Lexington and conquered, for principles dearer than life to them. You swore allegiance to those principles, to their flag, and you are this. You've murdered our loyal friend when he was giving a traitor a chance at great personal risk. Go, quickly." As the front door slammed, she ran to the window, watched him down the block. A man who did such things might return later, catch her unarmed, secure the papers. Her brain worked automatically. There was no safe place to conceal them. They must be destroyed at once. Tearing the book to pieces, she piled the leaves upon the andirons in the fireplace with the other papers, then lighted the heap. When they were entirely destroyed, a patter of footsteps echoed from the stairs. A little figure in pajamas came peeking around the portiere. A thrill of passionate thankfulness ran through her that he resembled her people, with no trace of the alien blood. "Mother, what was that big noise?" "Possibly someone's automobile, dear. A blowout or a backfire, you know." She forced herself to speak quietly, standing so that he couldn't look behind the table. "Mother, who was down here with you?" "Uncle Barclay, sweetheart, but, oh God, he's gone now." Norris's love had been the truer, deeper affection. She'd known it for some time. "Run along back to Betty, darling. Mother will come up presently." She had a feeling of suffocation as the boy hugged her impetuously and padded softly upstairs. As she listened to his careful progress, another sound, a faint rustling from behind the table, made her heart stop beating for a second. With trembling limbs, she leaned across the table and looked. The dead man lay in a slightly different position. There was a barely perceptible movement of the chest. She reached breathlessly for the phone. "Give me Bryant, 9702, please. Yes, Dr. Marvin's house. Quickly." End of section 7. Section 8 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. Short Stories from Life by Various. Section 8. Moses Comes to Burning Bush by W.T. Larned. Melting snow in the spring and cloud-bursting rains in the fall poured their floods from the foothills through the arroyo and were licked up and lost in the arid lands below. The Mormons came, dammed the outlet in the ridge, and lo, there was a lake. Thus Burning Bush, Cortez County, New Mexico, was created on the edge of green alfalfa fields. And because there was coal, the railroad ran a spur to collect it. And because there was a railroad, cowmen came in with their beeves, and sheepmen with their mutton and wool. In the terms of a now discarded census classification, the souls composing Cortez County's population were officially designated as white men, Mormons, and Mexicans. Also, there were Indians who could not vote and did not count. Finally, there was Assmann. Assmann was no common coolie. He had been, indeed, the prized pupil at the Chinese mission on the coast. He could speak and read English, do sums with his head in American arithmetic, and recite whole passages from the Bible. With a cash capital accumulated in 10 years of dog domestic service, he had come to Burning Bush and opened a general store. It was the only one in town, and it paid. Assmann, smiling, courteous, honest, worked 15 hours a day and put his profits in the bank. In time, he would go back to China a rich man. Then Moses came. That Moses should come to Burning Bush was inevitable. Burning Bush had begun to boom. The odor of its prosperity had been wafted afar, and the nostrils of the Israelite knew it. The new store, lavishly painted in greens and yellows, was the most noticeable thing in town. When Moses had moved in, even the Montezuma Hotel seemed to shrink. It had 2 show windows of pure plate glass, their contents tagged with legends proclaiming cut prices. Across the full width of its imposing false front elevation there appeared this sign: "Stop, look, listen, the original Moses, Golden Rule Emporium. With such simple lures are the simple enticed." Burning Bush stopped, looked, and listened to maneuvering Moses. It is the new thing that catches the eye and fills the ear. Assmann had forgotten to beat his gong. Custom fell off and found its way to the newcomer. In a month or so, the Celestial hardly held his own. Assmann, losing trade, was troubled. Meeting the cut in prices did not bring back his customers. With Oriental taste, he organized a novel window display in vain. Something was the matter, but what? Assmann's guileless mind could not grasp it. Thrown on his own mental resources, he grappled as best he could with the problem. The Bible teachers had taught him that the Jews were a race dispersed and paying the penalty of their transgressions. Assmann believed this to be literally the truth. Yet he, a Christian, seemed about to be overcome by the competition of an Israelite. "Very funny," said Assmann to himself. "Hebrew make good. Christian, catchy hell." He strolled out into the street, his shop being empty for the time, and contemplated long and earnestly the place of his competitor across the way. Something about the sign seemed to puzzle him and to make him think. He shook his head. Then he backed off and looked critically at his own shop, with its modest device, Ah Sin General Store. Presently his impassive face lighted up, and that night his sleep was shortened by an hour devoted to a search of the Scriptures. Had not his teachers told him to turn to the Bible in time of doubt and trial? They were not here to counsel him, but he had a clue. He awoke next morning clothed and girded with strength, and all that day, when business permitted, he labored on a canvas sign, which he lettered himself with brush and India ink, smiling contentedly the while. It was Curly Bob, foreman of the frying pan outfit on Sun Creek, who saw it first. Coming into town at a lope in quest of cut plug, his roving eye was arrested by the new announcement of Ah Sin. By temperament and training, Curly was unemotional, but seeing Ah Sin's handiwork, he pulled so suddenly on his spade bit that the cayuse fell back on its haunches. For there, in the eyelids of the morning, Ah Sin, seeking an everlasting sign, had flung forth a banner that prevailed against the Jew. In black, bold letters a foot high, it beckoned to the trade of burning bush. Stop, look, listen, the original sin, 10%, forgiven for cash. Whereupon Curly Bob, swearing softly in admiration, blew himself to tobacco for the whole outfit. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann. Short Stories from Life by Various. Business and Ethics by Redfield Ingalls. Third prize divided. In the dingy office of A. Slivovitz and Company, manufacturers of dyes, things were humming. Every clerk was bent over his desk, hard and cheerfully at work, and there was a general air of bustle and efficiency. That was because A. Slivovitz stood in the doorway of his private office looking on. The portly head of the firm watched the scene complacently for a few minutes. Then, catching the eye of his young but efficient private secretary, he beckoned him with an air of mystery to the inner sanctum. The secretary, who was sharp of eye and alert of manner, rose at once and followed, though it was not the custom of A. Slivovitz to summon him thus. His employer sank ponderously into his swivel chair and motioned to the secretary to shut the door and take a seat. Then, for a minute or so, he was silent, playing with his massive gold watch chain and studying the young man through puckered lids. But if the secretary was perturbed, he did not show it. "Mr. Sloane," began Slivovitz at length in his heavy voice, "you been with the firm now how long? 6 or 5 months, ain't it?" "Nearly 6, the dapper young man confirmed briskly. "You're a smart feller, Mr. Sloane," his employer continued, examining the huge diamond on his left hand. "Already you picked it up a lot about dyeing. A fine dyer you should make. Now, Mr. Sloane, I'm going to fire you." The secretary's eyebrows went up a trifle, but otherwise he showed no great perturbation. Perhaps a certain elephantine playfulness in the big man's tone reassured him. "By me, business is good," Slivovitz went on with a fat chuckle. "I'm a businessman, Mr. Sloane, first and last, and nobody don't never put nothing over by me." Knowing something of his employer's business methods, Sloane could have amplified. What he said was, "Thanks to your royal purple, Mr. Slivovitz, you've about cornered the trade." "They can't none of 'em touch it, that purple, positively," agreed the dyer with much satisfaction. "But," and he became confidential, "between me and you strictly, this here now domestic dye works, they got it a mauve what gives me a pain. He hitched his chair closer and laid a pudgy hand on Sloane's knee. "I'm going to fire you," he repeated with a wink. "I want you should go by the domestic dye works and get it a job. Find out about the formula for their mauve, you understand me, and come back mit it, and you get back your job in $100 or $75. Sloane started. For a moment he stared at his employer, his face going red and pale again. Then he rose to his feet. "Sorry, Mr. Slivovitz, but I can't consider it," he said. "Oh, come now, Mr. Sloane," protested the dyer with a laugh, leaning back in his chair. He produced a thick cigar and bit off the end. "These here scruples does you credit, Mr. Sloane, but business is business. And take it from me, Mr. Sloane, you can't mix business up mit ethics. Them things is all right, but you gotta skin the other guy before he skins you first, ain't it?" "That may be," began the secretary as he moved toward the door. "May be? Ain't I just told you it is?" Mr. Slivovitz paused in the act of striking a match to glare. "You needn't to be scared they'll find it out where you come from and fire you neither, Mr. Sloane," he added, more quietly and with a cunning expression. "I got brains, I have. A little thing like recommends to a smart man like me." The match broke. He flung it into the cuspidor and selected another. Sloane paused with his hand on the doorknob. "Mr. Slivovitz," he began again. "Of course," continued his employer, "I could make it, well, 115, Mr. Sloane, but believe me, not a cent more, positively." The secretary shook his head decidedly. "What?" roared Slivovitz. "You mean to tell me you ain't going to do it? All right, you're fired anyhow, you understand me?" Then with an evil glitter in his eyes, "And if you don't bring by me that formula, you get fired from the domestic dye works, and you don't get it no job nowheres else, too. Now, you take your choice." This time, the match lighted successfully. Sloane smiled. "Quite impossible," he said. "I was going to resign in a day or two anyway." "Eh?" exclaimed the head of the firm, his jaw dropping and his florid face paling a little. In the face of a number of possibilities, he forgot the match in his fingers. "Yes. You see, you'll know it sooner or later. The domestic dye works sent me here to learn the formula for your royal purple." And the door slammed shut behind A. Slivowitz's private secretary. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Short Stories from Life by Various. North of 53 by Mary Woodbury Caswell. The short winter day of Alaska was brightening as Gertrude pushed her chair back from the breakfast table and announced that she proposed to go at once for her constitutional. Her brother placidly assented, but Keith interposed with a worried look. "Hadn't you better go with her, Bob? I suppose I've grown to be an old granny, but since Jacques told us of that outlaw who threatened to kidnap a white girl for his wife, I don't like to have Gertrude get out of sight." The girl bent over him caressingly. "Don't worry, dear," she said. "Jacques had been drinking hard when he told you of this mythical exile. Besides, I am no Helen of Troy to be abducted for my beauty. I'd really much rather have Bob stay with you." And she kissed him, put on warm wraps, took her snowshoes, and started for the daily tramp that had kept her fit ever since she had come up on the last boat, hastily summoned by a cable from Bob when her fiancé had his shoulder crushed, and it would be impossible for the young men to return to the States with their steak. She and Bob had nursed him into convalescence, but it had been a hard winter for him, and she did not wonder that he had developed some nervousness, though she considered his fear for her wholly unnecessary, as indeed did Bob. When she was a half-mile from the cabin, and a slight rise of ground hid it from her, she saw a dog-team approaching, and smiled, thinking that Keith would surely consider that danger was near. As it met her, the driver touched his cap, and she had a swift impression of a very different type than she had recently met, and one that made Jacques' fantastic tale seem less absurd. As she involuntarily glanced back, she saw, and now with alarm, that the stranger had turned and was coming toward her. He stopped the dogs close to her, and inquired courteously, and with a foreign accent, "Can you tell me, mademoiselle, how near I am to some residence?" "Our cabin is over the hill," she replied quietly, though with growing terror, which was justified, as he sprang toward her, swathing her in a blanket, so that she could neither speak nor struggle, and placing her on the sled. She could not have told whether it was hours or minutes before she was lifted, carried into a cabin, and the blanket unfolded from her, while a savage-looking husky dog growled a greeting. Her captor shook off his heavy outer coat, removed his cap, and with exaggerated deference said, "Mademoiselle, pray remove your parka, and permit that I relieve you of your snowshoes. I do myself the honor, mademoiselle, to offer you marriage." Resolutely conquering her fear, Gertrude looked steadily at him. The man evidently was, or had been, a gentleman, but what must his life have been to bring him to this? As composedly as she could, she answered, "I must decline your offer. Pray permit me to return home."
"Ah, no, mademoiselle, I fear I cannot allow that. As for marriage, as you please, but in any case you must remain here."
"Not alive," she said.
"Ah, but mademoiselle, how not?"
he asked in mockery of courtesy more pronounced.
"It is not so easy to die,"
with a sudden bitter sadness. "There are many ways," she replied. "Here is one." And seizing a dog whip lying near, she struck the husky a sharp blow, and as he furiously leaped to his feet, flung herself upon the floor before him. He fastened his teeth in her arm as his master grasped his throat, and the struggle shook the cabin. At last the man broke the dog's hold and dragged him to the door. Gertrude's heavy clothing had saved her arm from anything but a superficial wound, but as he bound it up she said, "The dog will not forget, and if he fails me, I can find another way." His face, which had paled, flushed a dark red as he hastily spoke.
"For God's sake, do not think— but why should you not? You are free, mademoiselle. Such courage shows me I am not quite the brute I fancied I had become, and also that there is one woman in the world whose no assuredly does not mean yes. I will take you home at once, on the faith of a Marovitch."
She stared at him incredulously and said slowly, "Is it possible? Are you Count Boris Marovitch?"
"Yes," in deep wonder. "That is my name, but how could you know?"
"This letter should interest you," she said. "It is from Varinka. I was at a convent school in Paris with her," and she watched him excitedly as he read aloud the passage she indicated.
"Do you remember my telling you of my cousin Boris, who was sent to Siberia for killing Prince in a duel? It was supposed that he was shot while trying to escape, but the guard has confessed that he was bribed to assist him, and he may be living. The Tsar would gladly pardon him if he would return, his homicidal tendencies being valuable in the present war crisis. And Olga has steadfastly refused to marry anyone else, so—"
A sharply drawn breath interrupted the reading, and the letter fell to the floor from his shaking hands as he looked at her, his face white and drawn.
"Mademoiselle, it is too much," he gasped. "Your courage, your generosity. I insult you unforgivably, and you give me back honor, love, life. I cannot say—"
And he sank into a chair and covered his face with his hands. She went over to him and laid her hand gently on his shoulder. "I am glad you are happy, Count," she said, "and I am sure we shall be very good friends. Please take me home now." They met Bob halfway, striding along with an anxious face, his rifle over his shoulder. "This is my brother, Mr. Stacy," said Gertrude. "Bob, this is Count Marovitch, of whom Varinka wrote. He starts tomorrow by dog train to the States, on his way to Russia." End of section 10.
Section 11 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Short Stories from Life by Various. The Old Things by Jesse Anderson Chase. Like Sir Roger's neighbours, peering over the hedge, I had daily observed over my stone wall a very old gentleman in his shirt sleeves, who pleasantly gave me the role of spectator. A New Englander of the elder type, with the heavy bent head of the thinker, but particularly with the piercing yet so kindly humorous blue eye that loses none of its colour with age, but seems to grow more vivid and vital, with the same ears that steal from the hair its hue of life, and from the walnut cheek its glowing red. Such an eye, to a lawyer like myself, accustomed to look for a human document in every human face, seemed the very epitome of 80 years, a carefree boyhood among contemporaries, in house furnishings, in barn and pigsty, orchard and gardens, a youth that sees already a new generation in most of these companions of his earthly pilgrimage, a middle age forced out of the romantic sense of companionship on the road into the persistent and finally triumphant view of using environment for ends of its own, and then old age free to return and lavish forgotten endearments upon the old things. This or the other landmark dear and familiar from life's beginnings. These periods, all slipping unnoticed into their successors, yet each possessing a distinct and tangible outline and colour, had all had their turn at my neighbour's blue eyes, and the look that comes only at the end when the life has been prodigal of response and of an unswerving fidelity in the storing up of values. That was the look that I valued as a thing of price. It was a day of late summer that brought me more directly face to face with its beauty and gravity. The old gentleman appeared, in his shirt sleeves, but with plenty of ceremony in his quiet demeanour, at the door of my little portable law office at the edge of the orchard. "I am told, sir," he began, "that you are an attorney at law." I bowed and offered him a chair, but he continued standing. "I have come," he said, "to request your services in drawing up my last will and testament, that is," he serenely amended, "in case your vacation time is subject to such interruption." While I was formulating my assent, he continued, "You have no doubt, since coming into this rather communicative neighbourhood, been informed that my son owns the homestead." The kind, keen old eyes took on a look of what George Eliot names an enormous patience with the way of the world. "Everything belongs to John and Mary, but there are one or two little old things that they don't care about. They are up in the lean-to. The old mirror that as a lad I used to see my face in over my mother's shoulder, it's still holding for me the picture of my mother smiling up at me. And the old ladder-back chair that she used to sit in and cuddle me, and switch me too, and maybe that took the most love of all. That's all. John and Mary don't want them. They're only old things like myself. It's natural, perfectly natural. At their age, I most probably felt just so." He paused and looked through the lattice, where the reddened vine leaves were beginning to fall. The young leaf buds pushing off the old leaves, it's nature. Before sunset, for the old man was strangely impatient, I had his will signed, witnessed and sealed. The old mirror and chair were to go to a wee, odd little old lady called in the neighbourhood Miss Tabby Titcomb, because of her 40-odd cats, except for which she lived alone. Little Ellen, he called her, as he fondly spoke of their school days together. Mother would have been well content if we'd hit it off together, Ellen and I, but a boy is as apt as not, when urged one way, to fly off in another and I was at the skittish age. I have never said this before to any man, sir, but I'd have been a better husband to Ellen. Mary was a faithful wife, and better than I deserved. But she was not just aware, like Ellen, of where to bear on hard and where to go a little easy. That's what a man needs in a woman, sir. Ellen always knew just when and where. The next morning, which was Saturday, I was riding down Bear Hill Road as it chanced right past Miss Tabby's when my horse shied, and a tiny old lady with an enormous grey cat beside her rose up from behind the lilac bushes. Bigger people than little Ellen have been frightened by Prince's antics, but she quietly put her hand on his restive neck as if he were only a little larger kitten, and then spoke to me in a soft little purr of a voice. I have heard, and you will excuse me, that you are a lawyer, Mr. Alden, and I have a small matter I don't wish to entrust to anyone here, being private. It's a letter for Mr. Thomas Sewell, to be delivered upon my demise, which I feel is about to take place. She spoke with a little note of relief, as if from some long strain. I took the small envelope. It's just the cats, she was moved to confide further. The little ones and the smart ones will all find friends, but the two old ones, Mr. Sewell has a notion for the old things, and here she hesitated long, while I breathlessly assured her of my best care for the letter. There is somewhat in the note, besides the cats, she brought out bravely. You will make sure it doesn't fall into John and Mary's hands? This was Saturday morning. Sunday, as I listened absent-mindedly to the slow toll of the meeting-house bell, my housekeeper remarked on bringing in my coffee, "Did you notice, sir, it was 86. There's an old man and an old woman, both just the same age, in the village, died in the night. The old chair upon which, when they were young together, the little Tom had been spanked and comforted, and the mirror, still treasuring the picture of the round saucy phiz over his mother's shoulder, were offered at auction and bidden for a trifle by me. I would have paid gold sovereigns for them, but not into the hands of John and Mary. The cats, likewise, sit by the hearth, on which was burned to ashes the letter not entirely about their disposal. And the old things that cherished these earthly companions, the minister himself, a rare old thing, preached a funeral sermon for the two so strangely united by death, and his thin voice, like the tone of an old cracked violin, still haunts me. Their youth is renewed like the eagle's, and they shall run and not be weary. They shall walk and not faint." End of section 11. Read by Amruth, Shivamogga, 3rd October 2022.
Section 12 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Short Stories from Life by various. The Forced March by Hornell, Hart. Intermittently, when the snow ceased falling for a moment, Wyack could see the regiments ahead, black against the white fields, crawling interminably over the hilltop under the dull sky. Wyack was a burly, bearded fellow. These winter days pleased him. He liked the tingle that came with marching in the cold air. He liked the dull, rhythmic scruff of the hundreds of feet as the regiment swung along, welded by its months of marching into a living unity. This was his own country they were marching through. His homestead lay not 20 miles away, near this very road. As he trudged along, thoughts of Sophie and little Stephen kept slipping into his mind. At the crest of the hill, the regiment came to a halt. Back from the road, half hidden in trees that were cut sharp and black against the snow and the sky, stood the ruin of a house. "Just so stands my house," thought Wyack. Behind, among the trees should be the pigsty to the left, the stable to the right. He turned and waded through the newly fallen snow toward the dwelling. Charred beams at one end showed where a fire had been checked by the snowfall. In the yard, beneath the fluffy new snow, the old layer had evidently been tramped. Behind the house, he found the pigsty and the stable. "But the stable is bigger than mine," he murmured. He looked in. A pile of hay was in the corner, and on it lay some rags. The stable was so dark that Wyack thought he saw a child lying there. He went over to the corner. On the hay was a yellow head, the round cheeks streaked with tears. The child was sleeping, but its breath came in little sobs. With clumsy gentleness, the soldier picked the baby up. "Stephen had curls like that," he whispered. As he stepped out into the light, the child awoke. A chubby arm slipped around the burly neck, and the blue eyes looked at him with the beginning of a smile. But in a moment, the fact that this was not father but a strange man came over the baby, and he began to sob, not angrily, but with the worn anguish that gripped Wyack's heart. The company was falling in after the halt when he came to the road. The curly head lay close to his bearded face, and a great clumsy hand protected the little body. "Where did you get that, Wyack?" growled the lieutenant, staring blankly at the sorrowful little bundle. "Leave the kid and fall in," he commanded. "There is no time for nonsense on this march." Wyack started to protest, but the habit of obedience was too strong. Sullenly he stood the baby in the snow and took his place in the ranks. The child's sobs turned into a heartbroken wail. "Forward, march!" commanded the officer, and the company moved away down the road. Wyack looked back and saw the tiny arms stretched out after him, while snowflakes settled on the yellow head. Long after the hilltop was hidden in swirling snow, he seemed to see them and to hear the wail of the orphaned baby. The sun was setting when the army bivouacked 4 miles from Wyack's farm. The orders were that no leaves of absence should be granted, but he knew the sentinel on guard, and home was too near to be left unseen for another 4 months. The stars were glittering from an all but clear sky when he slipped silently through the lines and started down the familiar roads toward Sophie and Stephen. 4 months was a terrible length of time. The passage of armies had marked the country. The great tree by the cottage of Ivanovich had been shattered by a shell and had crashed through the roof. Jablonovsky's barns had been burned. The windows of the church at the corners were shattered, and a great hole had been shot in the steeple. Wyack walked faster, and a twinge of anxiety came over him as he entered the lane that led up to his barnyard. His heart stopped. The thatch of the stable had been burned, and only the walls were standing. His eyes strained for a glimpse of the house. It was not there. A few charred beams marked the place where his home had stood. He ran nearer. Snow had covered everything. Beside the place where the door had been was a white mound with a stick standing in the earth at its head. To the stick was nailed a little shoe. Wyack seized it with shaking hands. "Stephen," he choked, "my little Stephen." After a while he looked up. Looming above him was a man on horseback, who had ridden up unheard through the muffling snow. "You are under arrest," said the voice of the lieutenant. End of section 12. Read by Amruth Kishan, Shivamogga, 29th October 2022.
Section 13 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yoganandh. Short stories from life by Various. Approximating the Ultimate with Aunt Sarah by Charles Earl Gaimon. Aunt Sarah was 63 years old. Uncle John was 64 years old. If you speak to Aunt Sarah about any new fringe on the tapestry of the intellectual loom, she would say, "Oh yes, we approximated that line of thought in 1893. It is near, but not quite the ultimate." If you spoke to Uncle John about Schopenhauer, he would reply, "I don't take much stock in them newfangled cultivators." Uncle John and Aunt Sarah had lived together in the old homestead for 38 years. Aunt Sarah always had intellectual curiosity. She had left the old Baptist church in a girlhood to join a joy cult. She had followed with a mental telescope the scintillating trajectory of William James' flight through the philosophic heavens of America. She had known about eugenics long before the newspapers had made the subject popular knowledge, and she had played in the musty, rickety garret of occultism at a time when the most daring minds in science were sitting tight in the seats of the scornful. But there was a shadow in the sunlight of Aunt Sarah's mental advancement, an opaque spot in the crystal of her mysticism, an unresolved seventh in the harmony of a simple life in the Wisconsin backwoods. She was married. She was married to Uncle John. At 6 o'clock in the evening of 1st June 1915, Aunt Sarah glanced up from reading Bennett's Folkways and Modes as Uncle John entered the kitchen door. Uncle John had just come from performing the vespertime chores. "Pa, we shall have to get a divorce," said Aunt Sarah, shutting Bennett with determination. Marriage is a worn-out convention. It's only one of the 1,000 foolish folkways that hinder the advancement of science among the masses. "Very well, Ma. We will get a divorce." "I quite agree, Ma. Don't attempt logic with me, John. I said that we would get a divorce." Uncle John shook his head. "When will it be?" he asked. "Tomorrow." Uncle John smiled, dropped his armful of kindling into the wood box behind the kitchen range, and began to lay the Brobdingnagian bandana handkerchief that served them for a tablecloth. Aunt Sarah finished the preparation of the bacon and onions and set the coffee pot back when it began to boil. After supper, Uncle John read the seed catalogue, and Aunt Sarah resumed a Bennett. The following afternoon, Judge Thompson, who lived in the biggest and best house in the little county seat, was surprised to see from his chair in the big bay window an antiquated carriage drawn by a retired farm horse drawn up before his cast-iron Negro hitching post. In the carriage were Aunt Sarah and Uncle John. Judge Thompson was on the porch in time to receive his guests. "We have come to get a divorce," said Aunt Sarah with a direct gaze. Then she added, with the sang-froid of one who is wise, "What'll it cost?" The judge motioned them to seats in the wicker chairs on the porch and then replied, "But you must have grounds. Everybody knows it. Incompatibility of temperament." And the judge, smiling, humored Aunt Sarah, for he knew her and the community in which she lived. "It'll cost you just $10, he said. "Make out the paper," Aunt Sarah replied. 1 hour later, Uncle John and Aunt Sarah left the judge's house together, separated for life. Moses, the horse, looked at them out of the corner of his good eye as they approached the carriage. Uncle John paused, but Aunt Sarah stepped firmly into the vehicle. Uncle John followed her and took up the reins. Moses knew the way home by a clairvoyant sense, and he took that way at his own pace of prophet-like dignity. At the door of the old homestead, Uncle John handed Aunt Sarah down from her seat in silence. Then he put Moses into his stall, and when he returned to the house, he found Aunt Sarah beaming upon him through her gold-rimmed spectacles from a place at the table, which was loaded with a supper such as she alone could cook. Aunt Sarah was jubilant. She was living at last with a man to whom she was not married. No longer there was a blot on the scutcheon of her intellectual progress. No longer did a black beetle mar the pellucid amber of a simple life of advanced ideas. No longer could the acolytes, in off moments when they were not engaged in trundling the spheres through the macrocosm, gaze sternly down upon her through interstellar space and say, "Aunt Sarah is nearly, but not quite, an intellectual." The end of section 13. Section 14 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yoganandh. Short Stories from Life by Various. Section 14. The Horse Heaver by Lyman Bryson. For why should you be tired? Demanded his wife, splashing her arms viciously in the suds as she finished the day's rinsing. You have nothing to do but shovel dirt all day and rest when your boss ain't looking. Gwan, I'm a hard-working man, said Callagher. And what's more, I can kick about it whenever I want to without any remarks from yourself. I'm tired. When is supper? Supper is any time when I can get my arms dry and get a good breath. Mrs. Callagher began belligerently to get his supper. Callagher stretched his short legs out in front of him and leaned back in his chair. It was a hard day, he said gently. As if it wasn't enough to have me breaking my back with the shovel and all, a fool drove his horse too close to the ditch, and the dumb beast fell in on top of me. That's likely, now, ain't it? And you being here to tell about it? Believe it or not, it happened. Callagher folded his hands across the place where he didn't wear a belt inside. But I put him out again and went on with my work without taking a rest or nothing. Mrs. Callagher might have tried again to express her incredulity, but just then old Mother Coogan, next door neighbor, thrust a red, excited face through the kitchen door. Mary Callagher, is your man home? Why shouldn't he be? Mrs. Coogan entered and stood, one hand clutching a newspaper, the other pointing dramatically at Callagher. It may be so, but he don't look it, she said. Before they could question her, she began reading from the paper. Mike Callagher, a ditch digger on the new 12th Street sewer, is a small man but a mighty. A horse, driven too near the ditch today, fell in. Begorra, said Mike. Can't a man work in peace? He laid down his shawl, spat on his hands, and heaved the horse back into the street. The foreman thought he had been hurt when the horse fell in, but he wasn't, and he was not in the least bothered by having to throw him back out again. He went back to his digging. Let me see that paper. Callagher rose and took it from her hand. Slowly he went over the story, which the reporter who wrote it had thought exceeding clever. Yeah, he said finally. That's me all right. Mrs. Coogan looked upon him with respect. I never thought much of you before, Mike Callagher, but you're the only man I know that could pick up a horse. She turned to his wife. It's no wonder you're a meek woman, Mary, but you ought to be proud of a man like that, sure. Are you coming on with supper now? Said Callagher in a mighty voice of the speechless Mrs. Callagher. Be quick now, or I'll give you what's needing. Never before had he dared make a threat as if he meant it. His wife was struck with sudden awe. She gasped and hurried silently with the setting on the supper. She trembled and dropped a dish. You poor clumsy dub, roared her husband, towering to the height of 5 feet 2. Are you so weak you can't hold a pot now? Excuse me, Michael, she murmured. Excuse me, man. I was excited. Mrs. Coogan saw with approval that Callagher was bullying his wife and went down the street to tell the neighborhood. In Mike Callagher's kitchen, for it had suddenly become his own, after belonging for 15 years to his wife, a poor, meek, unhappy-looking Irish woman was obeying orders. She jumped when he yelled at her, which he did every 2 minutes to see her jump, begged his pardon, brought his pipe, and looked on in silence when he deliberately knocked out the ashes on the newly scrubbed floor. A man who could throw a horse out of a ditch would stop at nothing. As the new monarch sat in his chair looking contemptuously away from his slave, who was tentatively watching him, there was a knock at the door. Mike's chest had begun to get tired from being swelled out so far, and he let out his breath with a sigh. A suave young man was admitted. After ascertaining that Mike Callagher really lived in this place, he asked Mike how he was feeling. Good, was the truculent answer. No injuries from your little adventure this afternoon? Injured, is it? Not a bit. Not a bit. I'm glad to hear that. I'm assistant manager of the Berg Construction Company. We heard one of our horses fell on you today, so I came down to help out if you were hurt. We thought we could afford to pay a few $100s on doctor bills. The young man smiled pleasantly. But since you are not hurt and are so willing to admit it, We won't have that pleasure. Goodbye. He got up and went. Callagher had forgotten to swell out his chest again. He sat drooping in his chair. His wife was no longer tentative. Horse heaver, is it? She advanced, menacing. Horse heaver? You poor Mick. There goes your chance to be a cripple for life and die rich. She pulled his face up by the front hair and slapped him like a mother. Horse heaver, is it? Take that now. And Callagher took it. The end of section 14.
Section 15 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sarah Angelici. Short Stories from Life by Various. The Ego of the Metropolis by Thomas T. Hoyne. You couldn't get her picture, sneered the city editor contemptuously. Come, Johnston, get into the game. You're not in Chicago or St. Louis now. This is New York. Johnston was eating his bread in the sweat of his brow, but he wanted to continue eating. Therefore he said nothing, but lounged off into the local room, empty during the dead afternoon hours. He was lucky to be working at all. During the couple of weeks he had been wearing out shoe leather chasing pictures for the greatest of all metropolitan morning newspapers, he had been told his good fortune 100 times. He, a perfect stranger in New York, had walked right into a job. The job should have been tempting only to the rawest cub, but Johnston, a crackerjack reporter, snapped at it. He knew that some of the best newspapermen in New York, crackerjack reporters, were carrying the banner along Park Row. The afternoon newspapers were boiling over with editions, black type and red crying out that $168,000 had disappeared from a vault of the soundest bank in Wall Street, and that the cashier was missing. To be assigned to this bank story, to get the chance to show what he really could do, Johnston would have given a finger from his right hand. He sat on a corner of a typewriter desk, swinging one leg, while he raged inwardly at the insolent city editor. Bread or no bread, he could not work himself into spasms of enthusiasm over a near society woman's photograph for a cheap story. He was too old in the game for such child's play. The noisy opening of the door between the managing editor's room and the office of the city editor roused him. He heard the managing editor's voice. Got any line on that bank cashier? Not yet, sir, replied the city editor. But every live man on the staff is out on the story. Johnston flushed as if he had been insulted publicly. How would the old guard in Chicago or Cincinnati retort to such an insinuation against a man who had campaigned up and down the country and had learned the newspaper game as a soldier learns war, in action? He recalled winning out in California, notwithstanding native sons. But to win against the esoteric self-sufficiency of New Yorkers demanded higher fortitude. Where can I find the owner of this newspaper? Johnston came out of his dream abruptly to answer the insignificant little man who had rambled into the local room. He isn't in the building just now, said he patiently. Owners of newspapers do not receive callers casually. When cranks get through the outer doors now and again, it is the duty of some employee to act as a buffer. The visitor lifted a trembling hand to his forehead, shook his head uncertainly, and began to mumble a meandering, inconsequent tale. Amid the aimless words, one sentence unexpectedly shaped itself that set the reporter's nerves a-tingle. Johnston glanced fearfully toward the city editor's office. You want to see the owner of the paper? He asked softly, the sudden thumping of his heart sounding in his voice. Come with me. He grasped the visitor's arm and hurried him out of the local room into the hall, and thence into an elevator. This way, he coaxed, when they reached the street level. He led the man out into the crowded thoroughfare, cleverly sheering away from points of danger, as a battleship might convoy a treasure bark. In the empty local room, time dragged. The city editor busied himself in his little office, glaring at his assignment book, studying clippings from afternoon newspapers, and answering calls on his telephone. Once he was interrupted by a woman who laid 2 tickets for a church fair on his desk and asked to have a paragraph about the entertainment published. "Johnson!" shouted the city editor arrogantly. His voice merely lost itself in the hollow local room. He rose from his chair irritably and peered through the door of his office, but there was no Johnson on whom to break his wrath. As evening came on, reporters and copy readers straggled in. No one brought startling news in the bank story. The cashier was still missing, and there was no trace of him. The local room burst into nervous life, emphasized by erratic volleys from pounding typewriters and hoarse yells for copy boys. More than once as the night wore away, the city editor stepped from his office to look toward the corner where Johnson usually sat. Each time a vacant chair aggravated his anger. It was nearly 11 o'clock when the ringing telephone bell called his attention from the proof before him. He jerked the receiver from its hook. "Johnson, eh? I wanted you 6 times this afternoon and evening, and now you needn't come in at all. You're through." He jammed the receiver back with a glow of satisfaction in having good reason to discharge an incompetent. The telephone bell rang again. This time the city editor listened. "You've got the cashier locked up in your room?" he fairly yelled. All right, all right." Shaking with excitement, he wheeled from the telephone. "Braille, Jack, Fredericks." He roared the names into the local room in sharp succession. Like soldiers at a bugle call, men sprang from desks where they were working or idling. "You, Jack, get on the phone and take a story from Johnson. He's got the biggest beat that ever was pulled off in the city of New York." The rewrite man settled himself at the wire. At the other end of it, Johnson, in his room at the cheap hotel where he lived, struggled to be calm in this moment of triumph. He began to dictate. Near him, well within range of vision, sat his willing prisoner. Not once since they left the newspaper office together had the cashier been out of Johnson's sight. Helpless, hopeless, but with a conscience no longer heavily burdened, the unfortunate man listened now just as he had listened while the reporter, without betraying his source of information, craftily verified by telephone the wandering confession. Clear, and without interruption, the stream of dictation poured over the wire. The story was written as a newspaper story should be written, and when it was told, it ended. "That's all," sighed Johnson proudly. "I'll hold him here till 2 o'clock to make the beat an absolute cinch. Then I'll phone the police." In the newspaper office, the rewrite man had hardly drummed out the last line of copy before the sheet of paper was snatched from his typewriter and rushed in the wake of former scudding sheets to the composing room, just in time for the first edition. "There was never a beat like it," cried the exultant city editor. "I don't see how he landed it." "It's a great piece of newspaper work," agreed the managing editor. "No man in the country could have done it better. Who is Johnson?" "A new man, but I've taught him the game already. He didn't wait for any assignment, just went right out and dug that cashier up." The city editor's voice cracked with enthusiasm. "That's the kind of newspaper men we turn out in little old New York." End of section 15.
Section 16 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Yoganandh. Short Stories from Life by Various. Section 16. The Gay Deceiver by Howard P. Stephenson. The only other passenger thumbed his tobacco into a melancholy pipe bowl. "What's your line?" he asked. "Soap and Christmas candles," I said, and held out my cigar for his light. "Married?" "Yes. You?" And he stretched his legs, drew up his elbows, and looked worried. "When I was making this territory about this time last year," he began, "I met a pretty, wifely little girl, and we were married before I left town. Tarascon wasn't on my regular trip then, but now I have to strike home once a month. You see, I was raised in a family of sisters, all older than I, all unmarried. I could never bring myself to tell them about Edith. They don't know it yet. Live in Cranford on the Vandalia. My wife thinks I haven't any folks." "Well?" he blushed. I'm going to be a father. Then he did blush. I laughed, sympathetic. You can't bear not to let your sisters know? I ventured. He nodded and gulped. Tarascon, called the brakeman. Tarascon. I was on the hot veranda of Croxton House at Croxton some 2 weeks later, when I felt a modest hand on my shoulder. Boy or girl? Were my first words with a grin. Girl, announced the father with pride. Sophronia Judith Rose, named for my sisters. He seated himself, fished in his pocket for his pipe, and smiled nervously. They knew it when I got home, he said. I had left Edith's letter in my room. I believe they had been suspecting all along. Well, they never said a thing at supper, but when I went upstairs, I saw a string of baby ribbons sticking out of my sample case. The girls had packed it full of things from their hope boxes. Baby things they were. I tried to bluff it out, but I couldn't do it. And I told them all about it 5 minutes after I came downstairs. We all took the train for Tarascon the next day. Edith was tickled. Said she had suspected I had sisters. She hadn't, though, of course. So I had to name the baby for them. Weighed 11 pounds too. My, I've got to catch that 9:32 for Tarascon. He pulled out his watch, then turned the dial to me sheepishly. Under the crystal was a tiny slip of narrow ribbon, baby blue. So long, he said. May not see you again. This is my last trip. The firm's giving me a city job where I can be with my family. The end of section 16.
Section 17 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Maria Thompson. Short Stories from Life, read by Various. In Cold Blood by Joseph Hall. With the door of her room locked, Viola Perrin opened the letter which she had taken from her husband's office table. It was not very securely glued, and she succeeded in loosening the flap without marring the envelope. When she had read it, she dropped the thing upon her dressing table and stared with dry, unseeing eyes into the mirror. Her world had crumbled. She did not burst into tears. She was one of those women who cannot weep. The thing that had happened to her left her racked, writhing, tearless. Suddenly, the horror of the thing struck her with full force. St. John was untrue. He was intriguing with another woman, even while he was being the same courteous, attentive husband to her that he had always been. She rose and clenched her hands fiercely. She caught her lower lip cruelly between her teeth. For the first time in her life, she wanted to scream. In an instant, she was hot with anger and hurt pride. She rose quickly and dressed for the street. She hurried. She must get away. She had no right in this room, in this house, in the house of a man who did not love her. Outside, she walked to the streetcar. She had no plan. She did not intend to go to his office. She was simply getting away from his home. She went into a department store and idly looked at some things without knowing what they were. It was a sale day, and the crowd in the store was immense. She came to herself when a sharp cry sounded at her right, and the throng surged in that direction. A woman had fainted, one of the saleswomen. She was a tall woman, thin, and not bad-looking. She had been waiting on Viola the moment before, and had simply crumpled behind the counter without a word. The cry had come from a cash girl who happened to see her fall. They lifted the woman and carried her limp and pitiful to the elevator, a policeman keeping back the crowd. She left the store and wandered again aimlessly about the streets. The sidewalks were crowded, mostly with women. It was getting warm, and the women all looked tired and wilted. Lines of them disappeared into certain doors, and Viola, looking in, saw that these doors were entrances to cheap restaurants. It was the lunch hour, and these women were taking their short recess. The display in the window of one of these places attracted her attention. It contained meats in various stages of preparation and dressing, and a wild assortment of vegetables. Some flies had gotten inside the glass and hovered about the viands. She turned away in disgust. She thought of her own lunch. When she was downtown, St. John always took her to lunch with him at one of the hotels. The white napery, the soft lights, the stealthy-footed waiters, the music, the silver sprang into her mind in vivid contrast to the cheap display she had just turned from. She shuddered. In the palm room of the Briton, with the cool, shadowed comfort about her and an ice before her, the thought of her tragedy returned. She had been evading it all day, putting it away from her, shunning it. But it was always with her, reminding her that her world, the life she had lived, was shattered. What then? She must go away. It would be better to go quietly, without giving any reason. Simply leave. Of course, St. John would understand, as would Myrtle Weiss. But their guilt would seal their tongues. Disappear, and then what? How would she live? What could she do? She was incompetent to teach. She knew nothing about office work. Of course, she could clerk in a store. Suddenly, a vision of what life would mean to her passed deadenly before her. She remembered the thin, tall woman who had fainted behind the counter without a word. The lines of wilted workers, hastening in their worn clothes to their cheap lunches, rose before her. She shivered. For 7 years she had lived in the lap of luxury. Nothing had been denied her. She had the best of clothes, the best of service, the choicest of food, the promptest of attention of every kind. Her home was one of the handsomest houses in the most restricted and stylish residence district of the city. Another thought came to her. No one knew that she had found the letter. The clock in the palm room showed the time to be 1:30. St. John's, she knew, was out of town. She rose quickly and left the room. At the office, Miss Johnston, the stenographer, had just returned from the dairy lunch across the street. She was powdering her rather unattractive nose. Mrs. Perrin smiled at her as she entered her husband's room. Vaguely, she envied this homely creature. The table was undisturbed, exactly as she had left it. She sealed the letter carefully and replaced it on the top of the little pile of mail upon the blotter. End of section 17.
Section 18 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Short Stories from Life by Various. Housework and the Man by Freeman Tilden. "And you live here all alone?" she said. "It looks it, doesn't it?" replied Archer, with a little embarrassed grin. "I have a woman come in once a week to clean up. I do the rest when it gets done. I suppose it looks pretty bad, do you?" She ran her finger appraisingly along the table and held it up. It was covered with dust. She laughed. "Men can't keep house," she said. She rummaged around until she found a rag that would serve as a duster. "Now, please don't bother, miss," he began. "I'm married," she corrected soberly. "Mrs. Kincaid." "Well, Mrs. Kincaid, please don't bother to do that. Really, I'm afraid I enjoy dirt." "Nobody enjoys dirt," was her severe reply. "Not if they can be clean." He sat and watched her. He couldn't help laughing. With deft hands, she seemed to fathom every hiding place of dust. And he noticed that her cheeks, which had been pale enough when she came in, were becoming radiant. Pretty soon she turned her attention to the bed. "Well, of all the messes I ever saw!" she exclaimed. "Who ever showed you how to make a bed?" "You just watch me," she told him. "Like this, then like this, then you smooth it out, see?" "It sure does look better," he admitted. "But please don't poke around in the kitchen. At least spare me that mortification." She didn't heed his plea. "I thought so," she exclaimed. "Not a dish washed." "I was going to wash them this afternoon," Archer said humbly. "Huh! Don't you know it's twice as hard after you let them stand? Where's the dishcloth?" "Oh, come now, really, I won't have you—" She paid no attention to him. "What pretty dishes," she said, as the hot water began to run. 5 and 10 cent store, Archer laughed. "Really? And they look much prettier than mine. Do you know, I think this is a dear little place." "Dishwashing is the worst part of it," said the young man. "Listen," she told him. "Whenever the dishes have egg on them, don't put the hot water on first. Watch me." She even insisted on rearranging his little closet of dishes. She cleaned the top of the gas range. Archer vainly tried to prevent her. She was singing now as she worked. She straightened the pictures on the wall. She averred that she couldn't be happy till she had swept the place from end to end. After it was all over, they sat down facing each other. There was a pink flush of excitement on her cheeks. "And I never knew who lived up here," she began. "I must say you're quiet. These apartment houses are just like a lot of cigar boxes. You know our flat is right underneath." "It's so decent of you," began Arthur. "Listen," she interrupted. "I've had a perfectly splendid time. I suppose I must be going now. It's 5 o'clock, isn't it?" He nodded. At the door, she stopped and said, "I've often seen you down at the street door, and wondered whether you'd speak sometime. You don't think, because I came here—" "I think nothing," he said. "I knew you were that kind of a fellow," she whispered, and fled downstairs. Kincaid came in at 6:10. "Supper ready?" he asked. She threw down the magazine she was reading. "I guess you won't starve. It's nothing but cook, cook all the time anyway. I'm getting tired of it." Kincaid said nothing. His fingers were resting on the dining table. When he took them away, there were little patches of varnish showing through the dust. She went out into the kitchen and wearily put on a torn apron. The sink was full of unwashed dishes. He saw them and was unwise enough to comment on what he saw. She turned on him like a flash. "If you don't like to see them, wash them yourself," she said. "I'm sick of housework anyway." End of section 18.
Section 19 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Short Stories from Life by Various. Her Memory by Dwight M. Wiley. Warrington had really no right to be angry. He was not engaged to Virginia, merely engaged with her in a somewhat tempestuous summer flirtation. Down in his heart he knew it for just that. But he was angry no less, for she had allowed a hulking ass newly arrived at the inn to hog her whole program and make him look a fool before everyone. "Aha!" cried the still small voice, "so it's pride, not heart." And that made him more angry than ever. So he went away from the ballroom, out onto the dim veranda, and strode up and down, muttering things better left unmuttered. Presently he stopped at the far shadowed end, lit a cigarette, snapped his case viciously, and said, "Damn." A demure voice just behind him said, "Shocking!" And he turned to confront a small figure in a big chair backed up against the wall. "I repeat, shocking," said the voice, a very nice voice, and giggled, a very ripply, little gurgly little giggle. His anger went away. "Mysterious lady of the shadows," he said. He was very good at that sort of thing. "Does my righteous wrath amuse you?" He came nearer. He had thought he knew every girl at the hotel. Here was a strange one, and pretty. Very. He decided that monopolizing Virginia had been a mistake. "It's not a night for wrath, righteous or otherwise. See?" And she stretched out her arms to the great moon hanging low over the Gulf links beyond. He hunted for a chair. This was bully. And when he had drawn one up, quite close, "Whence do you come, all silvery with the moon, to chide me for my sins, moon maid?" Without doubt he was outdoing himself. She laughed softly and leaned toward him, elfin in the pale shimmer of light. "I am Romance," she breathed. "And this is my night, the night the moon and I conspire to make magic." He secured a slim hand. The bass was telling. His voice was a little husky. "Your charms are very potent, moon maid," he said. "It is magic, isn't it? It doesn't happen like this, really." Their eyes met. Kong, you take my breath, he stammered. Does your heart mean what your eyes are saying? Don't look at me like that, unless you do. Mean it. She didn't answer in words. She, too, was breathing quickly. He released her hand and sprang up, half turned away. Then he dropped to the arm of her chair. Swiftly, he took her face in his 2 hands. The throbbing of her throat intoxicated him. Love me, he stammered. Her lips moved, a sob more poignant than words. They kissed for a long time. There were footsteps down the veranda. She drew away. She recognized her mother's voice and Miss Nielsen's. She was thinking very quickly. Should she send him away or end it now? End it all now? You darling, I love you, he was saying. She leaned to him. Kiss me quickly. The voices were quite close now. Mother, she called. Here I am. She laughed. But I guess you knew I wouldn't run away. Mother, this is Mr. Brown, and we have been discussing doctors. Mr. Brown has an uncle in exactly my condition, hopelessly paralyzed. She said it calmly. The world reeled. His brain was numb. She was being wheeled away by the nurse. A wheeled chair. God! Good night, she called. A cripple. He had kissed her. Horrible! He made for the bar. In her room, while the nurse was making her ready for bed, the mother said, How strange you look, dear, and how beautiful. She flung her arms wide in an intoxication of triumph. Mother, she half sobbed, all my life, to now, I've been just a thing, a cripple. Now I am a woman. Oh God, she cried, her eyes starry. Life is good. Good. For now I have a memory. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sarah Angelici. Short Stories from Life by Various. His Journey's End by Ruth Sterry. Fog enfolded the city in a drenching white veil. It clung to the windows of the Palace Hotel and shut out the light from the bedroom in which a man sat earnestly penning a letter. It seemed to make an effort at entrance, as though it would blot from the paper the words he wrote. Palace Hotel, Wednesday morning. Dear Miss Arliss, it seems strange to call you that when I am about to ask you to be my wife. Yet what can I do when I have seen you only once? You surely remember, do you not, that one day when you and I met and were held prisoners by the train wreck in the San Joaquin Valley, you said I might call on you when I returned to San Francisco after my trip to the Orient? But you could not have dreamed what your permission meant to the lonely, business-bound coffee merchant who long ago, in the poisonous lands of South America, had shut his heart to women's smiles and had turned deaf ears to the music of their voices. Nor can I ever hope to make you understand what it meant during the long journeying that followed the wreck. The memory of you with your cheeriness, your undaunted smile, and all the hardship of that wreck has brought new life to me. For 8 months I have dreamed of you day and night. During that time I have not once lost the picture of heated desert waste, the ugly wreckage of the train, the groaning, weeping people, and you. A girl with tender eyes, a smile of sympathy for the unluckiest devil, and ready resourcefulness to ease pain that would have done credit to an army nurse. I have dreamed of you in my home, awaiting my coming with your radiant smile. And so, unable to come to you in simple friendship, I thought it best to write first and explain. I wanted to come with your permission granted after you knew that I love you. I love you. I like to write the words. I want you for my wife. I stopped on my way from the station to buy all the flowers I could find to send with this note. I chose spring blossoms because they are so much like you. I am waiting with mad impatience for your answer. Do not regard my love lightly. It springs from the unspent passions, the unfulfilled ideals of a lifetime. Oh, my dear, speed your answer back to me. Say I may come to you, now. Yours to eternity, John Marble. It was 3:00 in the afternoon before the fog lifted. It vanished before the piercing rays of the bright spring sun. At the windows of the Palace Hotel, little rays of sunlight struck aslant the glass as though merrily demanding admission. They poured through the windows of John Marble's room and illumined his face as he, with trembling fingers, opened a note a messenger had brought. A single sunbeam fell on the paper, blurring the lines so that he shifted it to read. 600 Pacific Avenue, Wednesday afternoon. Mr. John Marble. Dear Sir, we put your flowers on her coffin today. She was like the spring blossoms which she loved. They hold your letter to her buried in the depths of their bloom. She has made my life a heaven for 5 bright months. I am trying to bear God's will. Her husband, Morrison Gray. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. Short Stories from Life by Various. Section 21. Food for Thought by Harriet Loomis Smith. Forbes had bribed his way past the gateman and stood on the station platform at the foot of the stairs, his manner drearily resigned. He had come to meet a girl, and he did not fancy the job. "Hang it, man," he had protested when Keith Chandler, his partner, summoned to New York by a telegram, had deputed Forbes to meet the 4:00 train, and incidentally his sister-in-law. "I shouldn't know the girl." "I've never seen her myself," his friend reminded him. "She was in Japan when Agnes and I were married, studying decorative art. Cabled she'd come home for the wedding if we'd postpone it 3 months. Chandler indulged himself in a smile of reminiscent scorn. "If Mrs. Chandler would accompany me," said Forbes, brightening. He really liked his partner's wife, partly because her devotion to her husband made unnecessary those defenses he was accustomed to erect about himself in the society of women under 60. Chancellor's answer shattered his hopes. "If Agnes could leave the baby, it wouldn't be necessary to trouble you. But the little thing's under the weather. Nothing serious, but you couldn't bribe Agnes out of the house till the child's herself again. And you won't have any trouble picking Diantha out of the crowd. She looks like Agnes," Chandler ended complacently. "There won't be 2 of that kind on any one train, my boy." Forbes, immaculate in his gray business suit, frowningly scanned the crowd hurrying past, the rabble of men with suitcases on ahead, the women following more deliberately. Heavens, what a swarm of women! Forbes saw himself addressing the wrong girl and snubbed for his pains. Then, all in a moment, a figure took on distinction, a girl splendidly tall, who carried herself as if proud of every inch, who walked the station platform in a fashion suggesting that she could dance all night and go horseback riding in the morning. Yes, she was like Mrs. Chandler, only larger, handsomer, more stunning, in a word. Hat in hand, he approached her. "Miss Bird, I believe." The girl halted, facing him squarely. He had no time for explanations. A well-shaped, perfectly gloved hand rested lightly on either shoulder. He had a bewildering impression of a tall figure swaying toward him, of a fragrance too elusive to be called perfume, of gray eyes flecked with violet. Then her lips touched his. "Miss Bird, indeed." She was laughing in his face. "You are my first and only brother, young man, and I warn you I shall make you live up to the part." One hand slipped from his shoulder and through his arm. He found himself walking beside her, following the porter who carried her satchels, and listening mechanically to a flow of words which fortunately required no reply. The affair was a hideous nightmare. Mistaking him for Chandler, whom she had never seen, this unsuspecting girl had kissed him before 100 witnesses. Most appalling of all, an explanation seemed an unthinkable brutality. When once she knew, she could never look him in the face again. It was essential to keep her in ignorance of her blunder till he left her at Chandler's door. Not till they were seated in a taxicab did she ask a direct question. This was fortunate, as Forbes had been incapable of an intelligent reply. "How's the baby, Keith?" "The baby? Oh, yes, the little thing has been slightly under the weather." As he repeated the information imparted by Chandler earlier in the day, Forbes blushed to his ears. "Little darling," murmured the girl. "How many teeth has she?" "Teeth? Oh, the usual number, I believe." "I'm awfully ignorant, Keith. I ought to be ashamed to confess it, but I really don't know what is the usual number for a child of 6 months. Vainly she waited for enlightenment. Forbes' answer was a tortured smile. His agonized prayer that she might change the subject was granted all too soon. "How's Reggie?" "I beg pardon?" Forbes' jaw dropped. His Christian name was Reginald. "Mr. Forbes, I prefer to call him Reggie. Do you admire him as extravagantly as Agnes does? Then I see I shall be forced to conceal my prejudice to keep peace in the family." "Prejudice? You are prejudiced against him?" "Of course. Such a bundle of perfection." "Oh, no," Forbes spoke with generous earnestness. "He's not that at all, just an ordinary good sort." "Then you think I shall like him?" The innocent question stabbed him. "No," Forbes said after a long pause. "You won't like him." In his heart he felt he was understating the case. She would regard him with abhorrence. Every moment this deception continued, even though practiced to spare her feelings, added to her righteous grievance. The pain in his voice as he spoke was a surprise to himself. "He must be a singular person," mused the girl. "Agnes vows he is perfection. You reassure me by acknowledging him human, and yet you are certain I won't like him. Or is that because I am so unreasonable?" "Really, Miss Bird." He thought she was going to kiss him again. She leaned toward him so swiftly. His heart stood still, though his mood could be hardly characterized as shrinking. But she confined herself to beating a tattoo against his arm with a little clenched fist. "I won't be Miss Bird to my only brother. I won't. Say Diantha." "Diantha. You say it as if it were Karen Hapuk. Try it again." He stammered out the 3 melodious syllables. He was thinking less of her name than of her eyes. There were golden mischievous lights, swimming little motes in the blue, and her drooping lashes made black shadows. She turned her head, and the curve of her neck was distracting. "Why, he's stopping!" Diantha cried. "Are we there?" Incredible as it seemed, they were at Chandler's door. "Wait," Forbes said to the driver, his voice hoarse. He took Diantha's arm to assist her up the steps, and she looked at him wonderingly. "Aren't you coming in?" "Not just now." Forbes forced a smile. It was possible that they would never meet again, and if they did, her friendliness would have been transformed into implacable enmity. He extended his hand. "Goodbye," he whispered. "Au revoir." His agreeable doubt whether her ideals of sisterliness would lead her to something more affectionate than a hand clasp was merged in disappointment. The door swung open and she disappeared. Forbes went back to the cab in a dejection only partially dissipated by Mrs. Chandler's note next day. Dear Mr. Forbes, can't you dine with us Friday? We have all enjoyed a good laugh over Diantha's absurd mistake. Cordially yours, Agnes Bird Chandler. Forbes' uncertainty as to how far Mrs. Chandler was in her sister's confidence was unenlightened 3 weeks later when he asked Diantha to marry him. He had waited 3 weeks, not from choice, but because he had been unable to induce that elusive young woman to listen to him earlier. She looked past him, her changeful eyes somber and sad like the sea under clouds. I can't say yes, she murmured plaintively, without owning up. And if I own up, you'll want me to say no. Diantha, he faltered. Used as he was to feminine extravagance in speech, her words chilled him. She turned her tragic gaze on him. I knew it was you all the time. I don't understand. That day at the train, Agnes had sent me a Kodak picture of Keith and yourself taken on a fishing trip, and I recognized you instantly. I had a little prejudice against you to start with. Agnes praised you so preposterously, and then when I saw you looking so bored and superior, oh, I know it was immodest and unwomanly and perfectly horrid, but I just had an intuition of the way you'd gone through life holding women at arm's length, and I made up my mind to give you something to think about. The confession ended in a half sob. A tear clung for an instant to her curving lashes, then fell to her cheek. Forbes leaned closer, murmuring something neither an assurance of forgiveness nor an altogether entreaty, but a mixture of both. If it was further food for thought for which he pleaded, he did not ask in vain. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurie. Short Stories from Life by Various. Hope by Edward Thomas Noonan. Here's a pathetic case of chronic melancholia, the doctor continued as we walked among the inmates. That white-haired woman has been here 26 years. She is entirely tractable with one obsession. Every Sunday she writes this letter. Sunday. Dear John, I am sorry we quarreled when you were going away out west. It was all my fault. I hope you will forgive and write. Your loving Esther. Every Monday she asks for a letter, and though receiving none, becomes radiant with hope and says, "It will come tomorrow." The last of the week she is depressed. Sunday she again writes her letter. That has been her life for 26 years. Her youthful face is due to her mental inactivity. Aimlessly she does whatever is suggested. The years roll on, and her emotions alternate between silent grief and fervent hope. This is the male ward. That tall man has been here 20 years. His history sheet says from alcoholism. He went to Alaska, struck gold, and returned home to marry the girl he left behind. He found her insane and began drinking, lost his fortune and then his reason, and became a ward of the state, always talking about his girl and events that happened long ago. He is the John to whom Esther writes her letter. They meet every day. They will never know each other. End of section 22.
Section 23 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. Short Stories from Life by Various. Section 23. Collusion by Lincoln Steffens. The sacred door of the judge's chambers bolted open, and he beheld the light, lovely figure of a woman trembling before him, brave, afraid. "Oh, Judge," she panted, and closing the door securely, put her back against it to hold it shut. And so at bay, she called to him, "Judge, Judge, can't I tell you the truth? Can't I? My lawyer says I mustn't. He says perjury is the only way. And I have done perjury, Judge. So has my husband. And I'll swear to it all in court when we are under oath. But here, where we are all alone, unsworn, with no one to hear, can't I tell you the truth? I must. I can't stand the lies. Yes, yes, I know they are merely forms, legal forms. My lawyer has explained that, and that we must respect the law and comply with its requirements. And we'll do that, Judge. We have, and I'll go through with it that it would help me if I could know that you were not deceived by the lies, if I could know that you knew the truth. And the truth is so much truer and more beautiful than the lies. Ours is. I loved him, Judge. I love him now, and he loved me. And it wasn't his fault that he fell in love with her, that she didn't mean to hurt me so. She was my friend. I brought them together. I was happy when I brought them together, her, my old chum, and him, my lover. And when I saw that they took to each other, I was glad. I never thought of their loving. I didn't think of that till, by and by, I found that they were avoiding each other. I couldn't get them to meet any more. That made me think. It was terrible what I thought. I thought, Judge, I knew that they had agreed not to meet any more because they had discovered that they loved each other. He admitted it when I asked him finally. So did she later, when upon my demand, we all three met to speak what was in our hearts. That was when I refused to have it so. I wouldn't keep a man who loved another woman. I couldn't, could I? And so I said I would go away and get the divorce and let them be together and by, marry. It was all to be clean and honorable and fine, Judge. We didn't know then the requirements of the law. We didn't know we shouldn't have an honest understanding like that. And I didn't know that I had to make charges against him that are not true, and that he had to write me letters to prove he had refused to support me. False letters, and coarse. Coarse? Judge, he. But I'm not complaining. We copied, my husband and I, the letters the lawyer wrote out for us to sign and date back and show to you. We have done our part. I have lived here in this terrible place among these other people. I have been here the required length of time for the residence. I have withstood the looks we get from men and women. We have obeyed the law, yes, and I will come to your court and swear. I will swear falsely, Judge, to all you ask. I must, mustn't I? I can't go on this way, loving a man who doesn't love me, and I can't keep two lovers apart, can I? When love is so beautiful, so right, so good. Don't I know, and it must be pure. So I will do my duty, just as my lawyer does his, and as you do yours. Oh, I know how conscientious you all are, and especially you, Judge. My lawyer has told me again and again that you know it's all perjury. Every time I wanted to come to you and tell you the truth, he has said that you understood. He forbade me to come. He doesn't know I am here now, but I had to come. I think I might not be able to go through with it if I had not told you the truth myself, how we three have agreed perfectly, he and I and she, how we are to pay each a third of the costs. They were so generous about it, begging to pay all. And I want you to be sure we are all perfectly reconciled to the change, all of us, I too, perfectly. And Judge, he, my husband, he couldn't. He simply could not have written letters like that. Oh, I'll swear to them. I'll swear to anything. I'll do anything, almost, if only you, Judge. The judge rose. If, he finished for her, if only I will understand. Well, I will. And he went to the door, opened it wide, and, as she passed, he bowed to the woman with the respect which, till that day, he had paid only to the law. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. Short Stories from Life by Various. Faithful to the End by Claire W. Perry. Embarkation of the 10th London Reservists for France was the occasion of a demonstration in the city, such as had not been seen since the Canadian contingent crossed the Channel. The call for these fresh troops had a sinister significance. It meant the long-awaited general advance from Calais to Belfort was impending. At the quay, where the dingy transports were swallowing up file after file of England's youth, were hundreds of women and girls come to bid a bittersweet farewell to their lads, whose vigorous bodies were to be crammed into the hungry maw of war. Lieutenant Topham, wing commander of the aerial division with the 10th, stood apart at the far end of the quay. He had just finished superintending the loading of his machines. He was watching the troops file aboard, hungrily absorbed in the dramatic scenes that passed, one after the other like cinema scenes, when wife, mother, sweetheart, sister kissed loved ones good-bye. He moved nearer the sloping gangway, where were enacted these hasty tender farewells, swift embraces at the foot of the passage. So swift the progress of the tramping files was scarcely halted, each woman for an instant giving up her soul in an embrace, and the next instant giving up her son, brother, or mate to his maker or his destroyer. Topham was deeply moved by the scenes, but it was a selfish emotion. There was no one to bid him farewell. For the first time in his careless life he felt the lack. He had no mother, no sister, no sweetheart. His men friends even were not there. They had gone on before. As he moved nearer the ship on which he was to take passage for France, and the wild dash and air for which he had been detailed, to shell the recently established German Zeppelin base near Hill 60, there came over him a premonition of death and a yearning emotion. He wanted some human being to bid him farewell, someone who had placed his life above all else, a woman who cared. In his abstracted progress, he almost ran into the figure of a girl. She was standing close to the moving file, and in her searching eyes, as Topham looked in silent apology, he saw a fire that thrilled him. He noted, too, beauty and a band of mourning on her sleeve. Her gaze pierced Topham with compelling appeal. The bugle was giving its piercing call. "All hands on!" With a sudden impulse, Topham stepped close to the girl. "Are you sending someone away?" he queried. She shook her head and touched the band on her arm. "My father, a month ago, at Ypres," she replied. "I am going over there," eagerly explained Topham, "and I have no one. I feel that I shall never return. I wonder if you will kiss me good-bye. I promise you I shall never kiss another woman, that I will be faithful until the end," he finished with wistful whimsicality. Her smile was like a soft flame. Without a word, she stepped close to him, and as he doffed his cap and bent, she clasped him about the neck, drew his close-cropped head down, and kissed him on the lips. There was no time for words. Topham had to spring for the moving gangplank. The bugle had sounded its last call for stragglers such as he. The girl who had given him his sweet farewell was swallowed up in the crowd. Halfway across the channel, Topham found he could not even recall the girl's features, the color of her eyes or hair. All that remained to him was a dim expression of sweet, yearning womanliness, an abstract conception. At the transfer hospital, a week later, Topham's shattered, helpless form was laid for a few moments on a cot. His fall from a great height, after a desperate duel with a German Taube, left him victor and hero, but with the shadow of death hovering over him. Numbness mercifully stilled the pain that had gripped him, and he lay passive. It was not until he felt the touch of a hand, softer than that of the hurrying surgeon, who had given hasty first aid examination, that he opened his eyes. A woman nurse, the only one he had seen so near the lines, was bending over him. He could see only dimly. A mist was over his eyes from the explosion of his engine. Her touch, however, seemed to give him a thrill of vitality. When she moved on, he sank into semi-coma, with the feeling of chill, death bearing down on him. She moved again to his side, and he moaned. The grim grip was tightening. Like a boy, he was afraid. In the world there was only himself, this woman, and approaching death. "I am going," he muttered swiftly, as the nurse bent near. "Will you kiss me good-bye? I can promise you I will be faithful until the end." His smile was a pitiful effort at humor. He felt her warm lips on his, and then oblivion. Topham came to himself, save for the memory of a delirium of travel in motor ambulance and boat, and a clean white bed in a large lofty room. When his senses cleared, he knew he was in England. White-clad nurses moved about the room, in which were many other beds containing huddled or stretched-out figures. At his first movement, one of the nurses came to his bedside. Her keen glance, under her significant cap, spoke efficiency and warm human sympathy. A few deft touches, a spoon of medicine, a pat of the pillow, and she was gone. Topham awoke again in the dark, small hours, when man's vitality is at its lowest ebb, awoke with that familiar depression, as if a chill hand gripping his heart, squeezing his very soul. It was death again groping for him. Only his brain seemed clear. He tinkled, with a supreme effort, the bell at his bedside. A nurse came, her face indistinct in the dim light, and bent over him in an attitude of solicitation. "What is it?" she asked, and her voice seemed that of an angel from heaven. I am almost gone," gasped Topham. "My heart is stopping. I'm not afraid, but it is so lonely. I have no one. Could you kiss me good-bye?" He was halted by a swift movement. She had raised his head, and he swallowed a draught of something that sent a liquid thrill through him. In a trice his feeling changed from that of a sinking, suffocating soul to that of a man whose life was rushing back into him. The nurse was smiling into his eyes. "You were going to say," she murmured musically, "that you will be faithful to the end." Topham opened his eyes wider. That face, the ripe lips, the clear, burning eyes. They were those of the girl at the quay, of the nurse at the transfer hospital. No, of the nurse who had bent over him when he first regained consciousness here. Yes, of all three. A deep flush overspread his pallid face. "You said you would be faithful to the end," she repeated roguishly. He groped for an answer. "In my mind," he confessed, "I did not know you, but in my heart I must have known you all the time." Then she kissed him again. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Short Stories from Life. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Short Stories from Life by Various. Arletta by Margaret Ade. It was on a Monday morning in August that Miss Backbay climbed the brownstone steps to the rooming house conducted by Mrs. Edward Southend in Massachusetts Avenue, Boston. Miss Backbay was short, stout, and 60, and her face was flushed and scowling. "I wish to speak with Mrs. Southend," she snapped at the woman who opened the door. The woman, a middle-aged, quiet-looking little woman, glanced at the card and said, "I am Mrs. Southend, Miss Backbay. Come this way, please." In the parlour, Miss Backbay and Mrs. Southend looked into each other's eyes for a few moments and exchanged a silent challenge. Then Miss Backbay leaned forward in her chair and said, "I have come, Mrs. Southend, to talk with you concerning this affair between your son and my niece, Miss Arletta Backbay. I have, as you know, brought her up, and I love her as if she were my own daughter. She is the last of the Backbays of Backbay. Our family lived on Beacon Hill when Boston Common was a farming district. The Backbays are direct descendants of William I, King of England, William the Conqueror." Miss Backbay drew a long, deep breath. Mrs. Southend was silent. "I have devoted years of my life," Miss Backbay continued, "to the education of my niece. Nothing has been spared to prepare her for the high social position to which, by her ancestry alone, she is entitled. I am going into this bit of family history so you will understand, so you will see this affair from my viewpoint. I have been exceedingly careful in the selection of her teachers, her associates, and her servants. Your son came to us well recommended by his pastor and by his former employer. I have no fault to find with him as a chauffeur, but as a suitor for the hand of my niece he is impossible. Absolutely. The thing is absurd. I have done what I could to break up this affair. I have discharged him. But my niece has defied me. She assures me that she loves him and will marry him in spite of everything. She is headstrong, self-willed, and completely bewitched. She has lost all pride in her ancient lineage. Now I have come to you to beseech you to use your influence with your son. Induce him to leave the city. He must leave the city, if only for a year. I shall pay." "Pardon me just a moment, Miss Backbay." Mrs. Southend left the room, and in a few minutes she returned carrying a large volume, her fingers between the pages. "As I listened to you, Miss Backbay, the thought came to me very forcibly that it is a pity, a great pity, that you could not have selected your ancestors, as you do your servants, from the better class of respectable working people. But of course you could not. You could, however, try to live them down, forget them, some of them anyway. Listen to this biographical sketch of your most famous ancestor. It is from page 659 of the Encyclopaedia Britannica. William I, King of England, William the Conqueror, born 1027 or 1028. He was the bastard son of Robert the Devil, Duke of Normandy, by Arletta, the daughter of a tanner. Mrs. Southend closed the book with a bang. Not much to boast about, is it? We all have ancestors, Miss Backbay, but the less said about some of them the better. And now, if my son wants to go out of his class and mix it up with Robert the Devil and Arletta, why that's his funeral. You'll excuse me now, Miss Backbay. I have my husband's dinner to prepare." End of section 25.
Section 26 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by CPaine. Short Stories from Life by Various. Witch by Joseph Hall. There were two women, one young, radiant, the other gently, beautifully old. But Auntie, it's such fun. The older rose. Wait. In a moment she had returned. Two faded yellow letters lay upon the young girl's lap. Read them. Wonderingly, the girl obeyed. The first read, Dearest, I leave you to John. It is plain you care for him. I love you. Just now it seems that life without you is impossible. But I can no longer doubt. If you cared, there would be no doubt. John is my friend. I would rather see you his than any other's, since you cannot be mine. God bless you. Will. The other? Beloved, I am leaving you to the better man. For me there can never be another love. But it is best. It is the right thing. And I am glad it is Will. You love instead of me. You cannot be anything but happy with him. With me, but that is a dream I must learn to forget. As ever and ever, John. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Richard Stibbard. Short Stories from Life by Various. What the Vandals Leave by Herbert Riley Howe. The war was over, and he was back in his native city that had been retaken from the Vandals. He was walking rapidly through a dimly lit quarter. A woman touched his arm and accosted him in fuddled accents. "Where are you going, monsieur? With me, eh?" He laughed. "No, not with you, old girl. I'm going to find my sweetheart." He looked down at her. They were near a street lamp. She screamed. He seized her by the shoulders and dragged her closer to the light. His fingers dug her flesh and his eyes gleamed. "Joan!" he gasped. End of section 27.
Section 28 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. Short Stories from Life by Various. Ben T. Allen, Attorney, versus Himself by William H. Hamby. Lawyers always get theirs. The hardware dealer on the north side spoke with some bitterness and entire literalness. The check for $175, just wrenched from its stub, bore Ben T. Allen, Attorney, in the middle, and Peter Shaw Hardware Company at the bottom. Peter, by the aid and advice of counsel, had been resisting the payment of a merchant's tax of $5 a year, which the alleged city of Clayton Center had insisted on collecting. The case had now been in the Supreme Court 2 years. This check was merely on account. The check had occasioned the remark, but the bitterness back of it was engendered by another case, in which Peter had been prosecuting his claims for the affection of Betty Lane, court stenographer. Attorney Allen appeared against him, this time instead of for him, and in both cases Peter seemed to be getting the worst of it. But that, of course, is all in the viewpoint. At that moment, Attorney Allen stood by the front window of his offices, his thick hair tangled like the fleece of a black sheep after a restless night, his soul splashing in a vat of gloom. Betty Lane had just passed through the courthouse yard on her way to work. Nature had made Betty very attractive, but her job had made her independent. The lawyer was bitterly despondent. Law practice in Clayton Center was no longer lucrative, although Allen was very dexterous in twisting 3-ply bandages around the eyes of the lady with the scales. The lady with the pencil at the right of the judge was not so blind. The citizens of Clayton Center had developed a spineless, milksop tendency to settle even their constitutional rights out of court. Besides Betty's $7 a day, Alan's income looked as ill-fed as a dromedary in an elephant parade. The young lawyer's heart was so heavy over his light matrimonial prospects that he went out that night with some of the boys and got drunk, and returning at 1 a.m. singing, "It was at Aunt Dinah's quilting party I was seeing Nellie home." He fell off the board sidewalk and broke the established precedent that a drunken man cannot hurt himself by a fall. The breaking of one leg was the most fortunate accident upon which a distressed barrister ever fell. It gave him 2 legs on which to stand in court. He sued the city immediately for $10,000 damages on account of the defective sidewalk. His 3 companions swore positively that there was not only 1 hole in the walk, but 2, and not only 2 loose boards, but 6. Moreover, it was not a plain fracture of the limb. Alan proved by a liver specialist that the jolt had permanently deranged his liver. A spine specialist testified the jar had injured the 14th vertebra. A nerve specialist swore that the shock of the fall and subsequent anguish of mind in seeing his law practice drop away would probably result in a total breakdown. The jury gave him $4,000 damages, twice what he hoped, and the city attorney, having a fraternal feeling for fractured legal legs, advised the city to pay instead of appeal. One bright morning, fully recovered and adorned in a natty spring suit, Ben T. Allen went to the courthouse to get an order from the court to the city treasurer for his $4,000 damages. There was a click of a typewriter in an anteroom. Betty Lane, the court stenographer, was down early working out some notes. Ben T. Allen went in, laid his hat debonairly on a stack of notebooks, sat on the edge of her desk, and locked his hands around his knees, and smiled possessively. "Why, good morning, Mr. Allen." Betty looked up and nodded. "Allow me to congratulate you." "For what?" "Why, haven't you seen the Supreme Court's decision in this morning's paper? You won your case. Peter Shaw does not have to pay his annual $5 merchant tax." "Good!" exclaimed Allen. "No, I had not seen it." "Yes," nodded Betty, with something not quite transparent in her smile. "The judge who handed down the decision sustained your contention that as the notices of election at which the town was incorporated 38 years ago were posted only 19 days instead of 20, as the law requires, the articles of incorporation were illegally adopted. Therefore, the town is non-existent. Its officers have no right to levy or collect taxes, to sue or to be sued, to receive or pay out moneys." "Good heavens!" Allen felt himself slowly collapsing on the table, sick in every organ described by the specialists. "Sometimes," smiled Betty as she glanced out of the window toward the hardware store, "sometimes a lawyer gets his." End of section 28.
Section 29 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gillian Hendry. Short Stories from Life by Various. The Joke on Preston by Lewis Allen. Has the prisoner secured counsel? No, Your Honour, responded District Attorney Masters. Judge Horton looked over the tops of his steel-rimmed spectacles, first at the unkempt prisoner, and then around the courtroom. The court will provide counsel for your defence. Have you any choice? He asked the prisoner. The prisoner had not. He didn't know one man from another in the courtroom. A faint suspicion of a smile showed on District Attorney Masters' face. He winked slyly at several of his brother attorneys, and even smiled rather knowingly at the judge, when he made the suggestion that the court appoint Mr. Preston, attorney for the defence. A titter went around the courtroom at this, and young John Preston flushed to the roots of his yellow hair as he arose and went forward to consult with his client. "Honest to God, are you a lawyer?" asked the prisoner, in a voice that carried. It took nearly 2 minutes to restore decorum. In spite of his embarrassment, young Preston thanked the court and asked for a day's postponement in order to acquaint himself with his client's case. This was granted, and after adjournment, the district attorney took young Preston aside, put his hand patronizingly on his shoulder, and said, "Great Scott, Johnny, give the poor devil a square deal. The only thing in the world for him is a plea of guilty and a request for leniency." "Thank you, sir," said Preston rather stiffly, "but I at least want to know something of my client's case." Now, Johnny, you must learn to take things in the proper spirit. Every young lawyer must have his first case, and he must expect a certain amount of good-natured raillery over it. And believe me, it isn't every man fresh from law school who gets a murder case for the very first thing. Be sensible about it, boy. I'm advising you for your father's sake. We were partners, you know. "Yes, I know," answered Preston. "Oh, don't be stubborn, Johnny. Why, dash it all, the prisoner has confessed." "A great many innocent men have confessed under the 3rd degree," and young Preston bowed rather too formally and turned on his heel. "You get the chair if you fight the case," snapped the district attorney. "You get the chair or liberty, sir," was all young Preston replied, and he hurried over to the jail, where he was secluded in the cell with his client, the prisoner. It wasn't much of a story, the prisoner told. He said his name was Farrell, that he was a plain hobo, and that, with another hobo, he had got into a fight with a freight brakeman who wouldn't let them jump the train. Both picked up lumps of coal to defend themselves, and in the mix-up the poor brakeman's skull was crushed. He managed to shoot and kill the other hobo, but he died before they got him to the hospital. Young Preston said nothing for 5 minutes. Farrell became nervous. Finally he said, "Say, kid, I ain't blaming you any. You gotta have your first case sometime, and so they wished you on me. The only thing to do is to plead guilty to self-defense." "Never do," said young Preston. "There isn't a juryman in the country who would agree to justifiable homicide." "But I confessed, kid, I confessed. What you going to do about it now?" "Just what did you say? Give me the exact words." "I says to the captain, 'Don't put me through no 3rd degree. I killed him.'" "What made you say that?" "They'd put it on me anyway. I thought it would help me." "What was the name of the man with you?" "I don't know. I never saw him before." "His name was Ichabod Jones," said Preston impressively, "and don't you ever forget it. Remember, you have known this man for a long while, and that he went under the name of Black Ike." Preston talked a half hour longer with the man and drilled him over and over before he left him. When the case came up, the prosecution introduced witnesses sufficient to prove that the brakeman had been killed, and then introduced the confession. "We rest the case there, Your Honour," said District Attorney Masters, with somewhat of a flourish. Young Preston put his client on the stand without delay, and had him tell his story of the fight, which was to the effect that it was not he, but the other man, who killed the brakeman. "What was the other man's name?" asked Preston. "Ichabod Jones," replied the prisoner. "At least, that's what he told me." "How did you always address him?" "I always called him Ike." "You may tell the court just what you said in this alleged confession." I didn't make no confession. I said to the captain, 'Don't put me through no 3rd degree. Ike killed him.'" And, for all that the prosecuting attorney could prove to the contrary, Ike did. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Richard Stibbard. Short Stories from Life by Various. The Idyll by Joseph F. Whelan. Let us have a day of idyll, you and I, upon some mountain top, with no one by, save birds and flowers and waving trees that sigh, and crooning winds whose lyrics never die. The poet handed it to the girl with a rather quizzical smile. They did not know each other. He had seen her walking along one of the park paths, and the loneliness of her face stopped him. She read the verse, then gazed at him a few seconds, half amused, half annoyed, then wholly joyous. He read compliance in her eyes. "Rather rude, isn't it?" he asked. "But the desperation of loneliness is heavy on my soul." They sauntered to the gates and boarded a streetcar, which whirled them with 20 other people, equally though unconsciously lonely, toward the mountain. She did not speak until they were zigzagging along a bridle path up the mountainside. Then she unfolded the verse and said musingly, "A day of idyll. A year ago I thought that every day would be an idyll," and the sweet mouth soured in the churn of memory. "My dear lady," he said, "memories have no place in a day of idyll. Oh, let me teach you how to live, 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 if only for an hour. Let's sing the song of nature, which is happiness. Dance the dance of winds, which is joy. Think the thought of butterflies, which is nothing. Oh, there is happiness everywhere, everywhere, even for you and me." They reached a little hillock where a clump of bushes cast a tempting shadow. "Let's sit down a while," she said, pouring water on a rocket. For a few minutes they sat in silence. The idyll had not yet begun. From behind them came voices, and a woman's laugh startled the air and the poet. Nearer came the voices, and the girl gripped the grasses at her sides. The couple swung jauntily past without noticing them, and settled down in the long grass at the foot of the hillock. The poet and the girl were statues. Their faces were averted. From the long grass came the noise of kisses. The sun slipped away. The air was hot and heavy, and all around was the silence of premonition. A bird piped fretfully, and a peevish breeze shook the leaves. The amorous couple in the long grass rose. "Say," said the man, looking at his watch, "if we're going to see that show, we've got to hustle." And they hurried away. The girl rose, walked a few yards, then stood gazing on the far horizon of departed time. Then she returned. "That was my husband," she said. The poet sprang to his feet as though released by a spring. His face was grey as the sky. "God help us both!" he cried. "The woman was my wife!" End of section 30.
Section 31, of short stories from life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by CPaine. Short Stories from Life by Various. Withheld by Ella B. Argo. Every time he had tried to propose to her, they had been interrupted. There was the moonlight night on the beach when a sudden storm sent them scurrying to shelter. Once it was in her mother's drawing room, and callers were announced. He had almost reached the interrogation point, while dancing when a colliding couple made them slip, and for weeks a broken ankle made her inaccessible. He might have put the momentous question in writing, but that did not appeal to his sense of fitness. Lately, she felt like Evangeline, since business always took him out of New York the day before she arrived, and twice illness called her home, when he was to have met her at some resort. The Evangeline feeling was strong tonight, because he had inexplicably failed to keep his Miami appointment to accompany her mother and herself home, and at the last moment they had decided to come by sea. Then suddenly, off Norfolk, she came face to face with him on the deck. She was excitedly responsive to his white face, trembling voice, raptured at seeing her, and they both forgot to make explanations. It was late, but they paced the deck for an hour, and every moment of that hour she expected him to speak, although one passenger walked disconcertingly near them. His love had taken on a new humility, for where once he had been masterful, impetuous, he now seemed afraid and looked at her adoringly, but despairingly, as though at some inaccessible heaven. She fought between modesty and a desire to encourage him. The hours flew, and he had not even sought a secluded corner. She sent away the maid who came with her mother's summons, and lingered another moment for the words she felt were trembling on the lips beneath the love-agonized eyes. He accepted her proud good night with remonstrance, although he clung to her hand as though he would never let it go. "This must be goodbye," he said. "The ship will dock before you are up, and I have to make a dash for the train." No word of future meeting. Almost all the passengers have landed, and her mother and the maid were far ahead in the crowd when she remembered a silver cup she had left in the stateroom. Her way back was barred first by a laughing and weeping reunited Cuban family, and then by the group of men excitedly discussing the quick capture of a murderer who had claimed self-defense in a political quarrel but had run. It seemed the man was prominent, and it sounded interesting, but her mother would worry if she stopped. The emotional Cuban family was again in her way. The cup was knocked from her hand and it rolled down the deck. She picked it up and turned to see him, framed in a door opened by the restless passenger of the night before. Then her son went down in eternal blackness. He was handcuffed. End of section 31.
Section 32 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gillian Hendry. Short Stories for Life by Various. Up and Down by Bertha Laurie Gwynne. Rhyolite Rose kept always her curiously unfeminine sense of humour. Standing in the doorway of the bodega where nightly she accompanied herself on a battered piano and sang indecorous songs with the voice of a seraph, she listened, vastly diverted, to the crap dealer's flights of fancy. "Get your money down, boys. 6, 8, field or come, play a favourite. Here comes the lucky man. He throwed 9. Long Liz, the ham and egg gal." Rhyolite was booming, and Rhyolite was fortune mad. It was Saturday night. Outside on Golden Street, crowds surged up and down. There were miners, promoters, engineers, cooks, crooks, tin horns and wildcatters, good women, bad women, and boarding-house keepers, adventurers all, each confident that tomorrow would bring him fortune. The bodega overflowed with a good-humoured crowd that stood 4 deep at the bar. Around the crap table, was a restless throng, drawn by the dealer's recitative, a curious chant detailing the fortunes of Big Dick from Boston, Little Joe, Miss Phoebe, and many more of the fanciful folk that indicate the fall of the dice. Mining booms aplenty, Rose had seen. For 5 years she had followed them, since she had first appeared in the Klondike, a young girl with a lovely face, a gentle voice, and a consuming passion for Scotch whisky. Each year since then had taken some of the innocence from her face, and set deeper shadows in her eyes. Each year found her growing sadder till evening came, and then very gay indeed, for by night Rose's sorrow, whatever it was, had been drowned in a square bottle. The pasty-faced crap dealer droned on. "Now and then I earn a small one," he was saying. "Miss Ada, your ma wants you." He faltered and came to a pause. A shot had sounded on the street outside, and almost instantly the saloon was emptied. Following the crowd, and still smiling, went Rhyolite Rose. She gathered from snatches of agitated conversation that Sidewinder, the camp's bad man, in shooting at an unbearable acquaintance, had killed a stranger. Not dead, but desperately wounded, the man lay on the boardwalk. Rose pushed her way to his side. As she looked down upon him, her face blanched, the red of her cheeks standing out in odd relief. "He's a friend of mine," she said to the men around her. "Take him to my cabin and send for the doctor." Rose darted into the saloon, and snatching a decanter of whisky, saturated her handkerchief with it. As she ran, she rubbed the rouge from her face. She passed the little procession, and reaching her cabin, made preparations for the man's coming. That done, she dug into a trunk, taking from it a much crumpled dress. Hastily she put it on. The unconscious man was laid on the bed, and in a few minutes the doctor came. He gazed at Rose, astounded. She was garbed in the habit of a novitiate of a nursing sisterhood. "What the—" he began. She interrupted him, and underneath her flippancy the man saw real misery. "It's Sister Rose now," the woman said. "I shed my sins with my scenery. Get me?" The doctor nodded. Carefully he tended the wounded man. "There is nothing we can do," he said at length. "He is dying." "Suits me, Doc," said Rose. He left, and the woman sat quietly by the bed, her face set, her body tense, waiting. In a little while the man opened his eyes, and she saw that he knew her. She leaned over and lifted him into her arms. His head rested on her thin bosom. "Little sister, is it true?" he said in a whisper. "I dream so much. Every night and every night I dream that I have found you. I have hunted for you so long, little sister. Everywhere, up and down the whole world." His voice died out. When he spoke again, it was with an effort. "The other woman, she didn't count. When you left, I went mad." He raised himself with a burst of strength, his face distorted. "It was the uncertainty, the uncertainty. You were so little," he muttered. "I have looked for you," he repeated drearily, "everywhere, up and down the whole world." "Never mind," Rose spoke serenely. Subtly, indefinably, she had become again a gentlewoman. "Oh, my dearest, yes, I forgive you. God has watched over me, honey. There's a typhoid epidemic here. The sisters sent me." The man gave a long sigh. "My little girl, unhurt." She laid him down, and he drowsed a while. Just before dawn he stirred. "Sing, little sister," he whispered. "I am far frae my hame, and am weary often whiles."
Rose sang a song of her childhood. Her voice had withstood the ravages of cigarette smoke, whisky, and overstrain. It rose clear and true.
"Like a bairn to his mother, I weep."
"Little sister," she bent to hear him. "I have looked for you everywhere, up and down."
He was dead. Tearless, Rose sat by the bed a long time. She came to herself with a sudden start. In the dead man's hands she placed a crucifix, and kneeling, with little lapses of memory, she recited the prayer for the dead. Then, as if moved by some force without herself, with eyes staring, she rose from her knees and hurried to the kitchen. She took down from a shelf a bottle of Scotch whisky. With fingers that trembled, she poured herself out a long drink. "Now and then I earn a small one," said Rylite Rose. End of section 32.
Section 33 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurie. Short Stories from Life by Various. The Answer by Harry Stillwell Edwards, winner of second prize. The dim lights of the old pawnbroker's shop flickered violently as the street door opened, letting in a gust of icy wind. The man who came in with the wind closed the door with difficulty, approached the low desk, took off his thin coat, shook the sleet from it, and laid it on the counter. "As much as ye can," he said crisply. "'Tis me last." The broker measured the garment with a careless glance and tossed 50 cents on the counter. "Come once more, me friend. 'Tis not enough for the elegant coat." Pathos did not appeal often to the older dealer, but this time it did. A vibration in the voice exactly fitted the mystery of something buried deep in the subconsciousness. He questioned the other with a swift glance, hesitated, and by the coin laid another like it. The man nodded. "'Tis little enough, but 'twill do." He took a pencil from the desk and with much effort wrote a few lines on a bit of wrapping paper. Straightening, he fixed a steady gaze on the old face, turned, not unkindly, to his. "We have known each other more than a bit. You know I'm not the drunkard nor the loafer. I know ye are a hard man, and ye have to be in this trade, hard but square. I am off for good and all. 'Tis the sake of the gorrel and the little man. She'll not go home till I have her. Send the money and the line to place its spells. 'Twill pay her way home. They'll take her without me. They have said it. Will ye do it?" The old man looked away from him and was silent. "Yes," he said at length. They waited and then shook hands for no reason, after the fashion of men. "What have we been doing of late?" A voice broke in that was clear cut, sharp, and almost offensively authoritative. It came from a third man standing near, unnoticed. The coatless stranger regarded him steadily, his face hardening. He saw a short, rotund figure, almost swallowed up in a fur coat, now thrown open, a heavy chain across the prominent paunch, an enormous diamond above, a prominent curved nose, and sweeping black mustache. An elbow on the counter supported a jeweled hand that poised a fat black cigar with an ash half an inch long. The eyes of the two men met, Celt and Hebrew. A moment of strained silence, and something passed. What? Eternity's message traveled many channels. The Irishman's resentment faded. His lips framed a slow, sardonic grin. "Me? Sure, I have been searching for the Christ. Do ye mind that ye saw him along the way ye came?" "No," said the other simply. "He does not live in New York. You spoke of going for good. Where, without a coat, by the bridge route?" "And it's your business?" The Irish blood flared. "Perhaps," replied the Hebrew, coolly flicking the ash. "And then, wouldn't you rather put it off and take a job?" The red faded from the face in front of him, the pale lips parted in silence, and one hand caught the counter. "If you would come to my place, the Star Pool and Billiard Palace, 4 blocks above the bridge, and I'll start you at 12.5 a week. One of my men skipped with $40 worth of billiard balls yesterday. I am looking for them now. You can have this job. A man who will pawn his coat a night like this for his wife and baby, don't get drunk, won't steal billiard balls. It's a business proposition." He drew from his pocket a fat roll of bills and peeled off a 5. "Take this on account," he concluded studiously, avoiding the other's gaze. "It will loosen up things at home until tomorrow. Here, take your coat along." From the door the Irishman rushed back, seized the garment, extended his hand, but suddenly withdrew it. "Not now, sor," he stammered brokenly. "Sure, I can't say it. I'll say every day I work for ye." "Good, you're all right. Now hustle, my boy." The woman in the room sat prone on the floor, her thin shawl sheltering herself and wailing infant. Not an article of furniture remained, not even her little charcoal burner. It had been the last to go. The firm, quick footsteps in the hallway carried a message that brought her face up and drew her eager gaze to the door. The man who stepped within carried an armful of packages. With her eyes riveted on these, her own arms tightened around the emaciated form she held. "Mary," said the newcomer gently, "ye have been telling me I'd be finding the Christ child if I tried hard. I do remember ye said he always came to the poor and sick first, to the honest and true. Ye know, Mary, me girl, sure it's in the holy name of ye the faith. Well, I found him tonight." He stood silent, his lips twitching and his face drawn against an emotion that shamed him. A wordless cry came from the woman. She struggled to her knees and leaned toward him, her eyes shining with the light that is ever on land and sea where angels pass. "Mike? Where?" The packages slipped from Mike's arms to the floor, and his lifted face blanched with the wonder of some faraway scene, and a revelation undreamed of in his hard, narrow life. And then, with a twinkle in his Irish eyes, "In the heart of a Jew," he whispered. End of section 33. Section 34 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurie. Short Stories from Life by Various. Patches by Francis E. Norris. Van Gilder, although worth an easy $1,000,000 in his own name, was proud to be able to write M.D. after it. He had a practice, to be sure, but it was mostly upon poor dumb beast, made sick or otherwise to suit his passing purpose. This engrossed most of his time and attention. It was so fascinating. This pastime was called research, and being a man of means, he could devote himself at will to it. And so it happened that one day, when on his way to the laboratories, he chanced to see the very specimen he needed for the day's investigation. It was indeed a poor, wretched beast, by the side of a still more wretched human, who was on the corner begging. This was luck. Van Gilder usually was lucky. He stopped his electric alongside the curb and approached the pair. "Mister, would you be kindly enough—" "Yes, surely, I can help you. Here's $10 for your dog." $10? For Patches? Oh, no. Well, then, make it 25. You need the money, and the dog will be out of your way." Patches? Sell him for 25? To get him out of the way? The wretched, shriveled soul seemed dazed. "Why, sir, not for 1,000 could you have that dog." It was now Van Gilder's turn to be puzzled. Nay, more, he was interested. Here was a man wretched, destitute, in the clutches of poverty, yet he said that not for $1,000 would he part with a mere useless dog. Could he mean it? Could a dog mean that much to anyone? Or was he merely speaking in hyperbole? The question held Van Gilder. $1,000. What would he do if he actually offered $1,000? This was research along a new line, but Van Gilder was determined to find out. A trip to the bank, and he returned with 10 $100 bills. You say you wouldn't sell that cur for $1,000? Not for $1,000, would I, Patches? Ya sure? Here's $1,000. Can I take the dog? The sad, drawn face looked at the 10 crisp, golden bills as if in a trance, but never for a moment did the owner waver. No, not for 1,000. Patches and I have seen better days. Comrades we've been for years. He is as loyal to me today as ever, and will not part till death does it. I could not sell my best friend, could I, Patches? All the rest have left me, but you have never once complained, have you, old fellow? No, not my friend. I'm pretty low, but I'll never be as low as that. I thank you for the offer, but I can't accept. Van Gilder, a puzzled, thoughtful man, got into his car and drove off, but not to the laboratories. Like Saul on the road to Damascus, a new light had burst upon him. End of section 34.
Section 35 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. Short Stories from Life by Various. Section 35. The Arm at Gravelotte by William Alman Wolfe. He was an old man with snow-white hair and a patriarch's beard. One sleeve of his coat was empty. He had lived in the village for many years, since 5 years after the Great War, men said. He had prospered. When the new war of 1914 broke out, he was the largest landholder for miles around. It was not far from the French border, this village of which Hans Schmidt was patriarch. It had no railway station, but a line of rail came to it and ended in long platforms in open fields. Twice of late years, trains had rolled up beside those platforms, discharging soldiers of the fatherland engaged in maneuvers. Now, in the first week of August, there was real use for the platforms. For 3 days, trains rolled up in a never-ending procession, discharging their living freight of men in a misty gray-green uniform that melted into the background of grass and shrubs at 100 paces, with even the spikes of their helmets covered with cloth. Westward moved the soldiers like a swarm of locusts, but they left something behind, an integral part of themselves, their collective brain. About the house of Hans Schmidt, sentries were posted, mechanics working quietly, swiftly, as if they had known long since what they must do, laid wires into his modest parlor, connected it by telephone and telegraph with Berlin, with the ever-moving forces to the west. In Hans Schmidt's bed slept a corps commander. The whole house was given up to the staff. He himself was allowed a cot in the kitchen. His house was chosen for headquarters. From the parlor, the general ordered the movements of 40,000 men, playing their part like a piece in a game of chess, in the plan of invasion of the great headquarters staff. Vastly important were these movements. Each corps must coordinate absolutely with every other. Confusion here might ruin the whole great plan. The high-born general was very busy, but on the second day he deigned to notice Hans Schmidt, who had drawn back, his one arm raised in the salute as the general passed him. "Ach," said the general, "you have lost an arm. An old soldier, nicht wahr?" "Yes, my general, I left my arm at Gravelotte." "So, I was in that business too. I got my company that day when Steinmetz lost half his corps. Ach, this time we shall finish them even more quickly. Von Kluck is halfway through Belgium. The Crown Prince is hammering at Verdun. We shall be in Paris within the month." Hans Schmidt listened respectfully, as became him. The general went to his desk. Hans Schmidt, in his garden, looked at the western sky. Flying low nearby was an aeroplane, blunt, snub-nosed. He knew it for a Taube, though no monoplanes had circled over Gravelotte. It turned and flew eastward, out of sight. Still he peered into the west. High in the air something flashed gold in the rays of the sun, shining upward from behind a cloud. Hans Schmidt went slowly into the kitchen. There a hot, smokeless fire of hard coal burned to roast 2 suckling pigs for the dinner of the general and the high-born officers of the staff. He sent out a maid whose duty it was to watch the pigs. Hans Schmidt took a bag from his pocket, emptied it into the fire, added a pile of kindling wood. He went back into the garden. Thoughtfully he looked at the chimney, from which there rose suddenly a thick column of oily black smoke. Straight up it went, higher and higher. "In Berlin you would be fined for that," said a young staff officer, coming up beside him. "The maids are careless," answered the patriot. The officer gaped at the smoke. Hans Schmidt looked to the west. Again he caught the gleam of the sun on metal. From the west a monoplane was coming, flying like a hawk. It took shape. A mile away a gun spoke, another and another. Above, below the monoplane, hung 3 fleecy balls of white smoke, where shells had burst. Followed a volley. Other officers came from the house to stare upward. On came the monoplane. "A French flyer," cried one. It was overhead. It paused in its flight, circled. A tiny black thing hurtled down. The side wall of Hans Schmidt's house vanished. In a moment more there was no house, only a heap of smoking ruins. Amid fused wires, a thing that had been a man, in the uniform of a general, dragged itself, shrieking, till it died. "The smoke!" cried an officer. "It was a signal. Headquarters was betrayed." "Fools!" cried Hans Schmidt as they turned on him. "The arm I left at Gravelotte carried a French chassepot. Vive la France! Vive Alsace! J'aime plus Alsace! Vive la Rep!" A revolver spat in his face, but as he lay, his staring eyes were turned to the west, to a monoplane that was flying home to France. End of section 35.
Section 36 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Amruth. Short Stories from Life by Various. The Bad Man by Harry C. Goodwin. "Prisoner to the bar," called the clerk of the court. The prisoner came forward, closely followed by a dog, which, because it had been evidence during the trial, had become known as Exhibit A. In one hand, the man held what might have been a hat when new. The other hand hung at his side, so the dog could reach up and give it an affectionate lick now and then when the man needed sympathy and encouragement. In answer to questions put, the prisoner said he was John Brent, 27 years old, and his mother's name was Mary. "And your father's name?" asked the clerk, thinking Brent had overlooked this detail. "Never had none," The judge looked up, glanced in sympathy at the prisoner, then looked down again. The famous Von Betz, who had caused Brent's arrest and trial, sneered. Some women present, attracted by the high social and professional standing of the great Von Betz, looked shocked. Possibly they were shocked. Exhibit A moved closer and gave the hand of his master 2 or 3 encouraging licks and wagged his tail joyfully in recognition of the prisoner's friendly smile. "The jury," said the judge, "has found you guilty of assault with intent to kill on the person of Dr. Henrik von Betz. You have had a fair trial. The evidence seems to justify the verdict. Have you anything to say why sentence should not be passed?" "I would like to say something, Judge, 'cause I got a hunch you will understand. I got a feeling you'd done the same thing I did. I never had a father, and the world seems to blame me. But it wasn't my fault, and I will never blame my mother, neither. She was a good girl. I've had a pretty tough time. Nobody but my mother, the dog, and God has given me a square deal. Sometimes God forgot, I guess." The judge leaned forward, interested. The dog licked the prisoner's hand and wagged his tail. Thus encouraged, Brent continued, "There ain't been a day since my mother died that someone ain't come along and made me feel in the way. Every time I'd get a new start, someone would say I didn't have a father, and back I'd go. I got to thinking I must be a pretty bad man until Yip, the dog, fell in with me 3 years ago. Guess he saw something in me others didn't. He didn't ask if I had a father. He stuck by me. He starved for me, and I starved for him. Just see how he looks at me, Judge. A dog don't look at a man like that unless he sees some good in all the bad. I pulled Yip out from under a trolley car and went under myself. They took me to the hospital and sent Yip to the pound. I was in for a long time, and on the day I left, I did this thing I'm going up for. I was passing a building on the grounds when I heard a dog yelp. It was Yip. I don't know how I got in, but I did. I don't know exactly what I did when I got in. I guess I did come near killing the doctor. But Judge," and his voice grew thick from anger, "when I got in, I saw Yip stretched out on his back. They had straps pulling his legs one way and his head another way, so he couldn't move. All he could do was cry just like a baby that knows he's being hurt but don't know why. And the doctor, Judge, was standing over Yip, and the knife in his hand was all bloody." "Go on," said the judge. "I ain't got anything more to say, except that I want you to send Yip along when you send me away. If you don't, Judge, and the doctor gets Yip and kills him, I'll kill the doctor when I gets out, because I've got just as much right for killing the doctor as he has got to kill Yip. That's all I got to say, Judge." "I know how you feel, Brent," said the judge in a rather husky voice. "I got a dog at home, a dog like Yip, but duty compels me to sentence you to 10 years at hard labor, and I impose a similar sentence on the dog Yip." "Thanks, Judge, thanks for sending Yip along. You know, Judge, you got a heart, you got feelings, just like Yip and your dog has. But in view of the circumstances that provoked the assault," interrupted the judge, "I will suspend your sentence during good behavior." "But Yip," begged the man without a father. "I'll suspend Yip's sentence too," smiled the judge. End of section 36. Read by Amruth, Shimoga, 4th October 2022. Section 37 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Short Stories from Life by Various. Nemesis by Mary Clark. The little white mare stirred uneasily in a narrow stall and shifted her weight from one three-legged balance to another. There was no room to lie down, and the warm stench of ankle-deep manure could not rise as far as a small opening where, occasionally, penetrated a flickering beam from the arc light at the corner. The day's work had been hard and supper inadequate. In her dreams there came the taste of a carrot, succulent, crunchy, tender but solid. A carrot such as the little boy used to give her. The little boy who lived along the long street of the hard pavement and the many cart tracks. That was in the days when Esteban and she had carried fruit and vegetables in the old cart and pleasantly had stopped before many houses, often 3 and 4 times in a block. By her association memory, the only memory psychologists allow her kind, she recognized that street whenever she crossed it in her journeys, the street of the carrots. But latterly, they carried other things in the cart, heavy, jangly things, queer, knobby sacks that Esteban gathered hastily, a few at a time, at strange hours, in quiet places. In night journeys to dark alleys and courtyards, the loads were transferred to other Mexicans, who counted small jingling pieces into Esteban's ready palm. Nowadays, there were no carrots, no rest under spreading cottonwoods and chinaberries. With Esteban, there never had been anything to associate but work and blows. Such is life. Far too little dirty water from a dirty pail, roughage for food, with, now and then, a grudging heap of cheapest grain, a galling harness, a filthy stall, work, never-ending work, a child and a carrot, the only memory of kindness. El Paso she knew, not as you know it, its mountain vistas, its blocks of substantial homes and pleasant bungalows, but as her half-starved, rickety old frame knew it. Hard paved streets that hurt her feet, dreadful unpaved ones where she stumbled in the ruts and mud or choked with dust, the mountain winds of winter, the wicked summer gusts that gather up adjacent Mexico and blow it to the mesa, only a few days later to resume the burden and with it madly assail Mount Franklin. The cruel summer heat, when afternoon long, Esteban dozed in the cool dobe, while she stood in the pitiless glare, harnessed and helpless, envious of the paltry, flapping shadow cast by the red rag that floated over the aberrateria, telling, though she neither knew nor cared, that fresh corn was for sale that day. And heat, glare, red rag, dreadful streets of Chihuahuita. Their memory association was flies, millions, billions, black, busy, buzzing, biting flies. Now even in her sleep she heard them. Disturbed in their myriad sleep, the flies buzzed mightily. Esteban's heavy slap fell on her shoulder, and in the starry darkness he hustled her out of the stall and into harness. Past dark rows of dobbies and one-storied shops, jog, jog, jolt, jolt, or rough tracks where the shrieking engines run. A smothered sparrow brought the little white mare to an obedient halt in the black shadow of a freight car. Men waited there for Esteban. There were signs and whispers. What business of hers? She lowered her head to nose a pile of sacks. One was torn. Cautiously she smelled, then licked it. Heavenly! A substance rough like salt that turned magically on one's tongue to smooth, slippery, ineffable sweetness. Sugar it was, a carload, sent from dangerous Mexico to the safety of these United States. In the deep shadow, the thieves skillfully shifted the sacks from the car to Esteban, who swung them into his cart. Something amiss, the men muttered to each other, crouched, dropped from cart to car, disappeared in the black beyond. Industriously, the little white mare nuzzled the torn burlap into whose folds the delightful fodder was receding. Dazzling light, big men different from Esteban, everywhere, in the cart, around it, at her head. Vamoosed! Hell take it, was the word. And will you look who is here? Cried the biggest, turning his torch on the laden cart. Lord love you, it's a haul for a pack cart truck. They sure got this old bone bag anchored. Must be a ton or two on that wagon. Well, men, shift most of this to the patrol, seal the car, and run in this outfit as evidence. The little white mare stood at ease, contented, warm and sleepy, while the big man at her head rubbed back of her ear in a delightful and unaccustomed way. The patrol whirled away. "All right, Burke," they called. "You can escort the cops." "Look out for the speed cop, Bo. It's 4 blocks to the boneyard." Burke swung into the driver's seat, clucked comfortably, and always obedient, the little white mare turned from the freight yard into the dusty road. A strange creature, this man with the big soft hands. No sharp jerking rein, the whip forgotten, maybe he slept. When Esteban slept, he awoke with always a crueler lash. For all animals, Burke had a tender friendliness, and the sight of the scarred, decrepit back patiently jogging between the shafts irritated him, as did the nervous wince the old mare gave when he joggled the whip handle in the broken socket. The idea-driven, grim delectability that she might, of her own habit, deliver her tormentor to the law. "Now's your chance to get even, old girl," he muttered, then louder. "Take me to him. Casa, sique, casa." Reins flat on her back, a full stomach, and an easy mind, that strange association memory said to the little white mare that it was time to be at home, in the dirty stall, with the empty manger and the sleeping flies. Jog, jog, past the sleeping dobies, past the shops, into the familiar alley. Home at last. Burke was gone. From the house beyond the stable partition came Esteban's voice, high, whining, pleading. A shrill whistle outside, other voices, the whir of the patrol speeding townward. Silence, sleep. The little white mare was avenged. End of section 37. Read by Amruth, Shivamogga, 5th November 2022.
Section 38 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Short Stories from Life by Various. The Black Door by Gordon Seagrove. "Lieutenant Townley," said Captain Von D. sharply, "as a spy you will be executed in 2 hours. Pursuant to my custom, you will be given a choice in the matter. Either you may elect to be shot in the customary manner, or you may pass through the black door, which you see behind me. State your choice when the hour comes." Von D. Von the Whimsical, they called him in the trenches, turned to his reports while Lieutenant Townley was led back to the cell. A great hopelessness fell upon the latter. So this was the end, then. All his hopes, his plans with regard to marriage to Cecile were to be swept away. It was difficult to realize that in another hour he would be separated by an unfathomable void from the woman whom he loved like life itself, and trusted like no man had ever trusted woman before. Shot, or the black door. Von D's words came back to him. What horrible fate, which legend held was worse than death, met those who passed beyond the black door? He knew that not one of the death prisoners had dared to pass beyond it. Each had chosen death at the hands of the firing squad. A half-hour passed. Then suddenly a scrap of paper fluttered into his hands. He opened it and read, "Choose the black door. I know." It was signed Cecile. Now the hour for the execution could not come soon enough. Cecile had remembered. Cecile had saved him. Perhaps behind the black door he would only be maimed or crippled, and could go back to Cecile. As the guards led him into Von D's quarters, his heart pounded gladly. In the gloom of the room he could see Von D and the stranger talking. In another moment he would tell Captain Von D that he, Lieutenant Townley, elected to pass through the black door. He waited. Apparently his presence was not noted. He could hear scraps of conversation. "I've always maintained," Von D was saying, "that no matter how brave a man, he will choose a known form of death rather than an unknown." There was a lull, and then the other voice said, "And you are the only one who knows what lies beyond the black door?" "No," Von D answered his brother. "A woman knows." Then he added, with a light laugh, "She was a former mistress of mine." Lieutenant Townley heard, trembled, turned white, then stiffened. Von D was before him, talking. "Well, Lieutenant," he said, "do you elect the black door?" "I do not," the prisoner answered. Von D nodded to the guards who led Lieutenant Townley away. A moment later came the report of the firing squad on the drill grounds. "What did I tell you?" cried Von D to his brother. "Lieutenant Townley, one of the bravest, couldn't face the unknown. He went the usual way." For several moments he puffed his cigar silently, then, "Berwitz," he asked suddenly, "do you know what lies beyond the black door?" The younger Von D shook his head. "Freedom," said Captain Von D, "and I've never met a man brave enough to take it." End of section 38.
Section 39 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurie. Short Stories from Life by Various. The Man Who Told by John Cutler. Toward midnight, in the smoking room of the transatlantic liner Howard, the author held forth on realism and romance. In one of his pauses, another of the company broke in. "Realism," said the interrupter, "is but the word with which those who can see nothing but the ordinary and humdrum in life try to excuse their blindness to the romances that unfold themselves all about us every day. The last time I heard the doctrine of realism preached was in the home of a wealthy New Yorker who declared that in his life there had never been the least tinge of the unusual or the romantic. He had never fallen in love and never had any adventures. 3 days later, in the morning, he was found seated in a chair on the piazza of his summer home, dead from a stab wound through the heart. $300,000 in cash, which he had received from the sale of a block of bonds, was missing from his office safe where he had placed it in the preceding late afternoon because his bank was closed. The only clue found to the murderer was a blood-stained stiletto, which was discovered between the Old and the New Testaments in a big family Bible on a high shelf in the library of the murdered man's summer home. The mystery of the murder was never solved. "The plot of a very interesting story," commented Howard, and went on with his monologue. A little later the party broke up. On his way to his stateroom, Winton, who had been one of them, dropped in at the wireless room and sent a message. 3 days later, at the New York pier, the man who had interrupted Howard was arrested for murder committed 4 years before. "I was once a member of the force," explained Winton to Howard. "That stiletto was never found until he told where to look for it that night in the smoking room." End of section 39.
Section 40 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Giordano. Short Stories from Life by Various. The Unanswered Call by Thomas T. Hayne. 6 months of married life had not staled the 2 great adventures in each weekday of Delia Hetherington's placid existence: the morning leave-taking and the evening return of her husband. His departure was a climax of lingering kisses, admonitions, and exhortations. His return a triumph. Did he not put all to the touch with fortune at every parting, and go forth to strive all day, a dauntless hero, mid motor juggernauts and rushing trolley cars, 'neath dangling safes and dropping tiles, beside treacherous pitfalls and yawning manholes. But ever he bore a charmed life, and returned to his love in the dark of the evening, with thrilling tales of his salesmanship, and of repartee to his boss. Delia hummed a plaintive, childish melody as she set the little round dining table for 2 persons. As is the habit of brides, she laid the places side by side instead of opposite each other. A little shadow of curiosity flickered across her mind, and she carefully laid a saucer on the table to note the effect of a 3rd place. She snatched it up again, blushing, although there was no one else in all the length and breadth of the 4-room apartment where she and Fred, upheld by the installment plan, had built their nest. She resumed her singing, bird-like, in its thin simplicity. Such a song, one could imagine, Mrs. Cock-Robin sang while awaiting the homecoming of her mate. A soft knocking at the back door drew Delia from happy contemplation of the glistening forks that lay beside the 2 plates on the dining-room table. She hurried into the kitchen, wisely remembering Fred's insistence that she must never unlock the screen door to a stranger before she discovered his design. No well-dressed youth seeking to pay his way through college by getting subscriptions for The Woman's Life and Fashion Bazaar could find in his patter the countersign to win him admittance. No grizzled gypsy with shining tins to barter for old shoes knew the magic word to make the hook fly up under Delia's cautious hand. But the man who stood on the narrow porch, panting like a marathon runner, was none of these. "The steps," he gasped, passing one hand over his heart. "Too much for me." The climb the 4 flights of stairs to the Hetherington apartment at the top of the building was a test for a strong man. He who knocked at the screen door was slight in build and looked ill. With quick sympathy, Delia unlocked the door and pushed it open. "Come in and sit down a minute," she said gently. The man staggered across the threshold and dropped into the chair she offered him. The screen door shut with a slam. He shivered as if a draught of icy air had struck him. "Close the inside door, quick," he panted, and Delia, under the spell of her sympathy, obeyed without thought. "It's too bad to trouble you," he said nervously, "but I'm not a well man." Delia handed him a glass of water. He sipped it between gasps. "Don't light the gas!" he cried sharply. Delia had scratched a match, for night was falling rapidly. She snapped out the little flame and looked at him, half afraid. "Just let me rest a moment," he said. "There's no harm in me. I couldn't hurt a baby if I wanted to." He almost whimpered as he looked curiously around the room. "You're all alone, eh? I'm glad you weren't afraid to let me in. Some women would have left me standing out there." "What would I be afraid of?" she asked simply, feeling uneasy nevertheless. "Oh, I don't know," he answered irritably. "Only most people seem to be afraid of a sick man. They don't want him around. They won't give him a chance." "That can't be so," said Delia. "Everyone naturally feels sorry for a sick person." "No, they don't," he contradicted roughly. "Do you know what would happen if I fainted in the street? Do you think anyone would help me? Not much I could lie there like a dog while the crowd went by. The men would laugh. The women would say, 'Disgusting!' I know. It has happened to me." He coughed slightly and finished the glass of water. A faint sound outdoors caught his ear. He stepped quickly to the window and peered out. Starved and unkempt he looked, but a quaint neatness about his clothing hinted at the regular habits of a working man. He turned to Delia suddenly. "I've got to tell you," he whispered swiftly. "They're coming up here. You've got some sympathy for a man, and you ain't afraid." She looked at him and began to understand. "I'm a thief," he said bluntly, and gulped on the word. "I stole a few dollars, and the police are after me." "A thief!" she cried, staring at him. "I have no money." I know, he mumbled in desperate hurry. "I don't want to rob you. I want to get away. I was forced to do it." "Forced?" "We were starving. I'm married, the same as you are. Wouldn't your husband steal for you?" He stopped short and listened. Loud knocking sounded somewhere below. "All I want you to do is to let me out the front door. And don't tell. Say you didn't see me." Already he had shuffled through the dining room, Delia following him into the narrow, short, dark hall. "If anyone knocks, don't answer," he whispered. "Don't light any lights." He opened the front door cautiously. "They'll think no one's here." He turned and looked at her. "It'll give me a chance. Just a chance is all I want. You'll never be sorry." He closed the door softly behind him. Delia stood listening, breathless. Voices questioned and answered on the porch below, but she could not distinguish the words. She felt as if she herself were guilty of some crime. Suddenly the telephone bell on the wall beside her rang with startling abruptness. She did not move. Heavy feet were mounting the stairs to the back porch. Again the telephone rang out against the stillness in the little apartment. She dared not move, but stood pressed against the wall. Through the darkness she could see the doorway into the lighter kitchen, like a black frame. The telephone rang again, long and insistently. Heavy knocking shook the back door, but it got no response from Delia. There was a pause of silence, and then a voice cried out with the rapidity of excitement. "No one's home, Jim. He couldn't get through here." This was what she had been listening for. The noise of descending footsteps died away. Delia sprang to the telephone and waited eagerly, but the bell did not ring again. "Any trace of him, Jim?" asked the desk sergeant as the big patrolman entered the police station. "Nah. Anybody identify the body?" "He had cards on him that gave his name and address. The poor guy never knew what hit him. He didn't get the chance to give up his dough. One white-livered sneak croaked him from behind with a piece of lead pipe. We called up his home, but couldn't raise anybody." End of section 40.
Section 41 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Leah Emery. Short Stories from Life by Various. The Woman in the Case by Mary Sams Cook. Jack Burrows' dog broke from him and made a sudden dive down the first opening. The usual clear whistle made no impression. Jim was off. Jack quickly followed and to his relief saw a big Irishman patting Jim's head. Jim, with unmistakable signs of delight, jumping up and down and rubbing against the man. That started the strange friendship between Jack Burrows, lawyer, sportsman, and Dennis O'Sullivan. Dennis lived in the last house on Grasshopper Hill. It was a little less ramshackle, a little more independent-looking than the rest of the row that faced on a small bluff above the railroad tracks, and its garden bloomed like a rose. Dennis himself was large, burly, rather red of face, but with the twinkling blue eyes and the genial courtesy of the true son of Erin. Later Dennis brought out to the almost palatial suburban home of Jack Burrows rare bulbs and old-fashioned flowers. Jack got Dennis to help him in making his own garden beautiful. As the war dragged its fearful way along, they, strange to say, never even mentioned it, until one day in June suddenly Jack said, "Dennis, I have written to a cousin in England to know if it's possible for me to get a commission in the English army." Dennis looked up from the border he was working on and demanded, For why? I wouldn't like to know. Well, Dennis, you see my great-grandfather was an Irish patriot and came over here during Emmet's Rebellion. But now Ireland needs me, and I'm going. From what part of the old country was your grandfather? Oh, from near Loughney. Are ye mainin' County Antrim, Mr. Burrows? Sure, Dennis. Then I'm your boy, and will go with ye. Jack was rather startled, but on second thought he decided to take the risk. Dennis, will you sign the pledge if I take you? Dennis's blue eyes twinkled, and with a comical smile he lifted his cap from his fiery head and said, Sure, your honor. Both gardens bloomed gaily in the June sunshine. Both men talked and worked and planned in secret for their swift going. At last the letter came. Jack, as gay as a boy, went first to Dennis. Come out of the house tonight, Dennis, and we will make our final arrangements. Ye can count on me, and I will be that grateful to ye for the whole of me life. With this letter held high, Jack, with Jim at his heels, gaily waved it to a sweet girl that he caught a glimpse of on a neighboring porch. Can I come in, Eleanor? He called. The blue eyes gave him welcome. He sat on the lower step and, leaning against the post, looked up at the girl. Eleanor, I am off to the war. The slender, strong hands clenched, but the girl's voice was quiet as she answered, I hardly understand, Jack. Then eagerly he explained how his cousins in England, with the same strain of Irish blood in their veins, were fighting, nay, some dying, on the battlefields in France, and call had come to him, and he must go. He stood tall and straight, his gray eyes flashing, those eyes she so loved, his head thrown back. Ah, the girl felt he would lead his men even unto death. He gave his warm, merry smile. Surely she would understand. Sit down, dear Jack. Yes, I understand. She smiled into those eager eyes. But you do not understand. No, wait, please. You are an American. Jack first, last, and all the time. And now soon, only too soon, your country might need all such men as you. You cannot desert your country now. You cannot, Jack, dear. And Jack understood. How to tell Dennis? How to break the news to him? What was he to say? As later he saw the big man walking slowly up the path, Dennis touched his cap to Jack. Will ye pardon me pipe, Mr. Burrows? Being that low in me mind I cannot spake without it. Jack smiled. I am a bit low myself, Dennis. Well, I had best out with it like a man, Mr. Burrows. I went to spake to me Nora, and she said, Dennis O'Sullivan, have ye lost the little bits o' wits ye be blessed with? Not 1 foot do ye stir from your own country. Did ye not become an American citizen this 5 years back? And sure, Mr. Burrows, 'twas true, the words she spake. End of section 41. Read by Leah Emery.
Section 42 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winnifred Assmann. Short Stories from Life by Various. The Cat That Came Back by Virginia West. Leonard Raymond was temperamentally a naturalist. Had circumstances not compelled him to make a living, he would no doubt have been an Audubon or a Gray. He spent his spare moments studying the habits of the living things about town, English sparrows, pigeons, stray cats, homeless dogs, and so forth. Old man Peterkin, whose wife kept the boarding house at which Raymond was getting his meals, who did nothing but collect the board bills, grow fat, and hold the position of church deacon, had told him that the crows in the cupola of the Utah Place Synagogue had been nesting there for 11 years. Raymond did not know whether to regard that as an interesting item about crows or as evidence against Mr. Peterkin's veracity. However, Mr. Peterkin and the crows have nothing to do with this story. In the backyard of the Linden Avenue house in which he lived with his married sister, Raymond raised flowers, and on Sundays and holidays he would often go to the country to study the wildflowers and the birds. One summer evening he sat in the backyard among the flowers. He was hot and lonesome, the thermometer being close to 90, the family being out of town, and no vacation for himself in sight. Tomorrow, he reflected, he would return to his post of teller in the bank and hand out more money than he would ever own in a lifetime. The day after, he would do the same thing. His melancholy reflections were broken in upon by what seemed to be a ball of fire on top of the tall board fence. In an instant it disappeared, and he saw the long black form of a cat slide down the fence and light in the yard. The beast went to a garbage can in the corner of the yard, sniffed about it, observed that the lid was on, and then, turning the gleaming ball upon Raymond, sprang up the fence and disappeared. The same thing happened the next evening. On the third evening, when the cat appeared, Raymond advanced cautiously and tried to be friendly. The cat hesitated, but when the man's hand was almost on him, he streaked up and over the fence. The following evening, when Raymond walked uptown from the bank, as he approached Richmond Market, he thought of the cat, and stopping at a stall, bought a small portion of meat. The meat was put on the ground near the fence on which, at the regular time, the cat appeared. The eye gleamed. Raymond was wondering why both eyes did not gleam when the cat seemed to fall straight down upon the meat. Raymond sat as still as a stone and heard the meat crunching between the cat's jaws. The animal was licking its chops when he advanced. It met him halfway, and while Raymond rubbed his fur, the cat purred. Sitting down upon a bench, the cat leaped into his lap, curled up, and settled down for a nap. Then it was that he found about the cat's neck a small chain with a tag on it. When he went into the house, the cat followed him, and by the gaslight he read on the tag a Madison Avenue address. Also he observed that the cat had but one eye, and forthwith he christened him Cyclops. He wondered why a person who thought enough of the cat to provide him with a chain and tag should have left him to search for his victuals in alleys and backyards like an ordinary stray. Cyclops stuck by Raymond like a twin brother, and every evening when Raymond came from business, he stopped in Richmond Market and bought meat for Cyclops. One day, the man in the stall asked him if he were a family man. One Sunday morning, Raymond strolled across Utah Place and up to the Madison Avenue address. The house was closed for the summer, but the policeman on the post told him who lived there. Summer was nearly at an end when Raymond happened to see in the paper that the people at the Madison Avenue house had returned to town. Now Raymond was an honest man. Had he been anything else, he would not have been allowed to handle the bank's money. So on Saturday evening, with Cyclops under his arm, he sadly went up Madison Avenue to return the cat to his lawful owner. Boys on the street made personal remarks about the man and the cat, and Cyclops's green eye turned green with wrath as he glared at them. A colored woman of the mammy type answered his ring. She looked and gasped. Before Raymond could explain, she thrust her head into the hall and shouted in strident tones, "Come here, Miss Liza! Bless the Lord, if here ain't your cat!" In a moment appeared the prettiest girl that Raymond's eyes had ever rested upon. She had blue eyes and a mass of golden hair. Though comparatively young and quite in the eligible class, Raymond was not a ladies' man. With much embarrassment, he told the history of the cat. While she held Cyclops to her bosom, the girl explained that she had left him with a friend to keep for her during the summer, and he had run away. She had given him up for lost. "Dat cat know what he doin'," snickered the mammy. who was standing back in the hall. "Dat cat can see further'n you can if he ain't got but one eye." Raymond went off catless. All the way home he was thinking of a way by which he might call on the beautiful Miss Liza. Sunday afternoon he went out to the country, to the woods, the flowers, the birds, and his soul was full of poetry and his mind of thoughts of the girl. That evening old Cyclops was back on the fence. His great eye had a gleam of mischievousness. Down the fence he slid, and straight to Raymond, who decided that he must take the cat back to his owner immediately. While Cyclops prowled about the parlor with tail erect, rubbing against every article of furniture, Raymond talked to Miss Liza. Every evening Cyclops returned to Raymond, and every evening he as promptly took him home. Thus time passed from autumn into early winter. One evening, sitting before the little wood fire in her parlor, Raymond said to Miss Liza, "I don't see but one way to keep our cat in one place." Then Miss Liza blushed and said she didn't see but one way either. Then he kissed her, and old Cyclops rubbed against both of them and purred to beat the band. End of section 42.
Section 43 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. Short Stories from Life by Various. Solitaire Bill by Arthur Felix McEachern. Captain Billy MacDonald was one of those dour Highland Scotsmen, deep-water men, exiling an unmistakable atmosphere of the sea. Past middle age, taciturn, yet there was that indescribable glimmer in his gray eyes betraying a sense of humor. If indications pointed to a spell of weather, Captain Billy habitually retired to his cabin, leaving orders with the mate to "call me if it breezes up," and when the first puff of a squall bellied the sails of the Lizzie MacDonald, named after his daughter and second only to her in his affections, heeling the bark into her lee scuppers, Captain Billy would hastily leave his game of solitaire and bound on deck. One glance at the heavens sufficed for his decision. With him, decision and action were synonymous, and when he bellowed the order, "All hands, shorten sail," every man jack jumped to the ratlines, for Solitaire Bill, as the captain was known to seafaring men from Glasgow to the Horn, was an absolute monarch when at sea. For 20 years the bark Lizzie MacDonald had freighted hither and yon about the Atlantic, and was one of the few of her type which had managed to stay in the running against modern steam tramp competition. She lay in the roads at Kingston, Jamaica, having discharged a cargo of dry fish from Boston, and was all ready to clear for Liverpool with sugar and molasses. War conditions had boosted freight rates, and the Lizzie had been paying her owners as never before. It was 102 degrees in the shade, and at 10 o'clock in the forenoon, Solitaire Bill sat in his cabin at a rickety table, apparently oblivious to everything except the inevitable solitaire. It was not generally known that the captain could more clearly map out a course or think of foreign subjects to better advantage when thus engaged than at any other time, and when the Yankee mate came aboard in a bumboat, he coughed apologetically before disturbing the skipper. "Well," said Captain Billy, looking up in the act of placing the 10 of diamonds on the queen of spades, "what's the good word?" "Nothing stirring," answered the mate, an angular, weather-beaten man with the unmistakable nasal twang of the New Englander. "The cook's the only one of the outfit of them with the spunk of a rabbit. It was as I anticipated. The crew were afraid of the German submarines, and they jumped north on the steam tramp that left for New York this morning." "So there's no chance to get a crew," ruminated the captain. It is too bad that we are to be delayed at this time when freight rates are so high, but I suppose it cannot be helped. We can't sail without men, that's sure. There ain't a sailorman without a ship in Kingston, averred the mate. If we were steam, we could ship a dozen or so of these niggers, but they won't do on a square rigger. They wouldn't know the main t'gallant sail halyards from the bobstay. And the mate went on deck, leaving Solitaire Bill pursuing the pastime which was his hobby. That afternoon, when a slight breeze swept through the city from the mountain behind, Solitaire Bill had the cook put him ashore. He intended cabling his agents that he would be indefinitely delayed owing to a lack of crew. Mechanically, he walked through the sun-blistered streets, past the squat white houses with Negroes lolling in the doorways, to the custom house, where he found a cablegram awaiting him. As he perused the typewritten sheet, a smile flitted over his careworn features. It was as he had hoped, although he had made it a point to never meddle in his daughter's affairs. He had scrimped to give her the education which neither he nor her dead mother had enjoyed, and though he had seen her never more than twice yearly, he had known of her reciprocation to the love of Douglas McGillis, and had approved of her choice. He reread the cablegram. Douglas and I to be married March 30th. He leaves for the front early April. Expect you Liverpool before 30th. Since the death of his wife 15 years before, his daughter Lizzie had been the constant object of Solitaire Bill's care and affection. She was to marry a Scotsman, a gentleman, and one who was going to the firing line to do his bit for king and country. Many a time since the outbreak of war had Captain Billy wished that he were younger. Gladly would he have donned the khaki to fight for Britain in the trenches. His was the indomitable spirit of the Highlander, but though vigorous and keen of mind as are the majority of men of half his years, he was beyond the active service age limit, so he devoted himself to the equally patriotic task of bringing supplies to Britain to keep her wheels of commerce humming. "If I had a crew," he muttered, as he shuffled the dog-eared deck of cards in the solitude of his cabin while awaiting the evening meal, "I could make Liverpool, weather permitting, in time for the wedding. If I could do that, well, that's all I ask." Suddenly Captain Solitaire Bill burst into a paroxysm of laughter. "By the powers, I'll try it," he cried, as he bounded up the companionway with boyish lightheartedness. "Supper's ready," called the cook from the door of the galley. "Get supper ready for a full crew," ordered the skipper, "and will you come ashore with me, Mr. Smith?" he said to the mate. "I want you to round up a crew of those niggers while I go to the custom house and clear. We sail as soon as you get them." The mate looked incredulously. "The niggers can't box the compass even, and—" "Never mind about that," commanded Solitaire Bill. "You get them aboard and leave the rest to me." "Well, I might as well explain now. It's too good to keep a moment longer," chuckled Solitaire Bill as he ordered the driver of the taxi waiting in front of the church to drive to the Liverpool house. "We are assuredly anxious to learn what you and Mr. Smith are laughing about," chorused Lieutenant Douglas McGillis and his wife in unison. The mate, Mr. Smith, was obviously uncomfortable in what he termed his moonlight clothes. Nevertheless, he laughed immoderately as he indulged in retrospection. "I've always been a fiend for solitaire," said Captain Billy, "and after getting your cable I was in a quandary, and sought solace in a game with myself. I wanted to get to this wedding more than anything else, but I couldn't get here without a crew to work the ship, and sailormen were about as plentiful as hen's teeth in Kingston. But the cards gave me an inspiration. I shipped a crew of niggers who did not know one rope from another on a square-rigged ship, but they all knew how to play cards. I fastened a playing card to each of the principal ropes and sails, and those niggers were like cats aloft. When I shouted, 'Clue up your ace of spades,' they were after that mizzen royal in a jiffy. Mr. Smith, the cook, and myself took turns at the wheel. Double reef your deuce of diamonds, and they made snug the foresail to a nicety. All's well that ends well. I never had a smarter lot of sailors. I know the men all called me Solitaire Bill behind my back, but henceforth and hereafter every forecastle hand and the cook calls me Solitaire, or they don't sign articles on the trimmest brig that sails the Atlantic. End of section 43.
Section 44 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lore. Short Stories from Life by Various. Just a Pal by Elsie D. Knisley. Jim Doyle, sent to Sing Sing last year, is innocent. I'd done the job he was sent up for. I was broke and out of work, and Mary, my wife, had consumption and needed food and warm clothes and medicine. I held up a guy with more than he needed that didn't come by it any honester than I had done when I cracked him over the head and took it out of his belt. Then Jim cooked up a scheme to own he'd done it and take my medicine as long as Mary lived, so she wouldn't know, and so's I could be with her and look after her. She died today. There's $150 under the mattress, along with the proof that I'm the guilty guy. Bury my wife decent, and give the rest to Jim to get on his feet after you turn him loose. Get a kind-hearted parson to say a prayer over me, and then plant me in Potter's Field. I'm going the gas route. Jim's no kin of mine, just a pal. He allowed no one would care a darn if he was in the pen or not. He loved a girl once, but she turned out bad and spoiled Jim's life. Tell him, God bless him. P.S. I'm sorry I killed that guy, but I just have to have money for Mary. Maybe I can square it with him where I'm going. End of section 44.
Section 45 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Richard Stibbard. Short Stories from Life by Various. When Kultur was beaten by Lieutenant X. Knee-deep in the mud, the French Alpines, the Blue Devils, as the Germans called them, were watching the shelling of the enemy's positions. Huge columns of black smoke crowned the white line of trenches below the thicket of spruce, and at each of the terrific explosions chunks of dirt, sandbags, and armour plates flew high in the air. In the expectation of the rush, the Blue Devils stood leaning on the rifles, some of them laughing and joking, while others, grave and stern, read once more the last letters of the beloved ones. Corporal Dupin sat down, looking at the photograph of the wife and baby. When hell broke loose, Dupin was quietly living in Canada, and he had come, as a man of honour, to join the colours, leaving his little family on the safer side of the ocean. The morning mail had just brought him news that wife and baby had sailed on the Lusitania, to be nearer to him. How his heart beat hard. Surely he would come safe out of this struggle, though he would bear himself as gallantly as usual, and perhaps be fortunate enough to get 24 hours leave and meet the wife and baby somewhere, perhaps in Belfast or in Nancy. He could already imagine that meeting. He was happy. How heartily he went to his duty today. He caught the voice of the lieutenant. "Here, boys," was the brief command. "You've always done your duty. Today you have to do it doubly, for Germany has added a new crime to the list. One of her submarines has sunk the Lusitania. There are innocent victims to avenge." The Lusitania! Greet her! Eagerly, Dupin tore the paper from the officer's hands. He read and reread the list of rescued. 2 seconds later, there was no more room for doubt, and he knew that all he loved in the world had gone down.
"Oh, kill! Kill the murderers and avenge! Kill and torture! How long would the shelling last? When would the signal of the storm come? Ah, the welcome star-like rocket! The French guns lengthened their shots, shelled the upper line of trenches. A loud shout and a mad rush. The Blue Devils were in action. The German machine guns. Shrapnel burst with a quick flame and little yellow clouds. Dead men fell. But the remainder kept on running and bouncing until they reached the German works. The 75 shells had made a mess of the entanglements, and the main trench was a ruin spotted with corpses. Bullets whistled, grenades exploded, injured men shrieked. From a black aperture, a bullet missed Corporal Dupin as he passed, bayonet forward after a flying man. He gave that prey off, threw a bomb in the den, and as soon as it had exploded, he rushed in. Covered with blood, a German officer lay down. He menaced Dupin with his empty pistol, when, realizing that everything was over for him, he threw the gun with a wild laugh and defiantly and haughtily looked at Dupin. The cold blue eyes of the Teuton did not mistake Dupin's sentiment. To the corporal's dark, glancing eyes they returned hatred for hatred. Dupin thought that the submarine's commander must have had the same likeness. Yes, this man would pay dearly for the cold-blooded murderer's debt. The hour of vengeance had come. Dupin did not strike yet. He found sweet to contemplate the agony of his enemy. He thought of torturing the man. The fellow must suffer. From loss of blood, the German officer suddenly fainted, and Dupin found himself kneeling over the enemy, bathing his wounds, stopping his blood, nursing him as a brother. Another shrapnel burst. The German artillery was already shelling the conquered trenches. Ready for a new fight, Dupin, before he left the wounded officer, wrapped him in a blanket, left him his own water bottle. A last time he looked at him with a sad but proud smile and said, "No, we are not the same race. We cannot do the same things." And they were his last words, for a bullet went through his heart, and, still smiling, but this time very sweetly, Dupin went to meet the beloved ones. The above story was accompanied by the following letter. Dear Mr. Editor, just fancy the shelling of the trenches and a little French officer trying to keep up the morale, excellent, I should say, of his men, to teach them the contempt of death, or rather, to show that he is not in that respect inferior to them. Fancy that same officer reading your Vive la France number of Life and translating it to his men, then looking at your contest proposition and finding very funny to fill his fountain pen and write on the first scraps of paper he can procure a very short story. The author has not the boldness to say that his story is very interesting. He knows, too, that as a Frenchman he does not speak nor write very correct English, but he has sent it to you rather because of the originality of the thing, and to show you that the French soldiers appreciate the friendship of America. At any rate, it is a genuine story of the trenches and a souvenir of the war. Yours most sincerely, M. Constance. From the Trenches, June the 15th, 1915. End of section 45.
Section number 46 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Aidan Garcia, Short Stories from Life, by Various. Presumption of Innocence, by Lehman Bryson. Into the judge's empty office came the attorney for the defense, followed by his client. The attorney for the defense wore belligerent hair and spectacles. His manner was more upright and simple than his speech, which was full of guile. His client was heavy, of the ugly fatness often characteristic of ward politicians. Porcine, glossy genial. They had come to escape the gaping crowd, The attorney was recovering from his 4-hour address to the jury. Sweat stood under his upstanding hair, and he wiped his wrist with a limp handkerchief. Honest John looked at his lawyer with full admiration. "Tom, that was a great speech." Then, as if he might be too humble praise for a politician to give his hireling, he added, "Best you ever made." Tom Jennison made no reply. When he was tired, there was more of a quality of frankness in his eye, as if cleverness had been assumed for business purposes. "How long will they be out?" asked Honest John, thinking of the 12 who were debating in a nearby room on sending him to a penitentiary for stealing public money. "How should I know?" Jennison spoke petulantly. The politician sat quietly, his fat hands folded above the top of his trousers on his negligee shirt. He was thinking that generous public sentiment might avail little, with the 12 men now busy with his destiny. He sighed tremulously. "You're not worried, are you?" "No, I guess not. I'm all right." The composure of the politician began to desert him. He flushed and sighed and slapped at flies. His jaw relaxed and slid down. His hands trembled. "Tom," he began, "what are the chances?" "I don't know. Scared? I'm a little nervous, that's all." Jennison had loved the fight for its own sake. Spectators supposed he defended Honest John only to earn his huge hire. That had not been all his motive. It had not occurred to him before that his client was not courageous as himself. He supported the presumption of innocence, and pitted himself against machinery of prosecutor and court. But if this client was a coward, his fight seemed suddenly unworthy. Honest John's puffy eyes filled with tears. "You've been a good friend to me, Tom." "Oh, cut that!" "Yes, you have. I appreciate it." Jennison, looking at him, wondered what he could have ever thought this man a friend, or worth an effort to save. The wretched face sickened him. "You're the only man who knows how I feel." His client was trying to explain his collapse. "I can't face guilty. I know he'd keep up the fight as long as I kept up the money." His attorney winced. "But I couldn't stand another trial. I'm ready for him." "Ready how?" "I've got it here." Honest John tapped his chest, then drew out a narrow pillbox. Contempt came back into Jennison's eyes. "What are you telling me for? Go tell someone who'd care." "I don't know what you mean, Tom." "Oh, yes, you do. You'd never take that stuff. You haven't the nerve. You're stalling for sympathy." The politician turned to an ice water stand and dropped 2 tablets into a glass of water. He said with tremendous bravado, "All right, here goes." "You might as well drink it," answered the attorney. "God knows you're guilty. You'll pay for it sometime." The glass went halfway to Honest John's lips and then back to the stand. "Oh, wait. I thought so. You'll wait until you're behind bars and then you'll wish you'd taken your medicine." Jennison spoke as if it had been his professional advice to the client to drink the potion. "It takes a man to quit when his game's up. I suppose in a way I'm as dishonest as you. But there's a chance for me to clean up, because I'm not afraid. If I thought the name helping you has given me would stick, I'd be glad to take your poison." They heard a shuffling of feet in the courtroom. "There's an officer announcing that they've reached a verdict," said Jennison. He looked his client in the eyes and added, "I hope it's guilty." "Why? I don't... What's the matter? I'll pay you." Jennison blazed. "Yes, you'll pay. It's all money to you. You think if I'd known you for a coward I'd have made this fight? I hate myself now to think I ever took your money." His client looked at him in stupid silence. "And let me tell you something else. You're the last thief I'll work for. I'm done with keeping your kind out of jail." Huge self-disgust overwhelmed him. "I'll never take another cent of Quick's money as long as I live, so help me God." They heard the slow procession of the jury filing into the court to deliver the speedy verdict. Jennison felt his soul crawling with shame. A convulsive sigh made him turn. Honest John had raised the glass to his lips. His eyes bulged with fear, and he spilled half the liquid on his shirt. Before Jennison could reach him, he had swallowed it. Horror held the attorney for an instant. Then he burst through the doorway into the courtroom. A lank man in the jury box smiled as he entered. That meant not guilty. Without noticing the attorney's ghastly excitement, the judge said, "If the respondent will return, the verdict will be delivered." Jennison controlled himself and stood straight. "If your honor please," he said. "If your honor please." He could only point through the doorway at Honest John's body, straddled in a chair. "The respondent has delivered his own verdict." End of section 46. Aiden Garcia, San Antonio, Texas. 2022.
Section 47 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. Short Stories from Life by Various. Section 47, A Mexican Vivandier by H.C. Washburn. Night had fallen on the third day at Veracruz, and from Navy headquarters the commanding officer, his orders snapping like wireless, was directing the cleanup of snipers. "Lawrence," he said, "you'll find 6 machine guns buried in boxes, backyard of number 17 Avenida Cortez." As Lieutenant Lawrence left headquarters with his squad, Ensign McHenry came in and reported, "McHenry, you're next. This is Gonzalez, who knows where you can round up Fernando Diaz. Get Diaz tonight." McHenry started at once with Gonzalez, listening to his flood of directions. The Mexican smiled in spite of himself at the American's burst of speed, but kept up with him easily. They turned corners into filthy by-streets leading to the market space. At the entrance to a dark alley, Gonzalez stepped aside. "After you, senor." When the white uniform entered the shadow of an awning, Gonzalez whipped out his revolver and fired point blank into the officer's back. Flinging away his weapon, he ran to number 17, Calle de Zamora, and whistled. Pava, ven acá. I have shot an American officer. The Marines are hunting for our machine guns. I said Avenida Cortez, but that dog, Vicente, who betrayed us, will lead the Americans here. "Let them come," said La Pava. She bolted the door as he stepped in. "What name did you give?" "Emilio Gonzalez." "Listen, Fernando, don't stay a minute. Let me think. What if I cut your head a very little so?" He winced under the knife, and she kissed him. "See, it bleeds enough on this bandage, which will hide your face. Quick, to the military hospital. Sleep there, safe among hundreds of our wounded. Go." Meanwhile, Vicente, the informer, had followed Diaz. Hearing the shot and finding McHenry wounded, he scurried to headquarters. The news went to Lawrence, who took his squad, on the double, to Calle de Zamora. Rifle butts shattered the door, and Lawrence, automatic in hand, led the men in with fixed bayonets. La Pava, the beautiful Azteca, stood facing the bright steel, a thin wisp of smoke drifting from her cigarette. "Buenas noches, senor." "You have 6 machine guns. Where are they?" Lawrence looked at his wristwatch. "I give you 3 minutes to answer." La Pava had faced death before. A crack shot, riding in advance of Villa's army. She had drawn the enemy's fire, had stolen plans, food, money. She had sold herself to the opposing general and learned his strategy. She was a scout, a spy, a harlot, a patriot. Now she gazed innocently, admiringly at the young lieutenant. His men, fascinated, unconsciously lowered their rifles. "Senor," she pleaded, "you will do me a great wrong if you shoot, for I have no guns. Someone has lied. Search, and you will see." The Marines turned the place inside out. When Lawrence asked La Pava to take him into the courtyard, she showed no hesitation, and his flashlight told him the ground had not been disturbed. Stooping over, he caught the gleam of a knife, and in the same breath twisted it out of her fingers. "You are quick, senor, but some day I will get you, you who would not take my word." The sergeant returned and reported, "I can find nothing, sir." Then, seeing the knife, he added, "Put her in irons, sir." Lawrence knew her breed. She would be flattered by handcuffs and would consider him a weakling. "No, sergeant, the lady will walk with me." Through the streets to prison. Wafting a powerful scent of perfumed powder, she walked at Lawrence's side, using her eyes with that dazzling effect known only to women of the tropics. He would confront her with Vicente, Lawrence thought, but as the battlements of Ulloa Castle came in sight, the place of executions suggested another idea. Halt! He formed a firing platoon and blindfolded the prisoner. Thinking of Vicente's story of the guns, he asserted, as if he meant it, "With my own eyes, during the fighting, I saw your gun boxes taken from the arsenal. Where are they now?" La Pava gave no answer. She folded her arms and held her head proudly. "Ready. Aim." Lawrence raised the muzzle of the sergeant's gun. The men, following this lead, aimed high. "Squad." It was too much, even for La Pava. She dropped to her knees. "Wait, senor. I will tell all, on one so small condition, that you spare the life of Emilio Gonzalez. If not, you can kill me. On your word as an officer, save him, and let me see him, and by the Blessed Virgin I will tell you the truth." "Where is this man?" "He is in the military hospital." "I will do all I can for Gonzalez. I'll take you to him. Now, where are the guns?" "They are buried in the patio in front of my house." Even then she smiled. "Remember," he warned, removing the blindfold, "if you have lied, you will be shot. Sergeant, look for them. Report to me at the hospital." As the men marched off, Vicente, the ubiquitous, who had trailed La Pava, emerged from the shadow of a doorway. La Pava, whom nothing seemed to startle, sneered at him. Lawrence gripped his automatic, recognized Vicente, and thereupon wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Senor," whined the beast, "her lover's name is not Gonzalez, but Diaz, the traitor." La Pava glared at him murderously. "It was Diaz," Vicente added with unction, "who shot the officer in the back." "You gave me your word," she began, turning to Lawrence. "To save Emilio Gonzalez," he reminded her. "True, my captain, alas." Her black lashes drooped over a message of love. "But will you set me free when I see the guns?" Furious, she sprang at Vicente, who stepped back. Haughtily she faced him and spoke shrilly in an Indian dialect. Despite this, her manner reassured Lawrence. Apparently, she was in a mad rage. In reality, she was telling Vicente to take the underground passage from Ulloa Castle to the hospital and warn Diaz. "Do this," she was saying, "and I'll see no more of Fernando. You will have me, you alone, for life." She ended with what seemed a torrent of invective. Vicente played his part, with his heart afire. He seemed to Lawrence merely scornful. "Hasta la vista, senor." Vicente, triumphant, sauntered toward the castle. "Ugh," said La Pava with deep loathing, "he is but carrion. Because I do not give myself to him, he would destroy his rival." She shrugged her shoulders. "Will you take me to the hospital?" "We are going there now." "I am very tired," she sighed, leaning against him. "I grow faint." They walked slowly, Lawrence giving her the support of his arm. Finally, nearing the hospital, they turned into a plaza where the street lamp had been shot down. In a flash, La Pava swung under his arm, drew his pistol, wrenched herself away, and covered him. "Ah, you are not so quick this time. Don't move. You Americans say you will shoot, and you do not shoot." She fired twice, rapidly, over his head. "But I have still 4 shots, and I am a Mexican." A mounted figure leading a second horse whirled up and reined in with a jolt. Fernando Diaz showed his white teeth, smiling cordially as he took the automatic from his mistress and leveled it at Lawrence. "What say you, querida?" "I finished Vicente. Shall I do away with this gringo?" La Pava mounted as Diaz spoke. "Let him live," she said, "for he is a brave man." "Adios, senor. The machine guns are safe through the lines. Take my advice, teniente, and never trust a woman. Diaz's spurs dug deep and sparks flew from the cobbles. Unless, La Pava laughed back through the darkness, unless, Senor, she loves you. End of section 47.
Section 48 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Henny Udtuhan. Short Stories from Life by Various. Mother's Birthday Present by Carrie Seaver. Lizzie was sitting in a corner, counting her money. 35, Kitty! 35 cents! When Lizzie's mother was away washing, she made her kitten her confidant. Talk about Mom'll be surprised when she gets this birthday present. My, third one I'm giving her. When I was 5, I gave her peanut candy. Only she didn't come home till the peanuts were picked out. Second time, I gave her a blue hair ribbon. Blue looks nice on my red hair. Now I'm 7, now twice 7, and I won't have these freckles, and long skirt'll cover my skinny legs, and... She continued, getting up and trying to stand dignifiedly. My name'll be Elizabeth. Then I'll give Mama an album. So long, Kitty. Out of the door she skipped, and down the alley toward the market. She forgot about the market when she reached the corner of the alley, for there stood a cart loaded with clocks, vases, jewelry, everything to satisfy one's birthday wish, even an album. Lizzie joined the crowd that had gathered to hear what the owner of these articles had to say. She listened a moment, and then danced for joy. The man, who seemed to be all stomach and voice, was actually inviting them to take a $25 watch for 5 cents. Now, ladies and gentlemen, said the stomach and voice, any article on this counter for 5 cents. Every piece of chewing gum wins something. You want to try, mister? Now, folks, watch him read the name 010. These handsome presents from the slip of paper around that gum. Gold-handled umbrella? Here you are. Who's gonna win the other one? Nothing fakey. That's right. Try your luck. To a man who was edging to the front. Diamond stud? You're lucky. Only a few more diamond studs left. Next. Anyone else? Don't stop 'cause you want an umbrella. That's it. What you got now? Oh, gold bracelet? 5 rubies and 4 emeralds in it, ladies and gents. Lizzie began to realize that she wasn't dreaming. 3 prizes gone already. Lady, don't you want this linen tablecloth? $15 retail. Or this album that plays music when you're looking at your loved ones. Lizzie gasped. There was only one album. I want to win the album, she shouted. Come right up with your nickel. Here's a gal knows a good thing, even if she did swallow 2 teeth. Had this remark been made about Lizzie's teeth at another time, she would have fired a red-headed retort, but now she thought of only the album. She exchanged her 5 pennies for the gum, and with trembling fingers unrolled the tissue paper, and let the stomach and voice read the name from the slip of paper. Lead pencil was announced. Poor Lizzie's heart sank, and the stomach and voice was telling the crowd that there were a few pencils in the lot, and showed them a box containing 5 pencils. At this, Lizzie cheered up. She decided that if no one else won these pencils, and she was unlucky 5 more times, she would still have 5 cents left, with which to win the album. She won 5 more pencils, had given a last look at the last 5 pennies, unrolled the slip of paper, and given it to her nearest neighbor to read. Lead pencil was read. Since they ain't no more pencils, I'll take the album, announced Lizzie triumphantly. Got more, Sissy,
said the stomach-and voice, taking a few from his pocket and placing them in the box, handing one to Lizzie. The crowd jeered and left. Lizzie was too dazed to go, and sitting on a soapbox in the alley, stared at the album. She heard the shrill whistle the stomach-and voice gave, and a few minutes later saw the winners appear, returning the articles they had won. She wondered why they did this, and as a new crowd was coming, drew closer to the cart. She listened again to the same harangue, and saw the umbrella winner take another chance. She gave a start when he thundered umbrella. She saw through the performance, and her cheeks glowed with indignation.
"Ladies and gentlemen," she screamed, "this is a fake business. That man won an umbrella and brought it back, and so did the other man."
By this time, she was out of reach of the stomach-and voice, who threatened to knock 2 more teeth down her throat. But Lizzie's voice was not out of reach, and the crowd could hear her yelling,
"Everybody else wins penny lead pencils."
The crowd laughed and left. Lizzie waited for the next crowd, and coming from her hiding place, gave them the same information. After the crowd had gone, the stomach-and voice caught Lizzie, who, while trying to free herself from his grasp, bumped her lip, and the blood oozed from her tender gum.
"Policeman! Policeman, help!"
she screamed. Seeing the people in the neighborhood coming to Lizzie's rescue, the stomach-and voice promised to return her money if she would keep quiet.
"I'm gonna tell 'em all you knocked my teeth out unless you give me the album,"
snapped Lizzie. "All right," meekly answered the stomach-and voice, who had been colored by this time, but was released when the man received Lizzie's invitation to come up the alley and see her album.
"Goodbye, mister. Thanks awfully for the gum and pencils, too."
And away she ran, the album in her arms. When in the room, she locked the door for fear the album would be taken away.
"Kitty, look! An album! And me only 7. They'll just have to call me Elizabeth, freckles and legs and all."
End of section 48.
Section 49 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nicole Mahoney. Short Stories from Life by Various. Red Blood or Blue by E. Montgomery. Dear Lou, this is the last letter I shall write to you. For tomorrow, I begin the final stage of my transition. At 4 o'clock, I shall become a lady. To be sure, you and I will know that I am only an imitation, but with an 18-karat setting, everyone else will take me for the real thing. Lou, I've been wondering how many generations it will take to make a real lady. My daughter perhaps will be one, and if not, then her daughter. But I will always be an imitation. My grandmother did days' work to give my mother a schooling, and my mother helped in the shop so that I could have dancing lessons before I was 6. I can't disappoint them, and I can't shirk my duty toward my children yet to be born. They stretch out their hands to me, asking I know not what. So tomorrow I give them a gentleman father. Yes, Lou, he is a little man, not much higher than my shoulder, and he is fat and jaded and old, but he has a name which can unlock the Holy of Holies in New York, and I may enter it with him, for I shall be his wife. They tell me I should be proud of my conquest, and I am, for it is not my gold alone which has ensnared him, but myself, and I am beautiful, Lou. It is 3 years since you have seen me, and I grow lovelier every day. I am tall, divinely tall, slender of hip, and full of bosom, with all the promise of ripening womanhood. And tomorrow my maidenhood is to be sacrificed on the altar of holy matrimony, and the metamorphosis will be complete. I shall be a lady. Oh, Lou, why wasn't your father a gentleman? He might have been a rake, a roue, a gambler, anything so long as he was a gentleman. But he is only my father's boyhood friend, and still a village carpenter. You had to work your way through college, and my father rolled me through on the almighty dollar. And yet I think for all my education there is something radically wrong with me. I am that hybrid thing, a lady in the making, an imitation lady. And what troubles me most is the thought that perhaps I am only an imitation woman also. My ancestors had red blood in their veins, and my descendants' blood will be blue. But in my veins there is nothing but water. Listen, Lou. Today I shut myself in my room and scrubbed the floor of my private bath. Down on my knees I went with soap and brush and scrubbed for all there was in me. And when I finished, my back ached horribly. And still the floor was far from clean. And I, the granddaughter of a woman who has scrubbed acres of floors, and could do it yet, though she is almost 80. Oh, Lou, I wish I had dared to run away with you that last night 3 years ago. Do you remember? The moon, the gate that creaked, the smell of the dew on the grass, the chirping of the insects, a heavenly midsummer night made for love, as we were made for love. I had to stand on tiptoe when you kissed me, and your dear eyes were filled with anguish when we parted. You told me I would find you there when I needed you, and oh, I need you now. How many generations of our children's children would it take to make a lady, Lou? Everything is wrong with the world tonight. My head hurts and I can't think. See, here on my desk I have a timetable. A brave blue timetable which tells me that I am only 4 short hours away from you, and that I still have ample time to pack and catch the midnight train. If I join you, you need never see this letter. And if I do not, then you must not see it. I will burn it. This is my hour. My future is in my own hands. It is all a question of courage. My ancestors had it. My descendants will have it. But have I? Your unhappy Ruth. The wedding of a Steel King's daughter into one of New York's oldest families is worth a column on the front page of any paper. Pictures of the happy couple stared out of every edition. The weary housemaid spread one on the floor as she cleaned the disordered room her young mistress had left behind. She gathered a little pile of ashes from the hearth and dumped them on the paper. They completely covered the smiling faces of the bride and groom. Not that it mattered, for the ashes were cold. End of section 49.
Section 50 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alan Lawley. Short Stories from Life by Various. Impulsive Mr. Jiggs by Roger Brown. Marathon Jiggs approached the day clerk. "Is Mr. George Jones here?" he inquired. "He is registered here, but he's out at present," replied the clerk. "Would you like to leave any message?" "Thank you. I believe I will," said Jiggs. Reaching for the hotel stationery, he hastily scribbled a note, left it, sans envelope, at the desk, and took his departure. About an hour later, a large, overbearing woman of the super dreadnought type steamed majestically to the desk, a small and timid-looking individual in her wake. After taking the mail that had accumulated in the box, she stalked imposingly to the elevator, accompanied by the timid person, who, by his conduct, appeared to be her husband. When the couple got to their room, Mrs. George Jones sat down and scanned the family mail. As she read, the colour flooded her expansive face like a sunset, then receded, leaving her chalky white with rage. Her unfortunate spouse cowered in a corner. Rising to her feet in all her majesty of her 5'11", she thrusted a note into Jones's hand. "Read that," she commanded hoarsely. With amazement and fear alternately expressed in his weak countenance, Jones read the following. "Dear George, why don't you let me know when you get to town? I expected you yesterday. Call me up, the same old number, and we will have a time tonight. Yours as ever, Mary." "You rue!" stormed Mrs. Jones. "I shall institute divorce proceedings immediately. To think you have been leading a double life. You may expect a visit from my lawyer." The door slammed behind her as Jones sank dazedly into a chair. As she flounced out the door of the hotel, Marathon Jiggs again came to the desk. "Did Mr. Jones get my note?" he asked. "No, but his wife did," replied the clerk. "His wife?" came in gasp from Jiggs. "His wife? Who? Let me see the register, please." He hastily scanned the list of guests until he came to Jones's name. Mr. George K. Jones and wife, Chicago, Illinois, he read incredulously. "And I thought it was George H. Jones of Pittsburgh. What of his wife? I must see him immediately." And he hurried to the elevator. As Jones sat in his room, bewildered at the events of the past hour, a knock startled him out of his reverie. "Come in," he called uneasily, expecting his wife's lawyer to appear. The sight of the homely but benevolent face of Jiggs was a distinct relief. "My name is Jiggs," stated the caller. "Marathon Jiggs, nicknamed Mary at the university. I left a note for a friend of mine whom I thought was staying here, named George H. Jones. I understand that your wife got it by mistake. It is quite possible that she read it and misunderstood the matter. Therefore I have come to clear it up, if such is the case, and exonerate you." Jones drew up a chair. "Sit down," he said, "and we will talk this over. My wife has just gone out to see a lawyer about a divorce. You have already done me a favor. Now what? Taking out a checkbook? Will you take to keep quiet about the facts?" End of section 50.
Section 51 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. Short Stories from Life by Various. Tommaso and Me by Graham Clark. I can't talk good American way. In the carpet factory where I worked, the Polacks, Sheenies, and Wops talked any old way, and I learned to say American like them. But maybe I talk good enough to tell about Tommaso and me. Tommaso comed from Italy. For that, the peoples in this country calls him a Wop. I comed from Albania. Never did my father let's a Wop come to our house, for most Albanese hates the Wops. The first day I seen Tommaso, I stopped hating all the Wops. He come to work in the factory, setting patterns like me. His eyes looked big and soft, like our little dogs. His voice was like the big strings on my father's harp, when he pulls his fingers over them, gentle-like. He was like American fellas, tall, with a nice head. His neck, where the hair come down, black and shiny, was like a young girl's. When I first seen Tommaso, he was 19. But some ways I was an old woman, for the hunger that pulls your waist in tight and the cold that makes your blood black comed many times, too many times, to my bunch. For in our house was many kids, and my father couldn't make enough money to buy plenty of food. So I went to work in the factory before the law lets me. The superintendent fixed it, so I got the job all right. I said I was older than I was. Always I thought about the bunch at home, till I seen Tommaso. Then I thought in my mind of him and me. One day, soon after Tommaso comed to the factory, my mother said to me, "Maria, you're big enough to marry. In the old country you would have a husband. Your father will go to Brooklyn and tell your aunts to get you a husband. In Brooklyn there's plenty of Albanese. You will marry one of our own peoples." I said no word back. In my mind I was thinking I would marry only Tommaso. On Sunday my father went to Brooklyn to speak with my aunt for a husband for me. We lived in New Jersey, in an old shack like a pig's. Dirt and bad smell was everywhere. Always I wanted to live American way, but how could we get clean with nanny goats and chickens coming in the house like peoples? 2 weeks and my aunt comed from Brooklyn with a guy. He looked like a rat. His hair was thin like lace, and you could see the yellow skin in spots, greasy like. He was just as high as my little brother Stefano, 14, and he was 25. "Here's Demeter," my aunt said. "He's a nice fella. He drives a team for Brooklyn and gets good money. His father has a house in the old country. Each year he'll send Demeter wine and oil." My father gived Demeter his hand to kiss. My mother said he was better than us, Albanese way. I said no word. At dinner my father said, "Maria, you are to engage to Demeter. He will be my son. I'll give him $100 and kill the old nanny goat for the wedding. All the Albanese and some of the Wops and Polacks will come and make presents." In my mind I was asking, "Where will you get the $100? I looked at Demeter. He showed all crooked teeth when he laughed. In my mind I was thinking I would like to spit in his face. To my mother I said, "I am too young to marry. Wait a year." "A year?" my mother hollered and hit the table. "A fellow don't want a girl if she's old. You'll marry Demeter now." Something inside me got hard like a stone. I hated my mother, the whole bunch. Why should I marry the rat? Why shouldn't I pick my own fella, American way? "When will I come to marry?" Demeter asked my father. My father said, "Sunday we'll speak to the priest. Next Sunday will be the wedding." Up I jumps. 2 weeks and me married to the rat? What about Tommaso? 2 days ago he had walked with me from the factory. At the bridge we stopped. "You're my little sweetheart," Tommaso said, soft-like. His eyes were shiny like dew. I got red as a pepper and runned away. But in my mind I was thinking I loved Tommaso. Sure, I would not tell my father, for the Albanese hates the Wops. So I remembered Tommaso's eyes and voice, and I said, "I won't marry this guy." My father's shoulders went up high. My mother got mad like Diavolo. The rat was yellow like sick. My aunt said, "Maria's just a young girl. Give her time for thinking over." "No thinking over," my father hollered. "I give Demeter my daughter. 2 weeks will be the wedding." My mother laughed with her tongue out, Albanese way. More than ever she looked like our old nanny goat. I stood higher than her and said to her face, "If I am a little girl, I will stay home with the other kids and my father to feed me. If I am a woman and works for the bunch, I will find my own fella, American way. My father made to hit me, but I runned upstairs and shut the door hard. My aunt and the rat went away. All day I put nothing in my mouth. I said no word. Next day I set the patterns wrong. The boss sweared. In the evening Tommaso walked with me. "Why are you to cry?" he asked. His voice was like all his people's was dead. I told him about the rat. He put his head high, and his eyes looked like two pieces of fire in the dark. His lips got tight over his teeth, and I seen him make hard fists. Then he come close. His arm was by my arm. In my mind I said I would like to put my head on his shoulder and my lips to his lips. But Albanese girls don't do that way till they're married. I hates Albanese. I hates Italians. I hates the old country, said Tommaso. His voice was like a knife. They make their girls to marry any old guy. I likes American way. A fellow and a girl to love and then marry, and other peoples stay out of it. I will do American way, I said. Tommaso's hair rubbed my cheek. I got warm and happy. Only Tommaso and me, just us in the world. And I will do American way, Tommaso said in my hair. It was dark, but I seen his face, warm like sunshine. Before I knowed, Tommaso's lips held mine tight. Sure, it was wicked. Don't the priest tell you so? But how could I help it? Tommaso was so strong, and we loved together. We'll get married American way, Tommaso said, soft-like. His face was like fur on my face. I have $200 from my last job. My father is not a poor man, and I am his only child. Shall it be that way, my sweetheart? Sure, there was a big scrap at our shack next day, when I runned off with a whop. But Tommaso and me should worry. We got married American way. I stopped the factory and made my house nice. 1 month married, and come to my father and mother to see me. Ta, like Americanos, my mother said, but she didn't laugh with her tongue out. She wanted to be good. I was her first child. My father gived his hand for me to kiss. Bless my daughter, he said. Then he gived his hand for Tommaso to kiss, and made tears to run out of his eyes. Then he borrowed $10 from Tommaso, and everything got all right. End of section 51. Section 52 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. Short Stories from Life by Various. Thicker Than Water by Ralph Henry Barber and George Randolph Osborne. First prize. Dr. Burroughs, summoned from the operating room, greeted his friend from the doorway. Sorry, Harry, but you'll have to go on without me. I've got a case on the table that I can't leave. Make my excuses, will you? There's still an hour, replied the visitor. I'm early and can wait. Then come in with me. Markham followed to the operating room, white-walled, immaculate, odorous of stale ether and antiseptics. On the table lay the sheeted form of a young girl. Only the upper portion of the body was visible, and about the neck wet, red-stained bandages were bound. A queer case, said the surgeon. Brought here from a sweatshop 2 hours ago. A stovepipe fell and gashed an artery in her neck. She's bleeding to death. Blood's supposed to be thicker than water, but hers isn't, poor girl. If it would clot, she might pull through. Or I could save her by transfusion, but we can't find any relatives, and there's mighty little time." The attending nurse entered. "The patient's brother is here," she announced, "and is asking to see her." "Her brother?" The surgeon's face lighted. "What's he like?" "About 20, doctor. Looks strong and healthy." "See him, nurse. Tell him the facts. Say his sister will die unless he'll give some blood to her. Or wait." He turned to Markham. "Harry, you do it. Persuasion's your line. Make believe he's a jury, but put it strong, old man. And hurry. Every minute counts." The boy was standing stolidly in the waiting room, only the pallor of his healthy skin and the anxiety of his clear eyes hinting the strain. Markham explained swiftly, concisely. "Dr. Burrows says it's her one chance," he ended. The boy drew in his breath and paled visibly. "You mean Nell'll die if someone don't swap his blood for hers?" "Unless the blood she has lost is replaced." "Well, quit beefin'," interrupted the other roughly. "I'm here, ain't I?" When he entered the operating room, the boy gave a low cry of pain, bent over the form on the table, and pressed his lips to the white forehead. When he looked up, his eyes were filled with tears. He nodded to the surgeon. Doggedly, almost defiantly, he submitted himself. But when the artery had been severed and the blood was pulsing from his veins to the inanimate form beside him, his expression changed to that of abject resignation. Several times he sighed audibly, but as if from mental rather than bodily anguish. The silence became oppressive. To Markham, it seemed hours before the surgeon looked up from his vigil and nodded to the nurse. Then, "You are a brave lad," he said cheerfully to the boy. "Your sacrifice has won." The boy, pale and weak, tried to smile. "Thank God," he muttered. Then, with twitching mouth, "Say, Doc, how soon do I croak?" "Why, not for a good many years, I hope." The surgeon turned frowningly to Markham. "Didn't you explain that there was no danger to him?" "God, I'm afraid I didn't," stammered Markham. "I was so keen to get his consent. Do you mean that he thought—" The surgeon nodded pityingly and turned to the lad. "You're not going to die," he said gently. "You'll be all right tomorrow. But I'm deeply sorry you've suffered as you must have suffered the past hour. You were braver than any of us suspected." "Aw, that's all right," muttered the boy. "She's my sister, ain't she?" End of section 52.
Section 53 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Short Stories from Life by Various. The Old Grove Crossing by Albert H. Coggins. More mother's tears, and the fourth prisoner discharged. The judge began to fear permanent softening of the heart, and therefore took grim satisfaction when the name Timothy McMenamin, alias One-Eye Johnny, was called, and there shambled into the dock a chronic old jail-bird whose appearance left no remote possibility of the further painful exercise of discretionary powers. Silence reigned while his Honor scanned the card. From highway robbery and safe cracking, the record of Timothy ran the entire gamut of inspiring action, and by some subtle mental telepathy the crowd knew that he had indeed been a man of parts. But now Timothy was in the sere and yellow and had fallen on evil days. The judge read aloud from the present indictment, to which Timothy had solemnly pleaded guilty, soliciting alms upon the public through fear and vagrancy, then fraud with deep aggrieve. His "Why, Timothy!" caught the levity of the crowded courtroom. The judge pursed pondering lips, then a playful thought was his. "Are you represented by counsel, Timothy?" Timothy was not. "Mr. Wallace," if a room may be said to gasp, that courtroom gasped. "William R. K. Wallace." The rubber rattle of an impromptu assignment, usually thrown the teething tyro, given to the very leader of the bar. His honor was indeed facetious. Wallace, engaged in an undertone confab with a court clerk, looked up, converted the instinctive gesture of impatience into one of good-natured acquiescence, and stepped forward. The crowd's tribute to supremacy, a hush so distinct as to seem almost audible. The judge assumed due solemnity. "Mr. Wallace, we have here a knight-errant of most distinguished parts. He has sojourned in many public institutions, a most cosmopolitan citizen, and of unquestioned social standing, having met some of the best wardens in the country. Some 20 years ago he committed a little indiscretion up in Montour County, dwelling there subsequently for a period of 6 months. That being your own native heath, Mr. Wallace, would it not be chivalric and neighborly upon your part to volunteer your professional services?" The crowd enjoyed the speech and scene. In all his years at the bar, no one had ever seen William R. K. Wallace nonplussed. Now his honor had succeeded in putting one over on him. His "Certainly, your honor," was but instinctive. Of the purport of a possible plea, Wallace had no remote idea. So he turned and indulged in a critically professional survey of his client. As he took in the solemn-figured, unshaven, unkempt, and hard, the forbidding aspect painfully accentuated by the patch over one sightless eye, what came of a sudden to the attorney? Masterful and adroit though he was, did he feel the utter futility of it all? It certainly seemed that Wallace, William R. K. Wallace, trembled through an acute second of actual stage fright, the horrible unnerved instant when the mind gropes and finds no substance of thought. Yes, his honor had scored. Then himself again, he addressed the court, quietly, almost conversationally, and entirely away from the subject at hand, but this was Wallace, and no one stayed him. "I was born in Centre County, your honor, not Montour, but so close to the county line that your honor's impression is to all intents and purposes correct. So close, in fact, that right down the driveway, scarcely 100 yards away, one could step into Montour County by crossing the railroad tracks, for they were the county line at that corner." Then for a few seconds he indulged in memory's visualization of early days. Still in a desultory way, he continued, "We lived there contentedly, your honor, a good father, a sainted mother, myself, a grown boy, and a baby sister. She had come late. Perhaps that's one reason we made so much of her. Just turned 2 she was, and a little bundle of winsomeness. She gathered to herself all the glinting morning sunlight of the mountain tops." People stared restlessly. This was not like Wallace, True, he sometimes indulged in sentiment before a jury, and oft-time moved the sturdy yeomanry to free some red-handed rascal regardless of the facts. But to parade his own early rural days and his little sister, well, it only indicated that he was sore pressed. But now the discerning could note the least little shade of resonance and purpose, and, too, he half turned from time to time toward the man in the dock. Through that valley the magnificent Blue Diamond Express went thundering by, bearing its burden of the prosperous and contented. But then there were other trains, the long, slow freights that wended their way laden down the valley. They, too, carried passengers on the couplings, cramped up underneath, or smuggled into the corner of a box car. These were of the underworld, the discontented and the disinherited, the tramp, the outcast, perchance the criminal, making his getaway from city to city. He glanced keenly, quickly. His client was beginning to emerge from stolid indifference. The old Grove Crossing, as they call it, was not so well guarded 20 years ago as now, Your Honor. And one day this little 2-year-old took it into her baby head to roam. Perhaps childish fancy paints the wild flowers on a distant hill brighter. Perhaps some errant butterfly winged its random way across the tracks. Who knows? At all events, the wanderlust seized her tiny feet, and she had come just so near Montour County that she had but to cross the far track to have completely changed jurisdiction. And there she stood, for a big, slow-moving train of empties occupied that track, puzzled, perhaps a little, but still it was a matter of no moment. Neither, Your Honor, was the big, thundering Blue Diamond. Why should it be? There existed in all this world no such thing as either evil or fear. And so she waited transfixed only by wonderment as the monster thing bore down on her. I am aware, Your Honor, that in every well-appointed melodrama the hero always appears at the proper instant. But in real life, sometimes, well, we have tried cases in our courts, the purpose of which was to determine the dollar value of that for which there can be no recompense, a baby life crushed out. He paused for an impressive second. And this was my baby sister. Oh, yes, they saw her when less than 200 feet away. Along that straightaway, the Montour Valley Railroad Company, in its corporate wisdom, shot its Blue Diamond 70 miles an hour. The engineer was the best man on the line, and he fainted dead away. That's what their best man did. He had a baby of his own. Instinct made him throw on the brakes, as well a child's bucket of sand on the tracks. Down, down it came, shrieking, crashing, pounding, and swirling from side to side, belching its hell of destruction and rasping its million sparks as the brakes half gripped. Only one small mercy vouchsafed by its awful might and momentum: instant death. Dramatically, Wallace passed his hand over his forehead. The judge had done the same. So well had he played upon their emotions that he sensed to perfection the proper pause duration. No, Your Honor, he said quietly, she did not die. This little story of real life followed the conventional. Sometimes God is as good as the dramatist. They told us the meager details. He didn't. he had a pressing engagement and slipped away, resuming, I suppose, his reservations on his blue diamond. He wasn't very prepossessing anyway, from all accounts. Any 10, 20, 30 dramatists could have given us a more presentable, better manicured hero. Wallace sauntered a little. This object that tumbled from a box car, sprawled, picked himself up, and then jumped like a cat, was, as a matter of fact, a nobody, an outcast, a crook. Casually, it seemed, his hand rested on the bowed shoulder of the broken old man. Just a one-eyed yeggman making his way. He got no further. The courtroom was in an uproar, and unrestrained applause ran its riotous course. There was none to check it. His Honor, savagely surreptitious with his handkerchief, finally took command of himself and the situation. "Mr. Wallace, the court requires no argument in this case. We will accept the guarantee of future good conduct which you were about to offer, and, if necessary, underwrite it ourselves. Sentence suspended." Then, as the court was adjourned, and they crowded about the pair of them, counsel and client, a shouldering, demonstrative throng, a dozen deep, the judge, before retiring, stilled them for a brief afterword. "Mr. Wallace, in the matter of certain refreshments, in which we had rendered a mental ruling incidental to the cost thereof, we would say that ruling is hereby reversed, and the refreshments are on the court." End of section 53. Section 54 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Short Stories from Life by Various. Lost and Found by John Kendrick Bangs. The weekend was over, and Begbie had returned to town, restless and strangely unhappy. There was within him a curious sense of something lost, and yet, now and then, the intimation of another something that seemed to be gained wholly would flash across the horizon of his reflections, like a ray of sunshine attempting to penetrate a possible rift in the clouds. He unpacked his suitcase listlessly and compared its contents with a catalogue of his weekend needs, which he always kept pasted on the inner side of the cover of his suitcase. Everything was there, from hairbrush to dinner coat, and yet that sense of something left behind still oppressed him. A second time he went over the list and compared it with his possessions, to find that nothing was missing. And then on a sudden there flashed across his mind a full realization of what the lost object was. "Ah!" he ejaculated with a deep sigh of relief. "That's it. I will write at once to my hostess and ask her to return it." Action followed the resolution, and, seating himself at his escritoire, Begbie wrote: "The Mosmere, New York, August 19. My dear Mrs. Shelton, upon my return from the never-to-be-forgotten series of golden hours at Seacliff, I find that, after the habit of the departing guest, I have left at least one of my possessions behind me. It is of value perhaps to nobody but myself, but, poor as it is, I cannot very well do without it. It is my heart. If by some good chance you have found it, and it is of no use to you, will you be good enough sometime soon, when you have nothing better to do, to return it to me? Or if by some good fortune you find it worth retaining, will you please tell me so that I may know that it is in your custody and is not lying somewhere cold and neglected? It is the only one I have, and it has never passed out of my keeping before. Always devotedly yours, Harrison Begbie. It was on the morning of the second day after the mailing of this letter that Begbie found a dainty-hued missive lying beside his plate at the breakfast table. It was postmarked Seacliff and addressed in the familiar handwriting of his hostess. Furiously, he tore it open and found the following. Seacliff, August 19. My dear Mr. Begbie, what careless creatures you men are! I have found 10 such articles as you describe in my house during the past 10 days, and out of so vast and varied a number I cannot quite decide which one is yours. Some of them are badly cracked. Some of them are battered hopelessly. Only one of them is in what I should call an A1 first-class condition. I'm hoping it is yours, but I do not know. In any event, on receipt of this, won't you come down here at once and we can run over them together? I will meet you with the motor on the arrival of the 12:15 at Wavecrest Station. Meanwhile, my dear Mr. Begbie, knowing how essential a part of the human mechanism a heart truly is, I send you mine to take the place of the other. You may keep it until your own is returned to you. Always sincerely, Mary Shelton. P.S. Telegraph me if you will be on the 12:15. 10 minutes later, the following rush message sped over the wires. New York, August 19. Mrs. Shelton, Seacliff, L.I. Haven't time to wire you of arrival on 12:15. I'm rushing to catch the 9:05. Harrison. End of section 54. Section 55 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Short Stories from Life by Various. You Can Never Tell by B. MacArthur. Very dimly shone the lamps of the rickshaws. Very faintly came the tap-tap of the sandals passing to and fro on the bond. Yokohama was going to sleep, and the great liners in the bay looked dark and ghost-like against the rising moon. The 3 men sitting on the terrace of the Grand Hotel met here every 9th week. They were captains of 3 of the liners. All were Englishmen. Blackburn, who commanded a ship owned and manned by Japanese, lit his pipe and gazed out across the harbor, drawing his hand over his brow and hair. Same old heat, he said. The others nodded. Bainbridge, a slight little man with fair hair, moved restlessly. A week and we'll all be at opposite corners again, he said. None of them much cooler. Not bad at home now, mused Villiers, broad and silent man, with the great eyes of a dreamer. He leaned forward, smiling slightly. Did you know it's 3 years next month since I've seen the wife? Devil of a life, and I don't see my way to getting back yet either. No place for women, the East. Bainbridge stared at him uneasily. Yes, deuce of a life, he assented. But worse for the women even in England, always standing on their own legs, as it were, pinching and skimping for a chap they only see once in a couple of years. I say, it's rotten bad for them, at best. Quite right, said Villiers. And it is an experience that is bound to have its effect. The strong woman will be stronger, the weak woman weaker, and the bad woman will go under. Blackburn smiled. Then we are three lucky chaps, he said, and blew a ring of smoke and looked at it rather sentimentally. Villiers laughed. The queer part about it is the faith they've got. It's that which pulls them through. I believe if I wrote the wife tonight that I'd a Japanese girl in Nagasaki, she'd never believe me, though she's quite sophisticated enough to be cognizant of the prevalence of that sort of thing out here. She takes the attitude that such things might happen, but not to her or hers. It's rather a potent point of view. It's an absurd point of view, no offense to you, old chap, said Bainbridge. Suppose it was a fact and she had to face it. What would be her attitude? It couldn't be a fact so long as she felt as she does about it, answered Villiers. It is that which ensures her being quite right in her belief. Oh, rot, said Bainbridge. You are an idealist. He took a deep drink from his tall glass. I'll bet you if all three of us rode home tonight in the light of remorseful confession, every one of us would receive replies next mail out to the same effect. There's just one way to prove that, said Villiers, and that's to write. Done, said Bainbridge. Hold on, old chaps. Blackburn knocked out the ashes from his pipe. Did you know you're about to play a devilish risky game? Shouldn't care to enter it myself. Luck to you, however, if you must. But both of you are taking too much for granted. You hold the stakes, then, said Villiers complacently. Next trip we meet here as per schedule. We'll have our mail first thing and rendezvous at 8 for supper. If we can't read our letters aloud, we can at least describe the attitude taken therein, which is the point under discussion. Very well, said Blackburn. But I warn you, it's a silly affair. 9 weeks later, Blackburn, tying his tie before the mirror in his cabin, felt a curious interest in seeing his two friends as he had arranged at their previous meeting. They would have received their mail from home even as he had received his. But it was with a thrill of satisfaction that he remembered he had not endangered his own or his wife's happiness in what he considered the mad manner of his friends. Very promptly then, and most serene, he appeared on the terrace and seated himself at the usual table to await their arrival. Bainbridge presently appeared, and after greeting Blackburn, sat down and lit a pipe. They talked spasmodically. A curious tranquillity seemed to have enveloped the little man, which so held Blackburn's attention that he could think of nothing to say. They sat in silence, Blackburn mentally taking stock of his friend. All his nervousness and cynicism seemed to have left him, and his eyes, usually so furtive, looked very still and deep. Wonder why Villiers doesn't come alone, said Blackburn at last. Bainbridge nodded. I'll read you my letter now, he said, and in a lower voice, By Job, old chap, I was quite wrong, did you know? Never would have believed it possible anyone could feel so about a chap like me. He laid the letter on the table. Wonderful thing, that, he said, and Blackburn took it. Are you quite sure you want me to read this? He asked. Quite, replied Bainbridge, because it's changed things so, for me, you know. Blackburn read. Dear lad, something in my heart tells me this horrible thing isn't true. It can't be. Such things may happen to people, but somehow I can't feel it has happened to me and mine. But if it has, and you will begin again because your best nature still cares for me, won't you begin right now because I love you and will try to forget? I can't write more. Minnie. When Blackburn had finished, he folded it very gently and handed it to Bainbridge. I congratulate you, old fellow, he said gravely, and then, let's go up to Villiers' room and stir him up. He may be snoozing." They rose and climbed the stairs to the room Villiers was wont to occupy during his stay in port. The door was unlocked, and after knocking and receiving no reply, they entered. It was so dark at first they could see nothing. Blackburn, dimly discerning the bureau, shuffled toward it to light the gas. But before he reached it, his foot struck a soft object, and simultaneously a nauseous wave of horror swept over him. "My God! Light a match," he said. Bainbridge did so, and stepping over the prone figure, lit the gas with trembling hands. Villiers was quite dead. His gun lay by his side, and in a little pool of blood by his right temple, a crumpled letter lay face up. "Nothing should be touched," said Blackburn, "until the proper steps have been taken, except—" Bainbridge stooped and lifted the bloody page. "Except this," he said, and folding it carefully, put it in his wallet. When many hours later Blackburn was aboard his ship, he locked his cabin door, and Bainbridge, who had accompanied him for the purpose, spread out the sheet and read it slowly. "My dear Frank, your rather extraordinary epistle has reached me, and I assure you it was quite unnecessary. You surely do not expect me to have lived all these years alone, and to have known men as I do without realizing that I could scarcely expect you to live the life of a celibate in the Far East. In this strange little game of life we must take our pleasures as they come, and I have taken mine, even as I have not prevented you from taking yours. Foolish boy! If you expected me to have hysterics over your self-imposed confession, you may be relieved to know that I merely laughed at it. We are all in the same boat, we sinners. So why should one of us cavil at another? Cheer up and don't take life so seriously. Sue. End of section 55.
Section 56 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Greg Giordano. Short Stories from Life by Various. The Escape by A. Leslie Goodwin. The tent flap lifted and dropped. The prisoner could make out the dim outlines of a man's form. "To be shot at sunrise, eh?" The prisoner stirred quickly. That voice was strangely familiar to him. The figure moved nearer. A knife flashed, and the prisoner's bonds fell off. "Follow me, and not a sound." They crept out of the tent, past a dozing sentry, and across a dark field. "Now," said the guide, as they straightened up in the shadow of a hedge. "A proposition, for cousins will be cousins, even in war." He paused, looked warily around, and emitted a low chuckle. "6 months ago," he continued, "when I was captured by your side and sentenced to be shot, you rescued me, as I have you. You showed me our lines and gave me 2 minutes to get away. After that 2 minutes, you were to fire, and you—" He stopped, wheeled like a flash, but too late. A shot rang out, and another. The two men stiffened, leaned toward each other, gasped, and dropped to the ground. Around the corner of the hedge stepped the sentry, a smoking automatic in his hand. "Huh!" he growled, stirring the prostrate figures with his foot. "Relatives have no business on opposite sides anyway." End of section 56. Section 57 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. read by Giordano. Short Stories from Life by Various. 2 Letters, a Telegram, and a Finale by H.S. Haskins. New York, September 10. Dearest Marian, is it not time to break silence? 3 months have passed since we quarreled on the eve of your departure for the mountains. I wrote twice during the first week. You did not answer. Pride forbade my risking another rebuff. Frequently I have been so desperate that it has consoled me to run into needless danger. Often, during the summer, I have swum out beyond the breakers when there was a heavy undertow. I have taken automobile tours by myself, speeding at 70 miles an hour over narrow roads along mountain sides. These foolhardy adventures were backed by what must seem to you an unaccountable desire for revenge. I pictured your face as you read an account of my death, gloated over the horror in your eyes when they scanned the ghastly details. I invented such news items as these. Blake's body was cast up on the beach, horribly gashed by the rocks. Or, the automobile leaped into a chasm. Blake, clinging to the wheel, was crushed into an unrecognizable mass when the car turned turtle. This desire to punish you for your neglect seems a barbarous instinct, or a childish whim, as you choose. But ashamed of it as I may be, and struggle against it as I will, such a thought is often with me. Take this morning, for instance. Alighting from the train at Jersey City, I stopped to admire the huge locomotive which has been lately put on the morning express. I laid my hand on one bulky cylinder. What if this monster should explode with me standing here? I thought. What if one side of my face and my right arm were blown off? What would she say, my little princess of indifference, far away in her mountain fastness? I gave imagination its head. It soon seemed as if the horrible thing had really happened. They picked me up, conscious and suffering frightfully. Before I slipped into a merciful oblivion, the awful truth was apparent to me. My right arm was gone, and the right side of my face was terribly scalded by the blinding steam. Weeks grew into months. The day before the bandages were to be removed from my face, I escaped from the hospital. I took a night express to Montreal. From Montreal, I plunged into the wilderness, anywhere to get away from the sight of man, where, slowly and painfully, with my untrained left arm, I built a hut on the side of a mountain. Besides the rough furniture, I installed a typewriter and a framed photograph of you. Just these 2 things with which to start life over again. Here I learned with difficulty to typewrite with one hand. At first it baffled me to devise some way of depressing the shift key. Then I attached a rough contrivance for working the shift key with my foot. Finally, I became fairly expert and began to submit magazine stories with some success. Often I dreamed of a footstep outside my cabin, of the swish of skirts, of a cry, and somebody rushing across the floor. 2 hands, unmistakably yours, pressed my eyes, my good eye on the good side of my face, and my useless eye on the useless side of my face. Then I seemed to play a gruesome hide-and-seek, twisting, turning, dodging, ever striving to keep the undamaged side of my face towards you, concealing the stricken side from your eyes. That's enough of such rubbish. Fancies, made morbid by your long silence, have run away with me. Forgive me, but have mercy and write. I have stopped running risks in the water. I observe the legal rate of speed in my car, but I have not given up an equally hazardous adventure. Loving you. Forever and ever, John. Paul Smith's, Adirondacks, New York, September 14. My own silly John. Your letter gave me the shivers. Forgive me. I have been thoughtless and brutal. Your letter was so graphic. Your description of your make-believe accident in the train shed so real that I cannot get it out of my mind. I love you, love you, love you. I shall leave here 2 weeks from tomorrow. I'd leave tonight if it were not for Mother, who is not well enough yet to travel. That fictitious cabin on the mountainside with you, blinded and alone, frightened me. Be careful, John. Be careful, you dear, dear thing. Always yours, Marion. Telegram. Noonday Club, New York, September 24. Marion Blackmar, Paul Smith's, Adirondacks, New York. The cabin on the mountain was not fictitious. Neither was the explosion of the locomotive, which happened 3 months ago. I gave an assumed name at the hospital. Do not try to find me. There is nothing left worth finding. I want to be remembered as I was when we parted. Goodbye. John. The finale. An October moon shone through the scarlet leaves of a Canadian forest. Shadows from the thinning branches fell across the clearing where John Blake's cabin clung to the side of a mountain. The light from a shaded lamp within fell upon a typewriter with its singular attachment for depressing the shift key. Before the machine John sat, bowed in thought, his right sleeve hanging empty. He was thinking of the letter which she had written to Marion Blackmar, in which she had enclosed with a note to the steward of the Noonday Club, to be mailed from New York, for the sake of the postmark, of the telegram which had been relayed through the same club. The autumn wind coaxed the logs in the fire. The responsive flames lighted with a warm glow the photographed features of the beautiful girl in the oval frame. There was a footstep outside the cabin, the swish of skirts, a cry, and somebody rushing across the floor. 2 hands, unmistakably hers, were pressed over his eyes, the good eye and the bad eye alike. 2 lips, every now and then interrupting themselves against his, wept and laughed and pleaded and made believe scold, and finally persuaded John that no life can be disfigured where love dwells. End of section 57.
Section 58 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. Short Stories from Life by Various. The Intruder by Reginald Barlow. Midwinter, bitterly cold. Having entered the house, I drew the blinds and lit the gas logs, stretched myself in an armchair, and dozed. A strange feeling crept over me. Someone else was in the room. I slowly opened my eyes. They stared straight into a gun muzzle. My hands flew up. Stand up. I stood. The other hand deftly extracted my revolver. Sit down. I sat. Rotten weather, I agreed. How did you get in? I asked. Basement window. How do you? Front door, of course. He looked quizzically. Ain't Richmond coming home tonight? Certainly not. Don't expect him. That's funny. Where's the servants? The curtains behind him trembled. With the Richmonds, Atlantic City, I informed. Why not call when he's home? I inquired. A gun, hand, and arm divided the curtain. Right. Feel warmer now. Must get to work. Been here before? I asked as the newcomer, tall and strong, covered the bullet head before me. Sure, remember the burglary in this house 5 years ago? Well, I was on that job. Another night like this, I sneaked up. Biff, the newcomer landed squarely. Cord in that drawer, he said. Tie him up. I obeyed. You're Mr. Jones, I believe. I'm Mr. Richmond, he continued. My agent wired that I'd find you here. Knew I'd be late, so sent you the key. What's the matter with our friend? Our prisoner had come to gasping. You, Richmond? Yes, I'm Burns, headquarters. Damn you, I'll pinch you too. He raved on. Richmond lifted the phone, found it out of order. I knew he would. Police station is 2 blocks south, he informed me. Go and notify them. I'll take care of this noisy person. Damn fool, he's a crook, bawled the helpless one. He thinks you're as bad as himself, laughed Richmond. How did you learn of my danger? I inquired. I borrowed a basement key from the servants. On entering, I heard voices up here, crept upstairs, peeped through the curtains, saw your predicament, and nailed the fellow. I'm eternally grateful, I said warmly. Don't mention it. Now go for the police like a good fellow. Surely, take care of yourself, I said. Entering the hall, I lifted a heavy fur coat as the thud of footsteps approached the front steps. I opened the door quickly and faced the newcomer, closing it behind me. Pardon, is Mr. Richmond in? He inquired. Are you Jones? I asked. Yes. Richmond is waiting for you. Pardon my haste. Let yourself in. You have a key. My bag was very heavy, being full of Richmond's silver and a few $1,000s worth of jewelry, but I made good time through the snow. I remembered Richmond saying the police station was 2 blocks south, which of course explains why I went north. End of section 58.
Section 59 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sonia. Short Stories from Life by Various. Molten Metal by Hornell Hart. The president of the Canfield Iron Works sat at his desk, poring over departmental reports. The hush of Saturday afternoon had settled over the deserted works. Instead of the rumble of trucks, the tattoo of steam hammers, and the shrill of signal whistles, a fly droned at the window screen, and birds twittered from the eaves. It was with a startled feeling that the president looked up and saw, standing at the end of his desk, a tall, dully dressed working girl. Her eyes were circled with shadow, and her thin lips were set with the expression of one who forces back tears. "I came to get $500, said the girl, in a tense voice. He looked up at her in dumb astonishment, and she hurried on. "We just got to have it, and you owe it to us. Pa, he kept telling the boss that the big ladle for the melted iron was cracked, and it would spill some day, and the boss just laughed. Well, one day, about 3 months ago, he came up here to the office to tell you about it, and the fellow out there told him to go on out and mind his business. Well, last month, on Thursday it was, the handle broke off and spilled the hot iron all over Pa and the men in his gang. They brought him home, and his legs were all burned off, and he was dead. John Bergic his name was. I'm the oldest at home, and all the others are little. There ain't one of all 6 of them that can work yet. And Ma, she ain't very strong, and she can't earn much washing. Well, we needed money awful bad, and a smart fellow from you came to our house and gave Ma $10. Ma's Slovak, and she can't read English, and she didn't know what it was she was signing. Well, she found she'd signed away her rights to sue for money from you because Dad was killed. Now you're going to give us that money." She finished with a harsh peremptoriness and paused. The president started to speak, but she stopped him with a crude, imperative gesture. "You wait," she said. "I ain't through yet. It was bad enough that you killed Pa and stole the damage money from her and the kids, but that ain't all. You done worse than that. There was another man burned with that melted iron. His name was Frank Nokovic." The girl's voice rose and broke in a sob, but she choked it back harshly and struggled on. "Frank, he and I was sweethearts for a year and a half before that, but he couldn't get the money for the furniture and things. Well, we was to be married on Saturday, but Thursday the ladle broke and the iron burned Frank all down the side. He made 'em bring him home, and he sent for the priest. 'Run for the priest, Pete,' he says to my brother. 'Run like hell and make him come quick.' Frank, he was groaning terrible, but he just grabbed hold of my hand and hung onto it, and he kept saying, 'Our kid's got to have a father, Mary. Our kid's got to have a father.' Well, the priest came as quick as he could, and he was going to marry us, but Frank was dead." The girl's voice trailed off into a wail, but she choked on defiantly. "Now I lost my job because they can all see my trouble, and we got to have the money. You give me that $500. You give it to me." The president had turned his back toward her. She fumbled nervously with a queerly shaped thing covered with a handkerchief in her right hand. The president turned silently and handed her a bundle. Dumbly she counted 5 $100 bills. At the bottom was a check. "Pay to the order of Mary Burshik," it read. $2,000. Mary sank on the floor in a little heap. "I'd rather have shot you," she sobbed. End of section 59.
Section 60 of Short Stories for Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurie. Short Stories from Life by Various. The Winner's Loss by Elliot Flower. "Bet you 50. Make it worthwhile. 200. You're on. Let Jack hold the stakes." "Suits me." $400 was placed in the hands of Jack Strong by the Disputous Sports, and he carefully put it away with the lone $5 bill of which he was possessed. Jack, although sportily inclined, lacked the cash to be a sport himself, but he was known to the two who thus disagreed, and they trusted him. He might be poor, but he was honest. Nor was this confidence misplaced, at least so far as his honesty was concerned, although there might be question as to his judgment and discretion. For instance, carrying that much money, it was a foolish thing to let an affiable stranger scrap a barroom acquaintance with him when he stopped in at Pete's on his way to his little mortgaged home. He realized that later. He was not drunk. Positively, he was not drunk, for he recalled everything distinctly, but he did fraternize briefly with the jovial stranger, and in seeking his lone $5 bill that he might return the joyous stranger's hospitality, he did display the $400 roll. It was all very clear to him the next morning when he found nothing in his pockets but the change from the $5 bill. Naturally, he hastened to Pete's to learn what he could of the amiable stranger, which was nothing. Then he sought his sporty friends, and made full confession. They regarded him with coldly suspicious eyes, deeming it strange that one so wise should happen to be robbed when he was carrying their money. He promised restitution, but they were not appeased, for well they knew that it would take him about 4 years to repay $400. He went to the police, and the police promised to do what they could to identify, locate, and apprehend the sociable stranger, but there was still so much in the attitude of the sporty pair to make him uneasy. He remained at home that evening, having neither heart nor money for livelier places, and about 8 o'clock he had his reward. The police telephoned him that they had the genial stranger in custody. "Hold him!" he cried jubilantly.
I'll be right down." He was rushing for his hat when his wife, who had been strangely silent and thoughtful, stopped him. "John," she said, "I'd like a word with you before you go out. Why have you deceived me?" "Deceived you?" he exclaimed. "Yes, deceived me," she repeated severely. "I've suspected that duplicity for some time, and now I have proof. When I asked you for $10 yesterday, you said you didn't have it. But last night, I found $400 in your pocket." "Howling Petey!" he cried. "Great jumping grasshoppers! I've had a man arrested for that, and 2 others are just about ready to beat me up. Where is it, Mary? Quick!" "I applied it on the mortgage," she answered calmly. End of section 60.
Section 61 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Gray. Short Stories from Life by Various. The Recoil of the Gun by Marion Parker. Yes, I will tell you why I did it. I can talk to you because you are a gentleman. You will understand. Those others were horrible men, policemen. They hustled me. They took me by the arm. Me! Did you ever see a prison cell before? I never did. It's a queer place to receive you in, but that isn't my fault. They won't let me out. You wish to know why I killed my husband? It does sound rather dreadful, doesn't it? Though, you know, a woman might get angry, might throw something at a man. But I wasn't angry. It's not really hard to kill people. Why, even now, here, alone with you. But they haven't left anything handy. May you call your friend from the corridor? Yes, of course. About my husband. He was a very good man, very fond of me. A little tiresome, but I wouldn't have killed him for that. People won't understand that I did it from the highest motives. This is the reason. It's very reasonable. I did it for the children. Now you know. He began to follow me about. He began to watch me. Even when I was alone, he watched me. He was suspicious. That's a very bad sign. I know what it meant. It was dreadful to know, but everything proved it. He was going insane. But no one else knew. If I waited, people would find out. I had to think of the children, my little girls. No one would have married them. It's hereditary, you know. So I shot him. Your friend's a lawyer? He will get me off? They won't hang me? I knew they wouldn't if I explained. What's that you said? I heard. To plead insanity? For me? But he mustn't do that. The girls, don't you see? Why, you're crazy. No one would marry them. And I did it for them. I did it for them. End of section 61.
Section 62 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Allison B. Short Stories from Life by Various. Man May Love by Robert Sharp. Miss Young, I want to ask you something. And Geoffrey modestly pulled the sheets close up under his pink chin. I suppose you'll think me an awful bore for saying this to you so abruptly, but I'm dreadfully earnest. Will you marry me, please? Miss Young did not stop a minute in her deft arrangement of his breakfast tray. She didn't even blush. No, I don't think I will, she answered. You see, I can't marry everyone that asks me. How many have you married already? Well, I haven't married any yet. Then marry me. The unruffled little nurse smiled at his impetuosity. You know, she said, every marriageable male that I have ever nursed has proposed to me. It is merely a sign of recovery. It ought to go on the list of symptoms. My proposal is a symptom, all right, but not of recovery. It is a symptom that I am desperately in love.
You do it beautifully, but you are not quite so romantic as Antonio, my last potential husband. He wanted me to flee with him to Italy, but his wife came and took him away." And Geoffrey was indignant. "Do you think I'm going to let you stay here while every Dick, Tom, and Dago Henry proposes to you?" "Better eat your breakfast, Sonny." "Sonny?" Geoffrey flounced over, his face to the wall. "I don't care for any breakfast, thank you." "All right, I'll take the tray away in a minute." And with a knowing smile, she left the room. Geoffrey was 21, possessing all the impetuousness and dignity accessory to that age. He had offered his love and had been laughed at. She had called him Sonny. Yet during those 3 past weeks of antiseptic nightmare, she had been extremely kind to him. Perhaps she loved someone else. At the thought, Geoffrey became quite disconsolate. But finally he turned over, and his eyes fell upon the breakfast tray laid temptingly beside his bed. A ravenous hunger assailed him. He pulled the tray onto the bed and began to eat. After all, things were not so bad. A woman always had to be coaxed. Meanwhile, Miss Young was talking it over with a sister nurse at breakfast in the nurses' quarters. "What I want to know, Hannah, is this. When do we ever get a fair chance at a man? We don't get away from the hospital long enough at a time to capture one, and here, where we receive proposals every day, it's against the rules to marry the patients." "Did he propose to you?" interposed Hannah. "Yes, he did. And he's a nice boy, too." "Excuse me, not for mine. I'm vaccinated against marriage. I'm tired of having men growl and grumble at me all the time." "Sure, so am I. But, Hannah, wouldn't it be perfectly grand to have just one great big man to jaw at you? He asked me to call him Geoffrey." "Look here, kid. You're not falling in love, are you?" demanded the quizzical Hannah. "I wonder if he has another girl," answered Miss Young irrelevantly. About noon, Geoffrey became exceedingly restless. Miss Young smoothed his pillows again and again. Once, when her hand strayed temptingly near, he grasped it and kissed it. It must be confessed that Miss Young didn't withdraw her hand quite so quickly as the superintendent would have thought proper. She even blushed, and that was very unusual for the sophisticated nurse. "Gee, I know I'm an awful bore to keep bothering you like this, but haven't you changed your mind? Don't you think you can marry me?" "Look here, Geoffrey." She really hadn't meant to call him Geoffrey. "You don't know what you're talking about. I'm the only woman you've seen in the last 3 weeks. I may have helped pull you over some pretty rough places. Of course you think you have to marry your benefactor." "I have to marry you, Miss Young. But that's not the reason. I'm going to ask you 3 times a day until you consent to be my wife." "Well, keep it up, Geoffrey. It will help pass the time." Miss Young had quite regained her customary impenetrability. Geoffrey kept his word. When his nurse was in the room, he watched her continually, and at the most unexpected times propounded the old question. If she left the room, he always developed a dreadful thirst as an excuse for an imperative summons. Even Miss Young found it hard to doubt his sincerity. She floundered between natural emotions and her professional indifference. At last Geoffrey was pronounced well, and yet the girl had not consented. He had no excuse for remaining longer, so with evident bad humor he consented to go. "Miss Young," he said, "I'm going home today, and I just won't leave you here for some dirty dago to be grabbing at your hand and proposing to you all the time. Marry me and come away from here." "Geoffrey, I'm going to give you a square deal. You go home for a month, see other girls, and if you then still want to marry me, come up here and I'll think about it." "I'm on, Miss Young. Say, I found out your first name. It's Claire, isn't it? You know, I used to think Diana was a peach of a name. but Claire beats it a mile. Geoffrey went home. Miss Young cried a little in the solitude of her room. Then she settled down to a half-hopeful vigil of waiting. During the first 2 weeks, she received 7 letters, each one declaring Geoffrey's undying devotion and his firm desire to return for her. Every night, she read the entire collection up to date and wept over them, as is the manner of women beloved. Then for days, she received no word. She fought this rather hopeless portent with trusting heart. Often, during the long day's work, when patience grumbled, when some ogling male became amorously persistent, when the little nurse found herself almost hating mankind, she slipped into the vacant corridor and reread one of the treasured epistles to give her faith. The 3rd week dragged along, and the beginning of the 4th, and still she received not a word. At first, she waited impatiently for each day's mail, but finally she began to delay her call at the desk, dreading the recurrent disappointment. At last, one morning at breakfast, she received a letter addressed in Geoffrey's handwriting. All aflutter, she slipped it into her pocket until she could be alone. But she couldn't wait, so she tremulously tore the envelope open and read, "Dear Miss Young, I shall always regard you as a woman of the rarest good sense. You must have thought me a great fool. I think a man is hardly responsible for what he does when he is sick. I must thank you for your splendid nursing, and furthermore, for the way in which you brought me to my senses. You see, Diana and I made it all up again. I am sending you a card." The card bore the conventional Mr. and Mrs. W. P. Harvey announce. Miss Young slowly crumpled up the letter and shoved it into her pocket. "Hannah," she said, "one of these days I'm going to take advantage of some guy and marry him while I've got him down." End of section 62.
Section 63 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Short Stories from Life by Various. One Way and Another by Noble May. "That's where my finish will be," said the girl. She rested her odd-looking bundle on the railing of the bridge and looked moodily down into the river. Tough Muggins wasn't particularly strong on the conventionalities, but he had stopped on the bridge to look at the river coquetting under the moon's rays, not to listen to idle talk from strange girls. It listened like a touch, too, so he slid an indifferent eye around in the girl's direction and advised her to chop it. Something, however, about the tense look of her as she gazed fiercely down into the rippling water compelled him, in spite of his natural inclination, to carry the matter slightly further. "What's got you sore on the livin' proposition?" he asked grudgingly. If he had expected melodrama, he was doomed to disappointment. "Same old trouble," she said quietly. "I was working for some swell folks up on the north side. Real swells, they was, believe me. They thought I was bad. Maybe I am. I don't know. He promised. What more could a girl expect? When they found out, the lady, she says to me, 'Of course I can't keep you here, Molly. It wouldn't be right, with me with 2 daughters of my own, but I'm awful sorry, and I hope it'll be a lesson to you. There's plenty of chances for you to start again. It ain't never too late to turn over a new leaf. Don't tumble down them stairs,' she says when I kind of stumbled, like it would make any difference. Then she shut the door on me. There's plenty of chances for you to begin all over again. That's what she said." "Lord, ain't it funny?" cried the girl. Her laugh rang out high and shrill, seeming to cut into the clear darkness. Tough agreed that it was funny. Having perhaps less sense of humor than Molly, he qualified the statement by adding that it was kind of tough, also. "How about the fella?" he asked casually. "Ditched me," replied the girl. "After I come out of the hospital, I never seen hide nor hair of him. Gee," she concluded bitterly, "I was crazy about that lad." "Must have been a mean skunk, though," judged Tough. "How about the kid?" The girl's eyes sought the glittering river. "I give it away," she told him finally. "Oh!" ejaculated Tough. The girl seemed to feel a tentative rebuke in this. "What could I do?" she asked. "I tried to get another job before, and I couldn't. I don't know's I'll try again. There's easier ways." The sentence hung suspended for a moment. "You know." There was no polite veil of assumed ignorance thrown over such situations in the circle in which Tough moved. He knew, of course. Still, "There's better ways," he ventured. Tough was startled at the flash of anger that lit up the girl's shrunken face. For a moment she looked as if she would strike him. Then, with a sharp, quick movement, she buried her face in the covering of the bundle which she had been holding lightly on the railing of the bridge. The next instant, Tough heard a soft splash as something struck the water. "There's that way!" a voice shrieked in his ear. Tough sprang to the railing and looked down. "God Almighty, girl!" he panted. "I seen... God, woman!" He moistened his dry lips. "Was it... Say, it wasn't the kid." Molly burst into a blood-curdling laugh. "Sure it was," she cried. "I doped it a purpose. I've been trying to get up the nerve to do it ever since this morning. You think I was going to let it grow up into a thing like her mother? Man, you're crazy." Tough's coat had been already flung off. "Don't be a quitter, girl," he gasped. "Run for the cop and tell him to put out a boat, and then you wait for me. We'll save her and she'll be an all right one, and like her mother, too." Just how near Tough came to seeing his finish there in the rays of the moon which he loved, nobody but Tough ever knew. It was easy enough to swim with the current and overtake and seize the tiny bundle, held up for the moment on the surface of the water by the expanding draperies. It was when he turned and tried to swim back to the bridge that the waves pushed and beat at him like cruel hands. He thought somebody was trying to strangle him. What were they hanging to his feet for? Why did they push him and strike him? He wouldn't go that way. He had to go the other way. He must make them quit twisting him. And then through the awful pounding at his brain came a cheery voice. "Catch a hold, Bo. Catch a hold." Sputtering, gasping, sick, exhausted, Tough hitched his elbows weakly over the side and let the unconscious thing he had so nearly lost his life for slip gently into the bottom of the boat. "Why, it's Tough Muggins," said the officer, looking down into his face. "For the love of Mike, what was you doing?" Through the dank drip of his hair, Tough winked. "I just dropped in to get a drink," he said. "I belong to the cop family, and I got the habit." It was not until the boat had ground itself gratingly up against the rough stone ledge that served for a landing that Tough openly acknowledged Policeman Connolly's right to an explanation of a sort. He jerked his head toward Molly, who stood wild-eyed and trembling on the narrow ledge above. "My girl," he said succinctly, "we was scrappin', and she pitched my bundle of clothes that I was fetchin' home overboard. There was money in the pants," he added by way of gracious explanation. "That was why I jumped in after 'em." "Didn't know you had a girl, Tough." Big Jim Connolly may have had his suspicions, but his tone was of the most conventional. "That so?" inquired Tough as he scrambled up the ledge. "Say, Jim, the things you don't know would fill a city directory right up to the limit." Then he turned to Molly. "Guess you're cooled off now, old girl, what?" he said. "Come on, then. Let's beat it home." Gathering her unconscious baby to her trembling, passionate hands, the girl went with him trustingly. End of section 63.
Section 64 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claudia Caldi. Short Stories from Life by Various. The Black Patch by Randolph Hartley. I wear a black patch over my left eye. It has aroused the curiosity of many. No one has suspected the horror that it hides. 20 years ago, Bernard Broom and I, fellow students at the University of Vienna, were devotees at the feet of Professor Malhausen, the foremost optical surgeon of his time. Living, working, dreaming together, Broom and I became almost as one intelligence in our passionate study of the anatomy of the eye. Broom it was who advanced the theory that a living eyeball might be transferred from the head of one man to the head of another. It was I who suggested and arranged for the operation, performed by Professor Malhausen, through which Broom's left eye became mine, and my left eye became Broom's. Professor Malhausen's monograph, published shortly afterward, describes the delicate operation in detail. The ultimate effects of the operation are my own story. Very distinctly do I remember the final struggle for breath when the anesthetic was administered, and quite as vividly do I recall my return to consciousness in a hospital cot, weakened by a 6 weeks illness with brain fever which had followed the operation. Slowly but clearly, my mind advanced through the process of self-identification, and memory brought me to the moment of my last conscious thought. With a mingled feeling of curiosity and dread, I opened my eyes. I opened my eyes and beheld two distinct and strongly contrasting scenes. One, which was visible most clearly when I employed only my right eye, was the bare hospital room in which I lay. The other, distinct to the left eye alone, was the deck of a ship, a stretch of blue sea, and in the distance a low tropical coast that was to me totally unfamiliar. Perplexed and vaguely afraid, I begged the nurse to send at once for Broom. She explained gently that Broom had recovered quickly, and that, although deeply distressed over leaving me, he had sailed for Egypt a fortnight since on a scientific mission. In a flash the truth came to me overwhelmingly. The severing of the optic nerve had not destroyed the sympathy between Broom's two eyes. With Broom's left eye now physically mine, I was beholding that which Broom beheld with his right. The magnitude of the discovery and its potentialities stunned me. I dared not tell Professor Malhausen for fear of being thought insane. For the same reason, I have held the secret until now. On the second day of double vision, my left eye revealed a gorgeous picture of the port and city of Alexandria, and of a woman. Evidently, she and Broom were standing close together at the ship's rail. I saw on her face an expression that I had never seen on woman's before. I thrilled with exultation. Then, suddenly, I went cold. The look was for Broom, not for me. I had found a love that was not mine, a love to which every atom of my being responded, and it was to be my portion to behold of my loved one's face, by day and by night, the manifestation of her love for another man. From that moment on, I lived in the world that was revealed to me by my left eye. My right was employed only when I set down in my diary the impressions and experiences of this other life. The record was chiefly of the woman, whose name I never knew. The final entry, unfinished, describes the evidences that I saw of her marriage to Broom in the English garrison church at Cairo. I could write no more. A jealousy so sane and so well-founded, so amply fed by new fuel every new moment that it was the acme of torture, possessed me. I was truly insane. but with a true vision, and to me was given the weapon of extreme cunning that insanity provides. I convinced Professor Mulhausen that my left eye was sightless, and by simulating calmness and strength, I gained my discharge from the hospital. The next day, I sailed from Bremen for Port Said. Upon reaching Cairo, I had, naturally, no difficulty in finding my way through the already familiar streets to the Eden Palace Hotel and to the very door of Room's apartment, overlooking the Escabier garden. Without plan, save for the instant sight of her I loved, I opened the door. Room stood there facing me, a revolver in his hand. "You did not consider," he said calmly, "that my left eye also is sympathetic, that I have followed every movement of yours, that I am acquainted with your errand through the entries in your diary, which I read line by line as you wrote. You shall not see her. I have sent her far away." I rushed upon him in a frenzy. His revolver clicked, but missed fire. I bore him backward over a divan, my hands at his throat. His eyes grew big as I strangled him, and into my left eye came a vision of my own face, as Room saw it, distorted by the lust of murder. He died with that picture fixed in his own eye, and upon the retina of the eye that once was his and is now mine, that fearful picture of my face was fixed, to remain until my death. I wear a black patch over my left eye. I dare not look upon the horror that it hides. End of section 64.
Section 65 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by docdlmartin. Short Stories from Life by Various. Section 65. A Shipboard Romance by Lewis Allen. "Isn't that young Griggs and Miss Deering?" asked the captain, peering down from the bridge at a dark spot silhouetted against the moonlit sea. "Yes, sir," replied the second officer. "It's the speediest shipboard romance I've ever seen in all my 30 years aboard a liner," remarked the captain, smiling. "I understand they never saw or heard of each other until they met at dinner Tuesday. Have you talked much with them, sir? I see they sit next you at table." "Oh, yes, that's true. Why, on the second dinner out he complained because there was no jewelry shop aboard. She looked as happy as a kid with a lollipop and blushed. Phew! Engaged within 48 hours. Going some. I suppose they'll be married by the American consul before they've been ashore an hour." "Not a bit of doubt of it," grinned the captain. "True love at sight in this case, all right. Well, they have my blessings. I fell in love with my missus the same way, but we waited 3 months. I'll go below. What's she making?" 19, sir. Good night." 2 hours later there came a terrific explosion away down in the hold amongst the cargo. The ship trembled and listed. "Women and children first. No danger. Time enough for all," shouted the officers as the frantic passengers surged about the lifeboats. She was going down rapidly by her stern. There came another explosion, this from the boilers. "All women and children off?" bellowed the captain. "Aye, aye, sir," answered the second officer. "Married men next," shouted the captain as the men began scrambling into the boats. A score of men paused, bowed, and stepped back. Young Griggs tore his way through and started to clamber into the boat. "Damn you for a coward," cursed the second officer, dragging him back. Young Griggs yanked away and again clutched at the boat. This time the second officer struck him square in the face and he went down. The boatload of married men was merely cut away, so low was the ship in the water. Then came a lurch, and the waves closed over the great ship. The next evening, the Associated Press sent out from its St. Louis office this paragraph. Among those lost was H.G. Griggs, junior partner of the Wells and Griggs Steel Company. He leaves a wife and infant son in this city. It is feared Mrs. Griggs will not recover from the shock. End of section 65.
Section 66 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Nicole Mahoney. Short Stories from Life by Various. The Coward by Philip Francis Cook. Johnston stopped at the edge of the clearing and looked carefully at the hut. A few yards back, where the spring crossed the trail, there were tracks of a woman's shoe pack. It was country where one didn't live long without the habit of noticing things. The tracks were light, mostly toes, and far apart for so small a foot. Johnston knew no woman traveled north so fast into the wilderness, and without a pack at that, for diversion. So he had sidestepped from the trail, silently slipped off his tump line, and circled to the edge of the clearing, about a dozen yards from where the trail struck it. There in the shadow of the pines, he searched the clearing with his eyes. No sign of life. The door of the hut was shut, but a couple of boards had been knocked off one of the window openings. The tall grass was trampled toward the spring. Over to the right was a wreck of a birch, where someone had been cutting firewood. Nothing especially alarming, but Johnston was not popular, and a few early experiences had made him cautious. He stood there, silent, for perhaps 15 minutes, before he started for the door. There was still no sound, and he stepped inside, gun in hand. A rusty little yacht stove, a few shelves, and a rude table were all the cookroom contained. Beyond was the bunk room, with a large double-decked bunk against one wall, and opposite it, the window. Johnston went on in. In the lower bunk lay the body of a man with a hunting knife sticking in his breast. He lay staring at the ceiling with a rather silly smile, as though he had been grinning, and death had come too quickly for it to fade. McNamara, my God! Johnston was unnerved. It was not often that men die by the knife in the North Country. Then a great load seemed to leave his shoulders, for this dead man had sworn, not 3 weeks before, to shoot him at sight, and Johnston was known to be a coward. No more need he sleep with an eye open, or slip into towns at night. McNamara, thank God, was dead. The dead man's pack was in the other bunk, and scattered around the room were hairpins, a small rhinestone ring, and a few other feminine trinkets. "Woman," said Johnston. And then he saw the note. It was scrawled on the cover torn from an old magazine. It read, "Ed, you'll find this sure. Mac was going to lay for you and pot you at the White Rocks. I couldn't find you, so I promised to come here to Carmel's with him. When he climbed in the bunk, I gave it to him, the damned fool." It was unsigned. The sun was very near the western hilltop. Johnston went to the woods and returned with his pack. He dropped it near the stove in the cookroom. Then he burned the note. Next, he took a small bag of parched corn out of his pack and concealed in it the woman's little things, and put the bag in his shirt. There remained only one thing to do. Without looking at the dead man's face, he drew the knife out of his breast and forced his own into the wound. The woman's knife he took to the door and hurled far out into the woods. There wasn't much daylight left. He closed the door quietly and started for the trail, North. I'll have to hurry, said Johnson. End of section 66.
Section 67 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Short Stories from Life by Various. The Heart of a Burglar by Jane Dahl. Noiselessly, the burglar drew his great bulk through the window, deposited his kit of tools on the floor, and lowered the sash behind him. Then he stopped to listen. No sound broke the midnight stillness. Stealthily, he flashed his lantern around the room in search of objects of value. His quick ear caught the sound of a door opening and hurried footsteps in the upper hall. Instantly, he adjusted a black mask and sprang behind an open door. Pistol in hand, every faculty alert, he waited. He heard the soft thud of bare feet on the padded stairs, then labored breathing nearby. As the electric light was switched on, brilliantly illuminating the room, he gripped his revolver and stepped from behind the door. "Hands up!" he cried in a hoarse whisper. Then he fell back with a short, raucous laugh. He was pointing the revolver at a frightened little mite of a girl shivering before him in her thin white nightgown. The small, terrified face touched him strangely, and placing his pistol in his pocket, he said, not unkindly, "There, little girl, don't be so scared. I'm not going to hurt you. Just you be real still so as not to disturb the others until I get through and get away, and you shan't be hurt." The child looked at him much as she would an obstacle in her path, and attempted to rush past him. He grabbed her and held her tight. "You little vixen!" he exclaimed. "Didn't I tell you to keep still?" "But I've got to telephone," gasped the child, struggling to free herself. "Just let me telephone, and then you can do what you like with me. But I can't wait. I've got to telephone right away." And she made another effort to reach the telephone on the wall. Again, the burglar laughed. "It's very likely I'll let you telephone for the police. No, missy, you can't work that on me. I guess I'll have to tie and gag you after all." Fresh terror found its way into the child's face, and for the first time the burglar realized that he was not the cause of it. She was not afraid of him. She fought and scratched him like a young tigress, striving to free herself, and when she realized how powerless she was in his strong arms, she burst into tears. "Oh, my brother is dying!" she cried. "And I want to telephone the doctor. He has convulsions, and Mama doesn't know what to do, and you won't let me telephone the doctor." At the word convulsions, the burglar went white. His hands fell nervelessly to his sides. The child was free. "Call the doctor quick," he said, placing the child on the chair in front of the telephone. "What room are they in?" "End of the hall, upstairs," responded the child, with the receiver already off the hook. In 3 bounds, the burglar was up the steps. He made for the light which shone through a half-open door down the hall, striving to formulate some explanation to offer the mother for his presence in the house. When he gently pushed open the door, he saw that none was needed. The woman before him was oblivious to all the world. Disheveled and distracted, she sat rocking to and fro, clutching to her breast the twitching body of a wee boy. Piteously she begged him not to die, not to leave his poor mummy. Quietly the burglar came to her side and gently loosened her clasp. "Give me the baby," he said in a low voice. "He will be better on the bed." Dumbly, with unseeing eyes, she looked at him and surrendered the child. "He is dying," she moaned. "Dying. Oh, my little man." "No, he's not," said the burglar. But as he looked at the wide open glassy eyes and blue pinched face of the child, he had little faith in his own words. He placed the baby on the bed, and turning to the mother, said in an authoritative voice, "You must brace up now and save your child. Do you understand? I can save him, but you must help me, and we must be quick. Quick! Do you understand?" A glimmer of comprehension seemed to penetrate her palsied brain. "Yes, yes," she said. "What shall I do?" "Heat a kettle of water, quick. Bring it in his bathtub. And bring some mustard, too. Hurry." Impatiently, the mother was off before the last hurry was hurled at her. Now that a ray of hope was offered, and something definite to do, she was all action. Reverently, the burglar removed the baby's nightrobe, and covering the little body with a blanket, he rubbed the legs and arms and back with his huge hands, very, very gently, for fear their roughness would irritate the delicate skin. In a short time, the mother was back with the hot mustard bath. Together, they placed the baby in the tub. His little body relaxed. The glassy eyes closed. He breathed regularly. He was asleep. "Thank God," breathed the burglar, fervently, though awkwardly, as though such words were strange to his lips. "He is sleeping," cried the mother rapturously. "He will live." As the mother was drying the little body with soft towels, the burglar said brokenly, "I had a little boy once, about his size, 2 years old. He died in convulsions because his mother didn't know what to do, and the doctor didn't get there in time." A sob of ready sympathy came from the heart of the woman. "And his poor mother?" she asked. "Where is she?" She soon followed. She seemed to think the little fellow would need her over there, he replied in a tear-choked voice. Half ashamed, he ran his sleeve across his eyes to remove the moisture there. The woman's tears splashed on the quietly sleeping infant in her lap. Both were startled by the clamorous ringing of the doorbell. "The doctor!" cried the man, suddenly brought to a realization of his position. The woman looked at him, and for the first time she really saw him. For the first time, the strangeness of an unknown man in the house in the middle of the night was apparent to her. From his face, her glance wandered to the chair where the burglar had thrown his mask and tools. "Yes," he said, answering her look. "I'm a burglar. I heard your husband was out of town, and I came to rob you. You can call the police now." "No," the woman interrupted. "Go into the next room and wait until the doctor leaves. I want to help you to a better way of living than this, if I can." After the doctor had departed, the woman went into the next room. The burglar was not there. Going downstairs, she found the drawers ransacked and all her valuables gone. On the table was a scrap of paper. On it was written, "Thank you, madam, for your offer, but I'm used to this life now and don't want to change." The woman thought of the sleeping baby upstairs, and a tender smile came to her lips. That robbery was not reported to the police. End of section 67, read by Bookbard.
Section 68 of Short Stories from Life. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mary Boot. Short Stories from Life by Various. The Reward by Herbert Heron. No one knew just how popular Cobb was till Dick Walling shot him. It was Cobb's fault, but Walling didn't wait to explain. Like others, he didn't know the degree of the deceased's popularity, but he had a fair idea and left Monterey as fast as his horse could take him. The animal was the speediest in the county. He stopped at Parle's on his way up the valley. Parle greeted him cordially. For half an hour they talked. The phone rang. "That's for me. I told Cobb I'd stop here." And with that, Walling took down the receiver. "Hello, this is Mr. Parles." "Oh, yes, you want me." "What? Well, I'm damned. Not a sign? I'll watch." "Sure." "What? How much? Phew." He ended in a long whistle and hung up. "I'll be sliding along now." He shook hands, mounted, and rode towards Monterey till Parle shut the door. Then he circled and went on up the valley. $1,000 reward, dead or alive? He knew how popular Cobb was. They hadn't even waited till the sheriff had failed to get him. There are few ranches above Parle's, and these have no telephones, so he rode by unconcerned. Toward midnight, he came to a place owned by a girl and her brother. He had loved the girl, but decided that she didn't care for him. The brother liked him, though, and he could get some food for his stay in the mountains until things quieted down and he could leave the country. The brother came to the door, pale and troubled. He can't have heard. The thought was dispelled by the sudden relief on the boy's face. "Thank God, it's you, Dick. Mary's dying, and—" Walling followed him into the room where the girl lay, high in fever. "I couldn't leave her alone to get the doctor, but now you can go." Something in Walling's manner stopped him. "I'll go, and you can stay with her. Are you on Firefly? I'll take him. It'll be quicker." Before Walling could think what to say, the boy was gone. He went to call him back. The girl moaned. What could he do? He couldn't refuse this duty fallen on him from the sky, even if the girl were a stranger. And this was the woman he loved, but she was dying. "Dick, oh Dick, Dick!" The voice from the bed startled him. He went softly over to see what she wanted. In her eyes there was no recognition. She had spoken in delirium. She loved him, but the rush of joy was swept away by the sight of her suffering. He bathed her face and hands. By and by the fever seemed less. She passed into a light sleep. He made some coffee. While he drank it, he had time to think of himself. When the doctor came from Monterey, the doctor would know, and I must clear out when I hear them coming. Then another thought forced its way in. Go now, while you've still got a lead. Go now. He went to the stable, saddled a horse, and led him out. Then the face of the girl came over him. He left the horse tied to the gate and went back. She was sleeping still, but brokenly. He couldn't go. It was 2 hours' ride to Parle's where the boy could phone. If the doctor left Monterey immediately, he'd get to the house about 5. It was now nearly 2. The girl slept. Walling knew it was the critical time. If she woke better, she would probably recover. The thought was sweet to him. If she went again into delirium, he sat still, thinking. The hours passed very slowly. Suddenly, Walling heard a step outside. He had heard no horse coming. He looked out cautiously and saw 4 men with rifles. Walling cocked his revolver, took down the boy's rifle from the wall, and loaded it. He could account for some, and those who were left might depart. It would be a battle anyway. There was no use being taken alive. Better be shot than hanged. The leader made a signal. Walling raised his gun, and then Mary stirred. Her battle, like his, was still undecided. If she slept on and woke refreshed, she would get well. If not... Walling laid down his rifle and stepped outside. The men covered him, and he was taken down the road to the waiting horses. The doctor and the girl's brother drove up. "She's asleep," said Walling. The boy showed no surprise. He had heard the story from the doctor, but his voice was pitiful. "Why didn't you... I didn't know. Oh, my God. And you stayed when you could have got away?" He turned to the men with a hopeless look. "It's my fault," he cried. "He stayed with my sister. I thought she was dying. He didn't tell me he couldn't stay. He'd be safe in the mountains by now. Oh, my God." The leader glanced at his companions. They were stern men, but they were moving uneasily. The situation was unbearable. "How long have you been here?" "Since about midnight," answered Walling, though he couldn't see what difference it made. The leader took out his watch. 12 minutes past 5 now. Say we've been 12 minutes getting you. That leaves 5 hours. We'll stay here and rest our horses. At 12 minutes past 10, we'll start again. That suit you boys?" "What do you mean?" asked Walling. "I mean, you still have your 5 hours start. You haven't lost anything by staying with a sick girl." Walling went back to the house. Mary was still sleeping. He touched her hand. It seemed cooler. "Tell her I'll write if I can." "Goodbye," said the boy. As he went out, Walling saw the men unsaddling their horses. He took off his hat to them as he rode away into the mountains. End of section 68.